external/internal monologue coming out to real life. I'm saying that to myself. Freddie D, I need to wake up.
Huh?
I just need to wake up.
Maybe they need to wake up too, though. Maybe they do. Because it's that kind of day, Will Chambers.
Just dark outside.
Where if you look out and you say to yourself, man, I should just... Because I was going to run today. I really was going to run today. And the more I look outside, the more I think I may just run to my truck and then drive home after the show's over. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Want a race? Do you know what kind of injury that would... It'd be befitting of White Guy Radio here. Just a couple of dudes in their mid-40s. You know.
Hey, look, I think I'm in pretty good shape.
I do too, but let's be real about this. There would be a tweaking of some sort of hammy, groin, twisted knee.
Look, I've been dealing with a pec strain
fast
for about 6 weeks now.
The what?
I've been dealing with a pec strain for about 6 weeks now.
You know, one of the most excited I got about something, which tells you everything in about the last 2 weeks. I thought I was developing tennis elbow, overcompensating with my left because I've been having a issue with my right wrist.
Want to say
right?
You've got a girlfriend, so it's unnecessary.
Yeah. Worried about tendons snapping in my right wrist, overcompensating with my left. I'm like, damn it! Of course, I've got tennis elbow.
Yeah.
Bare back and body. I mean, that stuff is the ooh-wee.
Oh, like Bayer, like as in Bayer, like the aspirin company. I didn't even know they were still around.
Oh yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, they've got.
So what are they? When you
multiple pharmaceutical.
That's your wheelhouse too.
Oh yeah,
those are your peeps.
Yeah, they're in oncology. They're in a lot of stuff.
Bare back and body, huh?
Bare back and body, man. That pain was gone while I took it. I took it for just a couple days. You don't want to take.
Dude,
you don't want to take that stuff for like too many days in a row.
Is that what like the kind of medication that goes into like the muscle relaxer category?
No.
Oh, okay, that's different.
No.
You're young.
No.
You don't need it.
Yeah, I was about to say this is not my.
No,
you don't get muscle.
Might need it. That's your dad, right, Rick?
Brad.
Close.
You'll get it one of these days.
I always think your dad's name is Rick.
Rick Nelson. Don Nelson, there's a lot of them.
That's Jet Nelson back in the cup. Muscle relaxers you don't get those OTC.
That's what Brad likes. He likes the muscle relaxers. He likes, I don't know, it does something for his back.
Is that right?
Couple muscle relaxers in a cocktail or what?
Yeah,
Exactly.
seriously. I'm sure he loved that in the ether at 9:02 on a Saturday morning.
We know what Brad's doing
DFW.
Saturday night.
Guess what? Brad's getting ripped.
That's it.
Tiger Woods
bourbon.
news coming up later on this.
What?
No, I'm just kidding.
What? Oh, hold on.
No.
Don't get me excited.
We'll talk a little bit, just a tiny bit of not even golf, but golf television later on. But anyway,
it was interesting last weekend.
That is a sad state to be that excited about a pain medication that you could get rid of some serious pain.
Well, I mean, look, I may have to take you up on it after the show because, like I said, I've got a pec strain that I've been dealing with, although it is getting better, but I've got a crick in my neck that I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to get rid of it, and it won't go away, but we push through. We push through, and we fight another day. We've
got playoff hockey today.
We sure do.
Yeah, we do, baby.
We sure do. It's about that. It is a great time to be this might be the best non-football time of the year.
Yeah.
Because you got baseball 20 games in, all right? So we're still, not everybody's out of it yet.
Well, and let me speak to a crowd that feels like the lull, because I have always been in that, realm. Like, you just had the tournament. The Masters are now in the rear view, and you're kind of like, but not here.
No.
Because, you are... By the way, I've been able to... I'm still pissed off about the whole lack of baseball coverage, but at least I was able to watch a few games.
The lack of baseball coverage? What do you mean?
Well, availability on TV.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
ESPN, MLB TV, we're teaming up, we're blah, 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 gonna go, we'll watch... No, you can't watch crap.
I'll tell you what irritates me is the fact that YouTube doesn't have MLB Network.
Yeah, no, 100%.
That stinks.
I could go to.
I've got Fubo, though.
Yeah, Fubo,
I had to get Fubo.
Fubo still has all of them, right?
I went to Fubo to get the Rangers television network because I'm at odds with Victory Plus.
Okay. Why?
They
suck.
Your words, not mine. But let's just say we're
Coverage
not friends.
Good.
Let's just say we're not friends.
Coverage good. Like the people there.
No, great.
It's just the fact that, like the paywall, the whole situation where, at least you're able to get Stars games, but like
right?
the Mavericks, having to pay. Really, I blame the NBA more than I do. Anyway.
Well, no, I'm just saying as far as, because look, I got to pay, I have to pay to get, whether you do it on Fubo or not, right? You still got to pay for it. But what irritates me the most...
When I had Fubo, 2 years ago, I got it because they had every MLB game.
Yeah,
you could watch all of them, and it was the same price as YouTube TV. I didn't like the interface. So is it different now? I may have to. So what I did was I just wanted the Rangers. Like, I've had YouTube for so long, and I maybe I do need to capitulate and reevaluate where I'm at on the YouTube front. But I've got all my TV shows. I got everything saved on there. That's how they get you. Yeah. Okay. That's how they get you, right? Is that, for 3 years. You're going to have to restart and re-record all your shows that you have. At the end of the day, I'm not going back and watching shows I've recorded. I had a friend of mine tell me this a long time. I say friend. He kind of backstabbed me once upon a time. But anyway, he had a great line where he said, when you go into your closet, he said, if you haven't worn something in 6 months, why is it still in your closet? And I thought about that, and let's apply that to life. If I lost YouTube today, I can go on Fubo, and not miss a beat. The reason why I did not like it at the time was I didn't like the navigation of it. It wasn't, YouTube TV seemed like, this is just basically like, the quote cable. Yeah, you can go to the live where you see, your channel guide. Everything, it was just easier. And Fubo, it was different, and I tried it for months, and I was like, I can't get used to this. I don't like it, and I just went back. Months. It was after baseball. I don't know. I may have to cut the cord on the YouTube TV. Look, they keep jacking up the price, and I think the other reason I did it a couple years ago was because I had Red Zone tied into it as well. Right. So there was that. Now I do think that didn't they just add a sports only component to YouTube TV? If memory serves, I'll find out. I could have swore I stumbled across 877-881-1053. I feel like that happened, but no. So. Tell you all that to tell you this, Victory Plus, a lot of buffering issues, a lot of problems last year with the app, and I felt like they were very non-responsive when it came to helping, and so I said, you know what, this year I decided I scoured the internet to find where could I get my Rangers, because look, I enjoy watching the Rangers, I really, really do. I enjoy, and for our job, it makes things a lot easier when you watch the game and you're able to talk about it. Well, I'll go conversely on that. It makes your job way harder if you're sitting in our seats when you can't. Oh, it's a pain in the butt. It is a total pain in the butt. Could be a lot worse. Could be digging ditches. Yeah, and I really look at that more on the Mavs front, just because they're always played at night. If I'm out driving around, when the baseball game starts, is obviously listen to the Rangers right here on 105.3 The Fan, but the NBA. The Mavs are a lot harder to watch. Now, for us, it wasn't too terribly difficult, just because 80% of the games were on the air anyway. Yeah. Right? So we weren't able, but there is no there is no Mavs television network. You get a few games on WFAA, then you get it on the sister station, right? The break out your antennas if you still got those laying around somewhere, and try to find those on a regular TV station. Ears. Yeah, let me go get my wire hanger that I've got hanging around somewhere. Let me go plug that into something. So I don't know. I'd like to see, but the NBA came out this week and said that, hey, we had more viewers than we've had in the last 24 years, which for a league that I'm with Sean on this. I don't trust anything at all anymore when it comes to stuff like that. Like on certain ratings,
some
it's
crazy
like the
metric.
sellouts at AAC. I'd be in so many of those games covering the Mavericks, be like, another sellout, and I'm like, there's definitely about 4,000 people not here.
There's some, I guarantee you, almost to a man and woman, that were, and who knows if it'll ever come out, but maybe, where there's probably some metric and or there's some stat that they have engineered to say, hey, look, we've had, I mean, because to me,
if you walked by an electronics store and at the corner of your eye you saw a game, you're considered a
or it just was
metric.
running, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like because honestly, it almost to me in a way makes sense when you've got it over 8 different platforms. Yeah, I bet there were a lot of alleged viewers, or let's put it this way, alleged time that the game was going on. All right, maybe it was just they found a loophole where if you just happen to have it on Prime and it was, I don't know. I would love to find out because again, I have for a league that was maligned all year long, and I felt like we talked. I mean, never in the history of my life of watching the National Basketball Association can I recall where we spent more time talking about tanking than we did the actual basketball product this year.
Way more so this year, and I think part of that is because of the fact that the NBA was addressing it so much.
Well,
because
I think you two
brought up
social media was.
Yeah,
I mean the NBA didn't want to.
Well, they've talked about it more than they have in the past. Silver has, his comments. I don't know. I guess it felt like that there was more discussion between the league and then, detractors this time around, this year, more than years past. 4 playoff games today, by the way, starting at noon with the Cavs hosting the Raptors, followed by Nuggets, Wolves, Knicks, Hawks, tonight, Lakers, Rockets. The Stars in action this afternoon at 4:30. Don't have to worry about that. That'll be on ESPN, hosting the Minnesota Wild, getting the news yesterday that Miro will be playing in Game 1. I thought that when that news broke in the G-Bag Nation, and oh, by the way, on loan from said programming, the Wooly Bully, thanks to Bobby's email, will join us today at 11:20. And there's a reason, I mean, outside of that, which was a great little bit, I wanted to talk to him, certainly about Sonny Styles. But it was funny when it was brought up that Chiafalo goes, what the Stars' history in Game 1, wouldn't it be better maybe just to sit him and rest him? Be like, you know what, we're not winning this game. When's the last time the Stars won a Game 1?
I'll defer to you on that one.
Yeah, I'll say probably
send
the trip to the
Spittle right now.
Yeah, probably the trip to the finals. It would be my guess. Just notorious for dropping Game 1.
That is totally on brand right there with the Stars. But
10-1 favorites.
Yeah, look,
10-1 favorites.
Stars and the Avs on the western side. And probably your 2 leaders.
Do we want to get
when it comes
Spittle
to
on to talk a little Stars bars today to get everybody in a lather?
Why not? I think that's outstanding idea.
Let's reach out to old G Spit.
Spits and Suds.
Let's get a little Spits and Suds podcast. Nobody, and I'm not saying this to be a brown noser, maybe a little bit. But no, in all seriousness, every time we've had old Stars bars, a.k.a. Gavin Spittle, on to talk Stars, people get geeked. Because the one thing I appreciate about Gavin is that, yes, he does know more about hockey than most of us will ever know, but he does it in a very
open way, like opening the door to let you in on.
Just explains it, uses football, basketball, other analogies, so that for those of us that didn't grow up watching hockey, and raise your hand. Fred Davis raised his hand. If you grew up in the Midwest, and hockey wasn't big. This is the first market I've ever lived in and worked in where we have a major hockey team. So I certainly appreciate it.
Starting in the combine, with the measurables and all this stuff, and if you know me, you know how I can't stand the talk around, it's usually around quarterbacks, of like the crazy athlete, the Anthony Richardsons or the Zach Wilson who throws it against his body, like one throw on a pro day and everybody loses their minds, and then all of a sudden he's the number 3 pick in the draft. Now, when it comes to other positions and a good player that also is built like an avatar and has all these crazy immeasurables, I'm like, I've been talking ever since the combine, for the Cowboys, I want Sonny Styles. I think it's the best fit for the football team and what they need. And there's one element that I've never heard talked about when it comes to edge rushers and taking them in the draft and how you build a team. I've never heard this before. We're going to talk about it later on. Actually, you know what? We'll talk a little bit about it next because Fred and I are just...
We're past the point of exhaustion on this. How much more can we break these guys down?
The wick is at the bottom. I mean, the candle is almost burned out.
By the way, what are you doing for draft night? You going to one of your area pluckers here in the DFW?
I think at the moment I'm working, but I may not.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I put you on the spot. I mean, Jet Nelson, I know you're over there in the GP.
What we got
Grand
going on?
Prairie.
There must be something.
Is there a Pluckers over there? I haven't seen a Pluckers.
Don't get me to lying. Yeah,
no, there is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where Lucius always ends up over at the
Arlington one.
Oh, Arlington. Okay, yeah, not too far away. Yeah.
Blake and I will be at the Fort Worth City View location off of 820, and then Choppy will be at the Alliance Fort Worth location as well. And then you got
if I'm not going to be at work, I will be at the nearest Pluckers to me.
You gotta represent.
I need to pull up some emails probably to see do we have something sent by TC as to where everybody is.
I'm sure Tim Collins has complained to me about the break or something like that at some point and said, hey, you're going to be at this Pluckers as well. So what time do we want G-Spit? 9:40?
How about we let's start a fresh hour with some hockey.
You want to do a little G-Spit at 10?
Let's do that at 10.
Let's find out. We're programming the show as on air.
Why not?
It's a choose your own adventure type of show today here on 105 through the Fan. Fred Davis, Will Chambers, and the Jet Nelson. All right.
One of the things I'm going to give the best example as to how you can reach your breaking point when talking about the draft and nothing matters. I'll tell you why when we continue. We're just getting started here on Saturday morning. White Guy Radio here on 105 through the Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on.
Welcome back here to 105.3 The Fan. Waiting for Will and Fred to get back here. We got a full day for you right here on your home in the Rangers. After this one, we got Will and Fred, White Guy Radio, taking you all the way until Brennan Baxter and Jake Rietma, leading you up to Rangers baseball. That one, a actual national broadcast. Fox Sports taking over for the regular Rangers Sports Network. So we got a full day for you. And of course, the Dallas Stars taking on the Minnesota Wild. Game 1 of the 7-game series starting this afternoon around 4. And, still waiting for Will and Fred here. Jet Nelson getting you started up in here. And, unprecedented situation here. But, I believe we're going to talk about a little Cowboys, what they will be doing in the draft coming up this Thursday night. All of our fan people will be out at Pluckers, multiple Pluckers locations. There they are. They're running in there. We are we are back. They're here. We're ready to roll.
Wow. Tough out here in the street.
Jet, just holding it down.
Yeah.
Just mentioned the lineup for today. We got Brennan Baxter and Jake Rietma after White Guy Radio today.
That's it. More White Guy Radio.
More White Guy Radio.
Mariners tonight. With the Rangers, a big one last night. 5-0 win right here on your home of the Texas Rangers. Man, I tell you what. Finally getting some runs across with runners in scoring position. Goodness gracious. Will Chambers, Fred Davis, White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll have Gavin Spittle, the
Stars Bars at 10 o'clock.
Hockey Hawk will be here talking Stars and Wild. Game 1 today, 4:30. It's going to be a fun watch. Okay, so yesterday, it's funny. I just said the word draft. We're going to have Zach Wolchuk on loan from the G-Bag Nation at 11:20 today to talk a little draft. And the mere second I mentioned just the word draft, Fred goes, man, can I be honest? I'm over it. I just needed to get here.
Just get here.
Just get here. It becomes so much. You're just like, oh my dear Lord, how much analysis. It is total paralysis by analysis. And this is where I've said for years, like how quarterbacks get completely overhyped. Usually, one jumps up a board. I think we may be having a bit of a market correction because Ty Simpson, this whole discussion around him, you're like, okay, all right, maybe. Do you take him here? Do you take him there? From listening and watching anybody and everybody who's talking about the draft, who is plugged in, with multiple teams, everybody says the same thing. Yeah, but I don't know of a team that loves him. Now, we'll find out Thursday night, in round 1 of the draft, if indeed somebody's just going total incognito mode on Ty Simpson. Probably not.
Ty Simpson screams Kenny Pickett 2.0 to me.
Yeah.
All right. And what do I mean by that? Thanks for asking, Brian Schottenheimer. Is we're just trying to generate or manufacture a need for a quarterback or the need for a quarterback too. And I mean, look, if this was any other
draft,
the
fact to have them, for that, 5th-year option and all that kind of stuff. If you take, a player in round 1 as opposed to later on.
I get, and this is a light draft as far as where you're at on how many first-round talents there are. We've heard from several different draft prognosticators and people that do this for a living that have said, this is one of the drafts where they've got the fewest number of first-round talents that they've had in some time. Mm-hmm. And again, look, we could look back in 5 years and say, oh my God, this draft has been incredible. We could look back and say, you're right, this draft was not that great. I mean, if this wasn't such a quarterback barren draft, are we even convinced that Fernando Mendoza would be number 1?
Right. Okay. If Mendoza was coming out next year, and we're always looking at next year, right? Like, oh, well, yeah, but the next year's class, that's the one everybody's looking at. Well, I heard that a couple years ago, leading into last year's draft, when thinking, it was going to be Carson Beck and, everybody down that list. Here's the greatest explanation that I can give, or anecdote about it. And don't anybody out there take this the wrong way. When we meet out in the wild, or if you're, a friend that's out there listening,
like we did at Alliance Hyundai last Saturday. What a turnout, by the way.
Seriously. How about the fatties after dark?
I'll tell you what.
Shirts out there. Still waiting for
Representing.
mine.
We're out right now.
Oh, really?
Hell, I don't even
Back
have
order.
I don't even have a fan after dark shirt, and I'm on the damn show.
Yeah,
and I
I'll
don't
get
have
with Adam.
one.
You know how many?
We do.
You know how many years
Shout
it
out to
took
Black
for me
Adam.
to get a 105.3 The Fan piece of clothing?
We got Gavin come on at 10. Maybe we can figure
Work
that
something.
out. I mean, I've been here 2
Reggie,
years. I did get this hoodie though, or this sweatshirt.
Reginald, yeah, but it's an Odyssey.
It is an Odyssey sweatshirt. What? That's true. That's true. Everybody got one.
My great friend and former colleague Reginald Atatula literally
He texted me yesterday.
Drove up to the station on a day off and dropped off a Tolo shirt for me.
What a guy. No, he texted me yesterday and said, "Hey, I wanted to reach out and tell you Happy Haiku Day." I didn't realize yesterday was National Haiku Day, and shame on us. We didn't even do one on the show yesterday. Granted, it was an hour.
What a
hour
miss.
show.
Oh, okay.
No, if it had been a full show, but hour, blink and you miss it.
When people want to talk sports, out and they're always like, "Oh, you're probably sick of." I'm like, no, not at all.
No,
but
you got to be careful though.
Yeah,
because look, there's the number one. This is how you know ball knowers out in the wild. Okay, and this is kind of a 50-50 split. But this is where you kind of know where people stand as far as their Cowboy fandom, is if the first thing they start off with is, Jerry just cares about making money. He don't care about this football team. And that gives you a good guise on, okay, where are we going? If you get into, they start talking about the draft, or if they start talking about, concepts, or, Brian Schottenheimer or Dak, okay, I can respect that. But if your first thing out of your mouth is, Jerry don't care about this football team, he just cares about making money, I kind of know where we're going to go with this conversation, and maybe we're not going to get too deep in the weeds on real football talk.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Where you're just like, it's shouting into the wind.
It's like, man, I get it.
I don't know. That or the random, what do you think of the Browns this year? I'm like, what? I don't know. Or what do you think of the Browns secondary? That's a tough one for me.
Oof.
But all right, so I'm at work
on Thornhill,
and one of our guys there, does the. I'm back in the kitchen. I'm doing something. And my guy comes over, and he does the, arms folded, lean in onto the counter.
Yeah. He's got something to say.
Will, let me ask you something. And I know it's going to be something sports-related, sports question, whatever. Huge Ravens fan, right? And he goes, and it's not a bad question at all, but this is a perfect illustration as to how, at this point, none of it matters. He goes, the Ravens are selecting at 14. He's like, would the Cowboys or should the Cowboys... Would you, if you were them, trade back in order to get, more ones? And I go, well, the easy answer to that question is absolutely. I just smiled and I was like, yeah, but I go, here's the thing. Mendoza's going 1 to the Raiders. The Jets select at number 2. It's going to be, what we hear is David Bailey. If it's not Bailey, it's going to be Arvell Reese. It would be a huge, huge shock if that's not the way it falls at 2. Then at 3, you got Arizona. Now, here is where everything starts, because the Cardinals may trade. They may trade right out of that pick. Well, then who moves up right there? Where do the Cardinals move back to in the draft? Then the Titans, okay. Do the Titans take Jeremiah Love? Do they not take Jeremiah Love? And then if Love is still there at 5, does another team move up? Do the Giants? I think the Giants could actually. I haven't heard much, if any, of the Giants trading out of the number 5 pick. Well, if I'm the Giants, I got a few holes. I can move back in the first round because, as you said a few minutes ago, this is not a, star-studded draft. So all these moving pieces could happen all right there at number 3, at number 4, at number 5. And then, okay, do the Cowboys trade up to number 6 to get a certain player here or there? This is so up in the air because you don't have, like you said, as many quarterbacks. You just got really the one in Mendoza. And then it's kind of all over the place. Now, Reese and David Bailey. Mm-hmm. And then you throw in Reuben Bain. what do we talk about?
With his little ass arms, little T-Rex arms, huh?
Yeah. Why do quarterbacks get taken in round 1 a little bit higher than they should? Well, because if you really like a quarterback, you want to have that 5th-year option because you want to put off as long as you can paying the quarterback salary. Nobody talks about that when it comes to an edge rusher, and it ain't that far off.
Well, they're going to start doing it now after what our boy Will Anderson just got paid. Good God.
Why does nobody talk about that? About how if you are paying an edge rusher, that it's not the same as a quarterback, but it's getting damn close.
You're now in that conversation.
Right. And how much does that really change your team? We've been talking about this for weeks, right? Right after the whole Max Crosby, you and I did the show the next day, the night before, the Ravens were making the trade.
That night.
Yeah, that's right.
And no, it went haywire.
And I'm going, okay,
Max Crosby.
2025. Last year was a great example. Myles Garrett had the greatest season for an edge rusher. Browns went 5-12. Myles Garrett was unstoppable against the Patriots in a game. Didn't he have 5 sacks? The Patriots blew out the Browns.
Yeah.
I'm not to say that these players aren't worth certain things and having an edge rusher, but when I look at a team and building a defense as to what you need more than anything else, you need your defense to be better in the middle of your defense more than anything else, in my opinion. And I mean players. I'm not trying to go back to the old Ray Lewis, or Brian Urlacher type deal, and that's kind of Sonny Styles-esque, but.
I mean, look, I don't disagree. I mean, look, you still do need a great pass rusher, but I think to your point, I mean, if you can get by with a Tank Lawrence, we saw that with the Seahawks.
What a huge addition he was for Seattle last year.
Because here's the thing, right? Is okay, yes, while you'd love to have a guy like a Myles Garrett who can, rack up 18 to 20 to 23 sacks, break the NFL record and all that, but if I got a guy that can just get him off his spot and then force him into a defensive tackle, force him into, scrambling with it and then, shutting him down at that point. So, the NFL is going to have to start getting very creative, and we're going to have to start having some serious conversations because when Will Anderson's getting $50 million a year, all right, here's the thing. And as great as he is.
Is that as important as a quarterback?
Well, absolutely not. That's the reality, right? I mean, we all knew that the Texans had a Super Bowl caliber defense, but that's not what got you beat. What got you beat is the fact that C.J. Stroud was ass. Okay,
right.
I mean C.J. Stroud regressing, and we had Lance Zierlein on a couple weeks ago talking the NFL draft, and because he's based out of Houston, and so he does the radio on ESPN 97.5 down there. And I asked him, I said, what's kind of the scuttlebutt down there about C.J. Stroud? I said, are they getting David Carr vibes down there? And he said quietly, yes. He said there is a rumbling or there is some quiet concern in the front office of the Texans that C.J. Stroud, the dude that you saw in year one,
has never been back.
Might be gone.
I mean, not for a consistent period of time. And I've got a buddy that's a big Texans fan, and he's almost become an apologist. Well, I think, you didn't have the running game anymore, like Mixon, went MIA, offensive line. I'm like, yeah, I get it. But I've watched C.J. Stroud, and he's more the problem than anything else they have going on in Houston.
Is an issue.
Yeah.
He can't. C.J. Stroud can't read defenses. He gets hurried up. He gets hurried up in the pocket. He's got a little bit of the yips, and I remember reading a breakdown on him where, if you go back, and I think it was his rookie year, I think they had a game against the Jets where, for as great as his rookie year was, he looked awful against the Jets. Okay, and that was Robert Saleh was the coach back then. Which, oh by the way, now he's the coach of the Tennessee Titans.
Mm-hmm.
But he was disguising coverages, and they put CJ in a body bag that day. And that kind of the way he was disguised, the way the Jets disguised their defense that day. And again, look, we all know. I mean, I don't care who you are. You can be Tom Brady, Pat Mahomes, Dak Prescott. if you get pressure up the middle, you're cooked regardless. But that said, even when he did have time, he's looking to get rid of the ball, right? He's looking to get rid of the ball. He's not going through his progressions. He locks in on one receiver, boom, done. And so that's
and
been
misses
kind
guys
of the
by
MO.
area codes.
And not close. Exactly, right? So, because even when C.J. Stroud has time to throw the football, he's making errant throws or making the wrong reads. So you just start to wonder. And, oh, by the way, for all the Bryce Young apologists out there, you're feeling pretty good about things because, hey, after year one, we thought, hey, maybe Carolina screwed this up. Texans are feeling pretty good about things. Now here we are going into year 5, and,
Bryce
maybe
Young
he's
is
5'9".
Right. Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, homeboy can throw the rock.
So, and all that to say, yes, you're going to have edge rushers being taken early, just like quarterbacks taken, because you're trying to put off as long as you can.
Donovan Mazzaraku season, boys.
But damn, I'm telling you, I think that there needs to be a market correction when it comes to edge rushers. And we saw it a little bit with running backs. Conversely, you're like, well, we don't value running backs. We're like, well, you need to have a running game. And that's the same way I look at it in a pass rush. Yeah, having an elite pass rusher is awesome. But if you're not paying somebody like Will Anderson, $100 million a year, or whatever it is now with Houston, and you have a good pass rush as a team like Seattle, that's what you need. That's exactly how, what you have to have to win.
And I think you could take it a step further there's something to be said for what's more important, having an edge rusher or having a defensive tackle that can push the pocket?
To me, the middle of your defense is the most important thing. And if you've got a guy that was part of the discussion that we had. Whoa. Okay, the microphone said you're done,
fella.
buddy.
Easy fella. Flaccid Mike.
Chris Jones, Aaron Donald. Those have been the teams that have been winning Super Bowls that have guys that are right up
Quinn
the middle.
Williams. What?
Yeah.
Happy, by the way, Quinn Williams celebrating 5-year anniversary with his wife. Congratulations.
All right.
For all the Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel.
Boy, that thing took
going on in the world.
That
Shout
thing
out to
took
Quinn
a turn.
Williams. Marriage isn't so bad after all, is it? I mean, I've never been married, so I don't know. You have? You're married?
It's pretty nice. 1 year coming up in May.
Right. May what?
May 14th.
May 14th.
Well, that's
Young
when
love.
we're going. The anniversary was the 30th.
Wait a minute, what?
That's when we're going on the trip to New Orleans for celebrating the anniversary.
So when's the anniversary?
May 30th.
May 30th.
Sorry, correct.
May 30th. Hey, let's not
let's
not
have
put
that
the cart
right
before the horse, okay? God forbid something goes great. I know it won't. We've met Mrs. Nelson, salt of the earth.
No doubt. All right, I haven't met her. Taking your word for it. Predictions.
Because come on,
seriously,
Jet Nelson.
that is all. That's all I need to know is knowing Jet.
Greatest husband ever, right?
Has
here.
to be absolute salt of the earth to be the partner.
Real quick, 877-881-1053.
877-881-1053. Seem to pull up the text.
Let's see. Look, neither Will or I have ever been married. All right, so let's just put that out there. But Jet has. If you've been married and are married right now, and have an anniversary coming up, or just an anniversary in general, because you would have had to have at some point. Text us, let us know. We'll shout you out. 877-881-1053. I'll get you taken care of here on the other side. Where are we going?
Oh, NBA predictions next.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Sean and RJ here with Base Power. Don't wait for peak storm.
that the fan cam was on during the breaks.
Is it not?
Sometimes it is, sometimes it is. It depends on if
I'm pretty good about
producer-
turning it off. So.
Good.
So getting a peek behind the... Look, you got two guys who were not great at computers. I mean, I know enough to be dangerous, right?
Yeah.
And watching Will get so frustrated trying to get into the chat was really the highlight of my day. I'm not going to lie.
Well, here's the thing.
Put a smile on my face.
So in order for us to, read on the fan text, thanks to our friends at the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys, we use a software called Vibes. And that's been the case for the entirety that I've been here, in the 6 years I've been with the station. Somewhere in between year 1 and 2, I forgot my password, couldn't get it, reset, because this was at the time that we switched from Entercom to Odyssey, and it was all a mess from there. So I have been using Eric Chiafalo's for like 5 years. Then I realized, and so I would text him and be like, hey, you're getting, the login notification. He would log me in, blah, blah, blah. Well, then it changed to where when you log into your, employee portal, all you go is to there's an apps section. You click on Vibes and then boom, you're right in there. That's been the case for the last month, or at least since I found out that you could do it that way. I'm like, oh, sweet, perfect. So I'm doing that during the break, and it's just going, instead of booting right up, going into it, it's taking me back to the login thing, and I'm like, I'm sending IT tickets.
Yeah, you are.
Was not happy.
I walked over and said, bro, what are you doing? You're signing into
I still
Vibes.
don't even know what you did.
I walk over to him, and he's signing in through like a Linux or Linus or whatever the hell they call it, Linux, whatever the hell it's called. Either way, we got it done. I just put in mine, and before that didn't sound right. I put in my credentials. Y'all are some creeps, man. You know what? No. You know what that is? That's working with Blake. That's working with Blake because he sexualizes everything.
Everything.
All right. And God forbid. Anyway, let's read some texts. You guys, we've been tardy on the texts from the 601, and so we said in honor of Quinnen Williams celebrating 5 years with his lovely bride, and in honor of Jet Nelson getting ready to celebrate a year with his lovely bride. Let's celebrate in
celebrations abound.
Let's celebrate.
Let's celebrate
marriage.
love.
Okay, let's celebrate love. Not everybody's Dinah Rossini and Vrabel, okay? For those of you that are out there doing the damn thing, God bless you all. And so we said that, and funny enough, plenty of you have texted in from the 601, just celebrated my 2nd year of being divorced. Okay?
Shout out.
So there's that.
Pour some out.
Let's see. From the 817, Eric Marquez in Fort Worth, and put his whole government name out there. Me and my wife have been together for 20 years and have been married for 10 of those 20. We recently celebrated our anniversary, #Tolo, from the 903, May 8th. Actually, that'll be my 10 years of no drinking, so congratulations to you guys. The key to our marriage is having Jesus at the center. We rely on him daily. Shout out to y'all.
I needed him in the break.
No, you really did. You really did. But you know what? He came through.
Found him.
He came through. Let's see. From the 903, I tell you what, you guys giving your full government names on a Saturday morning. God bless you all. Hey, fellas, my name is Jared. I'm just going to say A because, I don't know if he's in relation to Jason. Longtime Cholo, and I've been married to my high school sweetheart, Carrie, and we're about to celebrate 22 years on... he's the one. He's the one that's celebrating 22 years on May 8th.
All right.
And he's the one that him and Jesus
Can I get a bell on
and
that
the
one?
wife. Absolutely.
Thank you.
KP and Brenda K just celebrated number 47 on March 31st.
Nice.
817, tell us what's the key to staying married for 47 years. I mean, that's longer than I've been alive, which is saying something. My God. And then let's see. From the 972, I got married last month. Okay. Here we go. This is interesting from our boy Walton Waco. 11 years deep, still not engaged, still don't live together, and we're still trying to feel each other out. LOL.
Boy, you want to talk about a relationship that still is holding on to the mystery. Shout out to you. Still feeling each other out after more than a decade in.
That's crazy.
All right.
From the 817, I prefer to celebrate the anniversary of my divorce, April 4th.
Okay.
All right.
Another.
817, celebrating 35 years, Brian and Renee. Okay. So, and then 817, another 817, not a ball knower. Not a ball knower here from the 817. Fred, who in the hell are you on the radio with? His voice doesn't sound familiar, and I've listened to all the shows on the Fan.
Okay. Shots fired.
I mean, what
Maybe
are we
it's
doing?
because I'm a little tired this morning that the tones aren't coming out like most days in the last they have in the last 6 years.
You've been on the Fan for what, six 7 years?
Yeah.
817, get it together.
All right.
Get it together, 817. Come on.
I got a couple things I want to throw at you when it comes to the NBA playoffs. Would you vehemently disagree or just disagree?
Yeah, just kind of disagree.
In earnest, when I say that the Rockets are going to gentlemanly sweep the Lakers?
I'm going to kindly disagree with that, only because we don't know when or if Luka will be back. Because it's funny you bring this up, because we talked about this just a couple days ago, Blake and I did, that if Lakers are the 4th seed, Rockets are the 5th seed. Now, if this was, and again, if Austin Reeves or hell, if just Luka was there, I'd like their chances to win this whole to win that series. But if LeBron can salvage a split at home, and let's say they're down 2-1, and then Luka comes back, I like the Lakers' chances to actually win the series.
Okay.
If Luka comes back with in Game 4, that's my deadline for this series. If he can come back Game 4 and they're down 2-1, they can win the series. Outside of that, if they're down 3, because I don't see them winning any more than a game with LeBron. To your point,
yeah,
I see the gentleman's sweep happening if it's just LeBron.
I could see. By the way, tonight, Game 1 of that series in Houston, 7:30 on ABC. I mean, I could see LeBron having an incredible night tonight, right? And the Lakers get the upset because I think they're a 5.5-point dog.
Yeah. They got to split. They have to split if they're going to have a chance.
Yeah. But then, that's the only game they get. Now, if Luka comes back, that does change a lot of things. Other question. What the hell, what's wrong with the Timberwolves? Why are you the 6th seed? Outside the obvious, that's the record. Isn't this one of the, should be one of the top 3 teams in the Western Conference? Isn't that where they were, where they have been? What is that problem?
I just don't know that you have a consistent number 2. I mean, it's Julius Randle. And that's your issue. If you look at all these teams, especially in the top 2 or 3, as far as who can be that guy?
They should be better than they are. I'm disappointed in Minnesota.
So should have Orlando. So should have. So should the Suns.
Right.
I mean, we talked about this all week, and Blake made a great point. I mean, what are we doing with Devin Booker? I mean, did you realize that Devin Booker's been in the league 11 years?
Yeah.
He was the 13th pick in the 2015 NBA draft.
Yeah. I mean, the reason why I know that is for the obvious. I remember his last game.
How are we feeling about your boys, by the way?
Not great. I mean, Pope's trash. The program.
Rob Wright went there, stayed a day, and said, "You know what? I'm going back to BYU."
Yeah, it's not good. It's
and
not
Teron
good.
Stokes, who allegedly hates, and I mean hates Adidas with a passion, apparently, apparently. So he went on that trip with Rob Wright, and apparently Kentucky people are saying, yeah, we were hoping to get a commitment before he left, and now apparently KU is in the driver's seat. Which, look, doesn't mean squat to me as far as that goes, because he's a moodier Darren Peterson, and that bugs the you-know-what out of me.
Yeah.
But you're right. Your boy Mark Pope may be on thin ice.
I mean, no doubt. By the way, real quick, speaking of Kentucky, yesterday I played golf with former Cowboy, Kentucky great James Whalen.
Okay.
Good friend. Not to, litter names.
What a plug.
Fred Davis, favorite personality at the Fan.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh! Huh? Shout out to you. Can I call him Jimmy?
Yo,
Can I call him Jimmy?
I call him Jimmy.
Jimmy Dub. Shout out to you, Jimmy Dub.
He's the best.
What a guy.
One more. Let me tag out with this.
Did I just become a Kentucky fan?
Yeah, see?
I just
there you
become
go.
a Kentucky fan.
There you go. All-time leader for tight ends in receptions, yards, touchdowns. The Cavaliers, they are right there to take out, in my opinion, Detroit in round 2.
You think Orlando could take out Detroit?
No. Cleveland.
Oh, you talking about in round 2?
Yeah.
Oh,
you bring in Harden, like...
No, that's not a crazy take.
I mean, Donovan Mitchell, unless he starts getting deeper into the playoffs, is going to be looked at like a James Harden and all that, being like, great regular season player.
James Harden season, y'all.
Can't do it in the playoffs. And ironically enough, he now has Harden as a teammate. Okay, let's get into some hockey. We've got 4:30 today. Game 1. The first round of the Western Conference Stanley Cup playoffs between the Wild and your Dallas Stars. We'll talk with Gavin Spittle next here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and...
I'll divert all that to my my cohort here.
What do you? Of course. I knew it came from Freddie D. I knew it. I knew it.
Any nickname of any sort.
What did I say? I missed it. What did
the white guy radio? We'll have to run that one through.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
Maybe middle-aged radio.
Let's just say usually it's the calm before the storm, but with the storms we've had in North Texas, it's the storm before the storm.
Yeah, it is.
So really, really excited. This is as even a matchup as you'll find in the NHL playoffs. This is exciting. This is going to be a chess match. Kudos to the Stars who get the extra home game if needed. And the barn certainly will be rocking. A 4:30 matinee start gives time for proper lubrication from the fan base.
Oh, that's right. That's lather up.
Yeah, the Frosties will be flowing. And, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's, Craig Ludwig once told me you ramp up through the year, and preseason is at one speed, and then you go into regular season, it's another speed, and then you go into the playoffs, and it's a different speed. And hockey fans and those that aren't hockey fans will see a different speed today. And how these guys get through 3-4 rounds is beyond me, because it's absolutely amazing, the physicality and the speed in which they play.
Mentioning that this is about as even of a matchup, are you okay with this? On how they do it in the NHL with the playoffs? We're talking about the, number 3 team point-wise going up against the number 2 team in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. Everyone's against it except the commissioner. I will counter with he gets what he wants in that if you're a hockey fan, Minnesota-Dallas Game 1 is on your radar to watch. So it's not a gradual watch. Like, you are locked into the first round based on these matchups. Like Tampa-Montreal is another matchup in the East that I'm just like, wow, that should be like conference finals. And, it doesn't make sense. So everyone talks about the Stars and Wild matchup. Here's where it gets difficult for me. So the Stars Wild, whoever wins that, gets the pleasure of playing the President's Trophy winner and the Stanley Cup favorite, Colorado Avalanche. Now, take Utah, who finished below Colorado, Minnesota, and Dallas. Because they were a wild card team, they go through the Pacific. So they play a much easier road to the conference finals than the people that finished ahead of them. It doesn't make sense in that essence.
Yeah, because, look, I understand getting the best matchups, wanting your, fan base or, the world to be locked into like what an incredible matchup we have in round one. But I almost equate it, and it's probably not apples to oranges, to everybody that loves, the upsets early in March Madness, and then all of a sudden you get the Elite Eight and you've got, 5 teams that or 3 teams that you like, who the hell are these? FIU? I don't want to watch this. Where did Duke not make it? You know what I mean? Where like you miss out on having the best teams, the bigger names in the conference finals going up against each other.
Yeah, it definitely, and it takes away from regular season. Like, what's the gain of having all these points in the regular season if a wild card team gets an easier road? So, I mean, yeah, it's difficult, but it is what it is. I would love to say, tough for Dallas, but the last 2 years, I mean, think about it. 2 years ago, Dallas had to go to get to the Western Conference Finals, had to go through the previous 2 Stanley Cup winners. And then last year, they had to face the Winnipeg Jets, who were the President's Trophy winners. So it's one of those things that the Stars actually have experience doing this every single time. And that's one of the things when you play in the Central Division. It's probably the best division in hockey.
Gavin Spittles, Mr. Spits and Suds himself, joining us talking all things Stars Bars here today. One thing that I'm intrigued by when it comes to this Stars team, and look, it's Stanley Cup or bust as far as I think most folks are concerned, but we've seen in situations before where, you've got a team that just couldn't quite get over the hump, and the one that jumps to mind for me is that Tampa Bay Buccaneer team from back in the day. Tony Dungy just couldn't do it. Boom, you throw in John Gruden. Suddenly they're Super Bowl champs. Glenn Gulletson, again, top-notch assistant, did it for a long time. Now he's got his, his way of doing things, and it appears that it's been a breath of fresh air. What have you noticed from the way this team has played, and do you think just his fresh approach versus what we've seen with DeBoer the last few years could be enough to get this team over the hump?
That's a great question, Fred. I think the expectations by Stars fans are a little bit tough. To get to 3 straight Western Conference, put it this way. Let's put it in Cowboys terms. They get to 3 straight NFC title games. Mm-hmm. How are Cowboys fans feeling? Yeah, they're disappointed they didn't get to the Super Bowl, but aren't we all celebrating? So, I think it's one of those things to expect this team to get to the Stanley Cup. That's really, really tough. I'll say this about Glenn Gulletson. The fact that he's not in the running for Coach of the Year, I think is a real shame. When you look at the injuries that this Stars team has faced with practically all of their superstars being out from a period of time, including Mikko Rantanen, Miro Heiskanen, Roope Hintz, and this team is still doing what it's doing, that's incredible coaching. The fact that they have one of the franchise best as far as power play goals, that is coaching. That's Neil Graham and Glenn Gulletson working together. The fact that the team has responded to his request for getting that extra 1%, that's coaching. So no matter what happens, like me personally, I'm a Glenn Gulletson guy. I think he has done an outstanding. I mean, I'll give him an A+, obviously, if he wins the Stanley Cup. But even if they lose in this first round, Glenn Gulletson deserves an A for what he has done this year.
Why have the Wild been really kind of transformed since landing Quinn Hughes from Vancouver?
So, yeah, Quinn Hughes is elite of elite. I think there's an argument to be made, along with Cale Makar, best defenseman in the NHL. And that's adding a quarterback. And you can see in the NFL, for instance, what a elite quarterback, how it will immediately change a franchise, or getting that NBA lottery pick that just explodes. It can change the franchise. And that's what Quinn Hughes does. He's elusive. He's actually a very good defensive defenseman as well. He's very small, but he doesn't take a lot of hits. And his shot is lightning fast, and he's really good on the power play. So, when you add one of the best players, that's incredible. Minnesota is all in because they have not re-signed Quinn Hughes. So they said, we'll take our chance and will prove to him that Minnesota is the place. And what it also does, it takes the pressure off of Brock Faber, who is their number one defenseman. Now he falls down to, let's just say, the number 2 role and a lot more relaxed. But Brock Faber's excellence, their Minnesota is very good defensively. Now, the one place that the Stars can probably exploit is goaltending. They have benched Philip Gustafsson for game 1. He gave up 14 goals in their last 3 games. And the Stars took advantage of that the last time they played. Now, they have a very young goalie, Jesper Wallstedt, who will be between the pipes. We've seen young goalies who can thrive, or we've seen them crack under pressure. So to me, I want to see the Stars come out and put a lot of shots on net. That's been one of the struggles late in the season, and the Stars have had 4 or 5 shots. Give me 10, just like Pepper Wallstedt, and see maybe if one of those goes in. Crash the net. That's really important. And if the Stars can do that and have that net front presence, I think they'll be successful. 2 other keys, because I want to make sure I get all my keys in here.
Yeah, let's hear them.
Okay. All right. One is stay 5-on-5. And what that means is don't take penalties. Minnesota is going to try to goat you with their rough play to get you in the penalty box so that great power play comes out. That features Kaprizov. That features Boldy. That features Hughes. It's really good. Last time they played, they scored 3 power play goals on the Stars. So Stars fans saw it firsthand. So that's a key, is stay out of the penalty box if you can. The other thing is that I don't think gets the attention. The Stars fought hard to get this second spot. And what that does, that extra home game, yes, it's great you're in front of the crowd. It also gives you what's called in hockey the last change. In other words, when Minnesota puts their players on the ice today, Dallas is the second team that goes on the ice. So Glenn Gulletson and his coaching staff can see exactly who Minnesota is playing on the ice, and then they can counter with who they feel can stop them and who they can feel will play better offensively against those players. That's a very, very important aspect of hockey.
I love it. I don't know if I ever really considered that.
Okay, and look, we all know that when playoff hockey comes around, it gets a little more physical, the game's a little faster, and that's just playoffs in whatever professional sport we're talking about here. I'm looking at the numbers. The Wild, 11th in the NHL in hits with 1,742. Stars were 25th with 1,553. I think the age-old question, and this is a conversation that we've talked about for the last few years with this Dallas team, are they physical enough? They've been more physical this year with Gulletson. Will they be physical enough, not just to outlast the Minnesota Wild, but are they physical enough to finally get over that hump?
Yes. Yes, that's why they picked up Michael Bunting, who's not a big guy, but he's pesky. Maverick Bourque is more physical. You have the third pairing combination of Liam Bichsel, and you picked up Tyler Myers, a big defenseman. I think people think physicality, it's running someone into the boards.
Yeah.
But physicality can mean winning board battles.
Okay.
And there's a difference. When you go in the corner and they win the puck from you in your defensive zone, they keep it in the zone and cycle. That tires you out. But a guy like Tyler Myers, as big as he is, 6'6", 6'7", he's not going to necessarily throw the biggest checks. But what he has is one of the longest stick reaches in the NHL. That's key in the corners, and that's key stopping people defensively. So if you can separate the man from the puck, that to me is a successful form of physicality. Everyone thinks of it as dropping the mitts and fighting and or big checks. Sure, that's a part of it. But a good check truly separates you from the puck, and I think the Stars do a good job of that. To me, the best way to slow down Quinn Hughes and Brock Faber and the Wild defenseman is a hard forecheck. That's where Rupe Hintz's loss comes in, because his speed, he can get down there so fast. Jason Robertson's also a good forechecker. So the Stars really, hopefully, engage in that forecheck and create pressure so Minnesota has to work outside of their own zone. And what that means is they'll go for a change rather than attacking.
All right, get you out of here with this. The official prediction from one Mr. Gavin Spittle. Dare I say this will be my final salvo. Look, we know these teams were even during the regular season, right? I think, hell, they even beat each other 5-2 equally. That said, you've had a Stars team that has won 6 playoff series in the last 3 years. We all know they've been to 3 straight Western Conference Finals. But the Minnesota Wild have not been great in the playoffs. In fact, they haven't gotten out of the first round in their last 7 tries. We for as much as we talk about, as you pointed out, we give the Stars a hard time because they haven't gotten the Stanley Cup. I mean, look, playing for a Stanley Cup versus playing for the second round is a whole big deal. Could you see a situation where maybe this thing gets, because of the playoff experience, this thing could be a 5-6 game series with the Stars taking care of business?
If they play their game, yes. Yes. It's going to, I hate to simplify it, but if the Stars play their game and don't play Minnesota's game, they can win this series. This is the most dangerous Minnesota Wild team they've played. So that's what scares me, and it scares me how close these two teams are. But I think Dallas can win this series. Now, I'm not trying to throw pessimism, but I've said on Spits and Suds, I won't be surprised if Minnesota wins this series because they're that good. But I'm just trying to be honest. But I'm going to take the Stars, and I'm going to take the Stars. I think this one goes 7.
Ooh. Okay. And I'll echo what the 361 says. Damn, Spittle is hockey gold. We appreciate
Come
you,
on,
man.
We've been telling people
Seriously, getting us ready for today. It all begins today, baby.
Stick tap, boys. Thank you guys so much, and thanks to all the listeners that support Dallas Stars hockey. It's going to be awesome. Even if you're a passive hockey fan, just watch and enjoy, and feel free to reach out to me at GJ Spittle with any hockey questions whatsoever. It's all about growing this great game, and it's actually more simple than people think, and I can explain it, I can help, I can talk to you, and we can grow this game so you can be a fan too.
Love it. Thank you very much, boss. Appreciate it.
Thanks, boys. Have a great day.
You too.
Stick tap.
How about that?
Huh?
That is a resource right there.
Told you guys.
I've been
trying to tell you all about them Stars bars.
Spits and Suds.
Jet Nelson knows.
The podcast,
Jet
wherever
Nelson
you
knows.
find your podcast. That's the Gavin Spittle. Good stuff. 4:30 today on ESPN.
Stars bars, people. Stars bars.
It is so dumb what the NHL does. I mean, this is why. I mean, everybody, boos commissioners, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. NFL draft, NBA draft, all that stuff. But Bettman, every time he comes out of the Stanley Cup final to give the trophy, there's no louder boos that go at Bettman.
You know what?
For this reason.
Look, he's kind of an evil genius in the sense that for his, the old adage, there's no such, there's no such thing as bad press. I mean, we've spent as much time, and not just us, but just hockey and sports fans in general. Oh, this playoff matchup just doesn't make any sense, and da-da-da-da. And it's like, okay, well, guess what? You're still talking about it, and it's a must-watch series. Well, I mean, if you're a sports fan, the idea that the 2 and 3 seeds are locking up, who's the 3 seed? I mean, if you did that in the NBA, if we had the Spurs and the Nuggets locking up in the first round, yes, we'd bitch about it, but I'll tell you what, we'd all be locked in to watch it.
You'd have Knicks Celtics in the East.
Man, I'll tell you what.
Spurs,
I mean, look, maybe they need to do something like that.
I don't know.
Huh? Maybe. Chaos. I'm here for it.
We'll probably get it in round 2. All right. Rangers. With the win last night. Are we talking about fool's gold? That's next here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
quick shout out to, we all know that Dan the Transmission Man is the official transmission man of the Fan After Dark. And we're making a Tolo out of his father, Rick Holiday. So shout out to our boy Rick.
Maybe that's why it's on the head. You think Jet's dad's name's Rick, probably.
Well, I feel like Rick Nelson was a singer, and I want to say he was on the Pulp Fiction soundtrack. So that could very well be what's in my head. But shout out to my boy Rick Holiday again, the Dan the Transmission Man's dad. Brand new Tolo, never. I don't know if he's ever listened to 105 through the Fan, but we got him to listen to him. So you know what? Dan's an A1 from day one, so let's get that straight. And our boy Rick listening to the show. So shout out to our boy Rick Holiday. And if you're a Rick, no matter where you are, or a Brad, high five to you. High five to you.
That's Fred Davis. I'm Will Chambers. It's the Rangers tonight, Game 2 with the Mariners. You just missed Gavin Spittle as we talked a little Stars hockey as they open up the playoffs today against the Minnesota Wild. We'll have a little fair or foul coming up at 10:40. Can I make a request for an update from Uganda?
From Uganda?
Yeah, isn't that where the rival chimpanzee clans?
That's where the Civil War, the chimpanzee Civil War is going on.
That was a
we found that last week.
Matter of discussion from last week from some people I ran into this week.
Really?
Yeah.
I love it.
Me too.
I love it. I'm here for it.
All right. Rangers get the win last night. Boy, I tell you what, that trade, it's looking pretty good. Simeon, Brandon Nimmo. I mean, so a homer last night gave the Rangers
Did you just
the
call
lead.
him Nimmo?
Nimmo. I went every once in a while. You'll get that. Usually it's in Chicago, but that was Baltimore.
Okay,
I think that's a little more Baltimore. Nimmo. 4 hours sleep. 5-0
Chris Young.
is a win.
Hey, Chris Young cooked.
Yeah, he did.
As the kids say when it comes to that deal.
Seattle is a hard one to figure out. They get
really
swept
are.
by the Rangers, turn around, sweep in 4 of the Houston Astros, then get swept by the Padres, who are scorching hot. If one is so inclined, I'll check weekly on the MLB Power Rankings according to ESPN. But they have a hard time moving off of their preseason rankings for the most part. Now, they did have San Diego start of the year with a preseason ranking of 19. Now they're 4th, but they're really holding on. Like the Phillies are 8-10. They're still number 5. And the Mariners at 8-11 are still, they've actually moved up.
The Mariners are 8-13.
Or, I'm sorry, 8-11 as of when this came out a couple days ago. Now 8-13.
Yeah.
Rangers are 6-2 in their division. And in first place.
Look, man, the Rangers, and I said this the other day, this is going to be a team that with the AL West is going to be a lot more competitive, I think, than people realize. All right, the Astros are not. I think we're watching the decline in real time. Mm-hmm. And I don't care what anybody says. You can. There's still a lot of baseball. I get it. All right, but their pitching staff is beat up. All right, and I don't care. I don't care if you hit for 1,000 runs this year. All right, when you're giving up 1,005, you're not going to win a lot of games. Okay, you're not going to win a lot of games. In fact, the Astros are one of only 3 teams. Actually, I take it back. 4 teams that have given up over 100 runs.
Yeah, their pitching's poo-poo.
The only other team that's given up more runs, which apparently I didn't see that, and this has been a big week for them. The Washington Nationals have now given up 127 runs, whereas your Houston Astros have given up 126. The Texas Rangers, one of the best in baseball. Only the Dodgers and the Braves have given up fewer runs than your Texas Rangers at 70. 62 for the Braves and 60 for the Los Angeles Dodgers. So, shout out again. Hey, look, one thing you know about Chris Young, our boy can put together a pitching staff. He's done it again this year. You're feeling nicey about things. If this team can get some consistent hitting, and you saw it last night, they put on a clinic. What did they finish with? 15 hits last night. Just an absolute show from start to finish. 15 hits. You took care of business last night. The pitching pitching is going to be there. If this team can continuously hit, and I'll tell you what,
you're doing this with Seager hitting 221. By the way,
now he did get you 2 hits last night.
Yeah.
Can my boy Josh Smith get off the schneid, please?
Seriously. I mean, below the Mendoza line at 164.
Josh Young is on fire right now.
Jock Peterson coming to life a little bit, too, as of late. 3 guys last night going 3 for 5 at the plate. I mean, Berger's having a nice year.
Yeah, he is.
Mentioned Nimmo. So, yeah, I mean, I asked before the break, is this fool's gold? It does not feel like it. We talked last week or maybe 2 weeks ago about how, man, this first part of the season is kind of a juggernaut in the schedule.
40 games.
And it's looking pretty good so far. I mean, you're in first place, but to start out with Philadelphia, Baltimore looks like, or for most, believing that they could be a playoff team. Reds were a playoff team. The Mariners made it to the ALCS. The Dodgers, and I know you lost a series, but you were in L.A. You get one out of there. You split with with the A's in Sacramento. And now you have yet to be beaten by Seattle. And first pitch tonight at 6:15.
I mean, right now, this is how close things are in the American League. 4.5 games separates the Tampa Bay Rays, Texas Rangers, Minnesota Twins, and New York Yankees. Well, a half game separates them, but from the Royals and the White Sox, who are in dead last. And my Kansas City Royals, shout out to Bobby Witt. I'd go ahead and ask for a trade.
7-13. It's not good. It's not good.
They're ass.
They're there with the Mets.
Their offense is not good, and when they do finally get some runs, then their pitching goes to you-know-what.
Yeah. By the way, you mentioned on how the Rangers, third best in the league with only 70 runs given up. They're doing so with arguably the ace. Is Eovaldi the ace? Or is that still DeGrom?
No, I think you can. I think you can still point to Eovaldi.
But 2-2 with a 5.4 ERA. I mean, you got to feel like that's going to get better. And he'll be on the bump tonight, by the way.
No, he will be on the bump tonight. Look, he gave you 7 innings in his last start, right? And looked pretty damn
Only
good doing it.
Only 3 hits, yeah. No runs.
He had 2 rough starts to the year, right? He had the 2 rough starts against Philly, and then I want to say against Baltimore. He gave you 5 or 6 innings, whatever it was, and I think gave up 3 or 4 runs, and he lost that game. But since those 2 games, I mean, even then he still showed you there was he was missing a couple spots, right? He was just a little bit here and there, and then the last 2 games he has been the Nathan Eovaldi that we've all come to know and love, and has been absolutely dominant. My biggest concern with this pitching staff has been less about the bullpen. I mean, yes, the closer by committee is kind of a work in progress, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe Jacob Latz is going to be that guy. They brought him in last night once again in that 9th inning. My biggest concern right now with the pitching staff is just the fact that you can't, outside of Nathan Eovaldi, can we just get to 6 innings? Can we just get to 6 innings? Last night you had 4. DeGrom burns 88 pitches in 4 innings. Mackenzie Gore has yet to get through 5 innings. All right. I think we've seen Kamar get to 5 innings 2 out of the 3 starts. So that would be my biggest concern, because then you just burn up your bullpen. So if we can get to 5, get to 6 innings. Now, I will say, I want to say the other night with Jack Leiter, I think he threw 105 pitches the other night. Mackenzie Gore, top 90. So you're starting to see these guys get in their rhythm a little bit, but that's something I'd like to see is, can we get to that 6th inning?
You've got, you're on the road against Seattle tonight and tomorrow, and then starting on Tuesday, you welcome in the first place Pittsburgh Pirates. We all saw that coming.
And then we also, to put a little respect on his name, Degenerate Jake. You guys all know him as producer Jacob Ray. He also is an on-air talent here at 105.3 The Fan as well. Texted me last night and said, I want the record to show that I am on the Gavin Collier bandwagon before everybody else, so that when people start jumping on it,
he got a
they
jersey
can let him
yet?
know. So I think he's got a jersey. He's got a shirt that Black Adam made for him. So
wow.
that's
Black Adam's been on it.
He's a man of many talents, Mr. Black Adam himself. So now again, Fatty's on the phone, still a work in progress. But when it comes to being a producer, TSN, I don't know that anybody yells into the microphone louder than Black Adam when it comes to doing TSN.
All right, fair enough.
It's incredible, seriously. You can hear him from the KRLD side.
Let's find out if we can get some clips for that. Got a sports bag at 11 o'clock. Fatty's on the phone. Tolo's on the telephone.
Well, however you identify.
11:40 today. Let's do a little fair or foul next.
Let's do it.
You follow here, Tolos, and I love CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th.
You turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight, they got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Janet. Little White Guy Radio here on a Saturday morning on 105.3 The Fan. You know what that music means and what time it is. Will Chambers, Fred Davis with Jet Nelson back in the cup. Time for a little fair or foul.
You know the vibes. By the way, you guys know I love a good documentary. And last night, shout out to my auntie Jenny and my cousin Olivia. I went to. You guys ever been to Doc B's in Fort Worth?
No.
Tell you what a place. Went there, had dinner with my auntie and my cousin after the show last night, and Doc B's. It's in what's it called, City Works or something like that? I don't know. She told me what it was called. Let me look it up real quick.
I do remember a City Works.
Does that sound right?
Well, there was one in the Star in Frisco. It's no longer there. I don't know if they had multiple ones. I believe it's out of Chicago.
Okay,
big beer place,
called
sports bar.
Clear Fork. Hello. Clear Fork. I don't know. It's you know how Texas we love these little areas of mixed use development. So anyway, went there last night, had a good time. Like I said, shout out to my auntie and my cousin for hanging out. But no, Doc B's. I'll tell you what. Chicken parm.
Okay.
Now look, it's hard to ruin chicken parm. Okay, like you really, and look, we're talking to Jet Nelson here, who, from time to time does a segment we like to call Jet Fuel, where it's just him talking about food. Okay, and you may say to yourself, well, Fred, how hard is that? Look, nobody talks about food. Two people that come to mind when I think of food. Eric Chiafalo, okay, who's a human garbage disposal.
Rightfully so.
And the one, the only Jet Nelson, okay?
Wooly Bully comes to mind, too. You ever notice how when Wolchuk talks about food,
that.
how his voice changes?
Yeah.
Well, he'll join us at 11:20. If he talks about food, it'll be like, it'll just get,
Well,
like,
it's more, I mean, look, I know I know yesterday.
Into the,
I want to say yesterday they almost evacuated the building after what he did in the bathroom. So
right?
Just putting that out there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, seriously. In fact, it was so bad that Blake went to the bathroom like 45 minutes later and was still short of breath.
Okay.
So just put that out there. But we'll talk to Mr. Funkadelic himself at 11:20. So at the very least. But anyway, I really don't know where I was going with any of that. But
dripping
just to
cheese.
shout out.
It was some great chicken parm.
That's it. That's where I was going with this. God bless chicken parm. All right, so here's my fair foul for today, ladies and germs.
I think I'm going to have a very controversial fair or foul in a moment.
You're controversial.
If nothing else.
If nothing else, okay. New data, because we love new data, shows a sharp decline in dating activity, with nearly 3/4 of women and over half of men saying they rarely dated or didn't go on a single date in the past year. Experts point to factors in the past year, 12 months, 365 days, 366 in a leap year. Experts point to factors like dating app fatigue, economic pressure, and shifting social priorities as key reasons behind the trend. Many people are choosing to focus more on personal growth, careers, or mental health instead. The numbers reflect a growing shift in modern relationships where traditional dating is no longer a priority for a large portion of the population. Fair foul. Nearly 75% of women and 64% of men reported they have not gone on a single date or have only dated a few times in the last year.
Although I'm surprised by the time frame, because that's a hot minute.
That's a
seriously
scalding minute.
That's a long time.
What are we doing, people?
I'm going to call fair, and I totally identify with this in this way.
Yeah.
When I met Becca, we've been together now since July.
Shout out to Becca.
I was done.
Yeah.
For a time being. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't going to put a time
Handed
frame
his player
on it.
card.
I was like, went off the apps.
Yeah.
And there was 2 that I was using, Hinge and Bumble.
I thought you were on Black People Meet.
No, no.
Farmers only?
Adam, maybe. Farmers only. Boy, if there's anybody that could identify well on, or with, I should say, Farmers Only, it's your boy, yours truly, Will Chambers. I definitely was over it.
Yeah.
Absolutely over it.
Silver
Tired,
singles.
just, I'm gaining. I noticed the other day that was like, man, I got, especially when I get a haircut.
Yeah.
They're starting to come through.
I dated
and look,
I
if
dated
it's
a
great, it stays.
65-year-old.
You say what? Could I? You said you dated or would?
I said I would.
Oh.
I'm kidding. I'm
Yeah,
kidding.
no.
Only if she'll pay for everything.
Yeah, that. But and you know that old line, like, oh yeah, the best always comes, or like you meet your person when you're not looking for it.
That's
I always thought that was crap, and then I literally wasn't, and here we are.
Okay, you said something there, and I've got Fred, who look, take what I say when it comes to this dating world with the absolute, thinnest of grain of salts. You know, when there's a lot of factors we can look into that when the dating world started to change, all right, apps being one of them. But to me, one of the fundamental underrated aspects of when the dating world started to change, and my boy Will's been infected by it. Did you hear what he said just a second ago? One of the key phrases he just used.
I don't remember this exact phrase.
No, you're fine. Because it's become so.
Rewind feature on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
Your person. Your person. There's something about when we. If I hear one more woman say, "I just haven't found my person," that phrase drives me insane.
There's how many people?
Find your man. Find your woman.
How many people are there on planet Earth? And then there's people talk about like soulmate or like your one person. Like, what if your one person is trying to litigate the rival clan of chimpanzees in Uganda?
Shit.
How are you gonna? What if that's your person? Good luck ever running into that.
You're done.
How are you going to do that? May I interject with a fair foul myself?
So real quick, you said fair?
I said fair.
Okay, you said fair. I said foul.
I think I'm leaning foul. This is
Thank
just a
you.
giant circle of not believing in yourself to date. It's spreading, and we got to stop it.
Focusing on my mental health.
Yeah,
Looking for my person.
Get out of here with that nonsense.
All right, so I'm going to agree with everything you said there on
You're
that
welcome.
stuff. I'm
You're
not.
welcome.
I was just literally exhausted.
But you found your lady.
Yeah.
You found your gal.
Yeah.
And here we are, 8, 9, 10 months later, however long it's been.
Great stuff.
Living the dream. God bless you.
Tragic news on Thursday.
What a turn.
Longtime
Segue.
Angel star Garrett Anderson tragically died Thursday. We don't know
That's
why.
foul.
He had a medical emergency at his home. Dispatch audio detailed an unconscious male amid the request for service. So sad news there. And the response, obviously, reporters asking questions, Kurt Suzuki, manager, Angels, and then, of course, their star, Mike Trout. And here's what Mike Trout had to say.
Talking to teammates that played with him this morning, just hearing things that the great things they said about him. I don't think I've heard anything bad said about him. Looking at the numbers, I really didn't dive into too much in his numbers, but seeing it, seeing some of the numbers this morning, it was incredible. The player, what he brought, but like I said, nothing but great things. People were saying about him. The baseball family is also a good one.
Wow.
That's not even the clip. No, that's not the clip that I even. No big deal, Jet. I just asked Jet. I was like, because I saw it on SportsCenter of him in the dugout. That's a different one. Same vibe. Fair or foul?
I mean, are we convinced Mike Trout even knew who Garrett Anderson was?
Yeah, fair or foul. That was the most disingenuous and indifferent tribute
I would say indifferent.
Franchise great.
And here's what I blame more of the Angels than anything.
Well, he said the one in the dugout who's like, yeah, I had a chance to,
did you never
hang
bring
around him,
Yeah.
in the stadium, a little bit, outside of the facility, and I'm just, thinking and praying for the family. I was just like, dude, that was insanely indifferent.
I go back to the only thing I'll say as someone who's covered a few funerals and what have you. Everybody mourns differently, and if he didn't really know him, or
he said he hung out with him outside.
Well, and look, for all we know,
too.
but
I was just kind of.
I was like,
it was weird for me. It was a little weird.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like guys that really either A, didn't know each other, B, didn't necessarily like each other, or didn't have much to do with one another. I mean, you could have a fan
Trout
hang.
may just be a baseball robot.
And that was going to be now we've seen him. Well, I thought about saying that too, but then we've seen him get emotional about the Philadelphia Eagles. Right?
Yeah, true.
So I'm wondering look, how many times have we seen, fan hangs, whether it be with the Rangers or the Cowboys or the Mavericks or something like that, or the Stars. And so every professional team does it, where they bring in old school guys with the new school guys. And so, maybe it's all just been perfunctory. Hey, one era to the next. So, look, let's put it this way. No one's getting choked up listening to Mike Trout talk about the passing of Garrett Anderson.
Yeah. It was, I was just watching it going, So, fair or foul?
I'm going to say fair. Everybody grieves differently. Everybody has their own way in how they deal with things. And so, he didn't say anything rude.
No.
Maybe his tone was a little bit despondent, but at the same time, it's not like he was...
Despondent's a good, yeah.
It's not like he was
good
shaming the poor guy.
Yeah.
Garrett, glad he's dead.
Yeah.
That would have been too much.
Adverb, actually.
That would have taken it to another level.
Yeah, I think I'll stick with fair as well. Yeah. I'm just trying to compare it to a Ranger in my mind. Like, say Pudge passed away, and you're asking Wyatt Langford how he felt. I don't think he's also going to pour his heart out like, oh my gosh,
that's
Pudge.
A great example.
But Pudge was such a monumental piece of the Rangers. You never know how he's going to react. So I got to stay fair. Everybody grieves differently.
Well, and if Wyatt Langford's, Pudge breakdown would be anything like his G-Bag interview, don't expect a lot of emotion. Because that was one of the, that was a tough listen.
Yeah.
And the boys were doing all they could.
One of the most wild fallouts from the Diana Rossini situation with Mike Vrabel.
That's a wild story.
And I can't believe CBS could screw it up this much. Got a little sports bag for you next year on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother...
Many watching Dallas closely due to obvious defensive needs. Cowboys not overly active on phones yet. Open-minded about potential move, but also comfortable staying put. So we'll talk to the Woolly Bully.
And I understand that. Yes, the Cowboys need help on defense. I mean, we're beating that horse is dead and stayed dead. But I don't. If you're the Cardinals or if you're the Tennessee Titans and you want to move back, and that's all well and good that you do, but at what cost? If you're the Dallas Cowboys, does it make sense to move up?
Right, and let me add to that. If you are moving back, who is trading up, and what do they want? Because
that's the bottom line.
I wonder. At 3, it's obvious, right? It's one of the pass rushers, whether Bailey or Arvell Reese, probably whoever's there. Then, after those 2 guys are gone, if you're Tennessee. Who's moving up and why are they doing that? Are they doing it to? I would think for an offensive player after those top 3 guys are gone. But I could be wrong on that, but that's just how I feel.
Jeremiah Love at 4. But here's the thing though. Is it worth moving up to 4 to get a running back? No. No one in there. I mean, if you're a team that's trying to contend, okay, because I think we've learned last year after watching the Raiders, okay. It makes no sense. If you're in the top 10, you're in the top 10 for a reason. Okay?
Okay, yes.
And let's just be real. Outside of the Chiefs, and I'm not just saying this because I'm a Chiefs fan, we all know that. But outside of the Chiefs, anybody think the Raiders are going to do squat next year? No.
Yeah.
Anybody think the Jets are going to do?
No. Here's where I'm going to push back on that. If you're absolutely right about those, and the Raiders' problem was the offensive line, so I mean,
not good.
Ashton Genty
offensive scheme was jacked up from the jump.
But Philadelphia showed that adding a star running back can be the over the top.
Oh no,
player.
Absolutely. But let's not pretend like they didn't have a lot of other really good pieces already there.
No doubt.
No
doubt. But I think that was the centerpiece of that offensive unit. So if I look at teams later on,
okay, but just to your point, who's a Saquon Barkley away in that top 10?
Oh, not in the top 10. I mean, maybe Kansas City.
And that's what I'm getting. And they already got Kenneth Walker. So my point is that you maybe just let's look at that list. All right, look at the Commanders. Okay, the Commanders. If you're at 7, I understand a lot of people are mocking a defensive back to them. Have you taken a look at their wide receiver room lately?
Yeah, they need another one opposite of Terry McLaurin.
And who, by the way, is a injury away.
Yeah.
Look, he's been banged up already, and he's going to be 31 when the season starts.
Damn. Is he really?
Dude, Terry McLaurin is going to be 31 years old. You gave Terry McLaurin $90 million or whatever it was at 30. I mean, hey, kudos to him. Get the bag. God bless. But $90 million for a 30-plus wide receiver? That's as our boy Chris Arnold says, team building's a sport.
Let me ask you this. Do things that are kind of stupid, and I mean stupid that just don't mean much, annoy you more than they should?
It depends on what kind of mood I'm in.
Last weekend on Sunday, while I'm taking in Masters coverage, they had these commercials. They were great commercials. It's about growing the game of golf. I can't remember exactly what it's for, but they are kids that are reliving great moments in Masters history. Like they had this little girl that's dressed like Jack Nicklaus making the putt on 17.
Yeah.
One hitting the Bubba Watson shot on the playoff hole at 10. Playoff hole. So, and they were great commercials. They played them every break. It was driving me nuts.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. Every single break, I'm like, oh my God, these commercials again? CBS, I thought, really botched the Masters coverage this year.
Who did you see the NBC guy? That went off?
Kevin Kisner.
Okay.
That's what I was going to mention.
Okay,
who's one of the lead analysts on NBC's golf coverage, and he's right. They were doing. Look, when the production of golf on television, you can't get everything live. You've got to tape stuff and go back, and sometimes they'll say, this was a moment ago on 15. And they go back to it. But like 10 minutes were going by and stuff had happened. Also, Haotong Lee literally putted off of the green, and he was among, page 1, page 2 of the leaderboard. I want to say on 13, and put up a big number on 13. We didn't see one shot, I think, from him. Certainly did not see at all. Not even to tape of him putting off the green into the water. I would have loved to have seen that. Now, I know that they want to, be gluttons for punishment and all that, or maybe they're just doing that so to save him some embarrassment, but sorry. Yeah. That's news. Like, show that. Also, there were so many times where the cameras could not find the ball, not to mention on the most important shot of the entire tournament.
Yeah.
Rory had just put one over close to South Carolina off the tee box on 18. He hits his second shot. Nance, Dottie Pepper on the course, nobody knows where the ball is. It could have been on the first fairway. It ended up in the bunker. I'm like, it's just in the bunker. How could you not find the ball for like a good minute and a half?
Yeah.
It was weird. It was really weird. Really off year for CBS.
Did you guys know how the founder of the Masters killed himself?
Yeah.
Did you guys know that?
Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah.
Please enlighten.
I forget his name. Bobby Jones and the other guy designed the course.
Yes.
Took his own life on the 18th green.
Now, in fairness to him, he was like 80 and had a condition, and I think he was starting to get dementia.
Yeah.
And but he built that golf course and went out the way he wanted and left a note.
Yeah.
Left a note.
Yeah.
But yeah, did it on the golf course. And they never talk about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like something you want to highlight necessarily, but
yeah.
I God bless the social medias, man. I'll tell you what, the way they presented it. Did you know that the founder's master killed himself?
Yeah.
What?
I don't. Let's go.
They always play the spooky music behind it.
Let's go
Can
to
we stop with the spooky music?
Andrew Catalan on 16.
Can we stop with every Instagram video having spooky music behind it? I'm tired of it. I'm tired of spooky music.
You're out on it.
And I'm tired of every time.
It's April, not October.
Well, there's two things that I'm sick of when it comes to social media. I'm tired of spooky music every time there's just nondescript fact. And if there's ever anything like moderately encouraging or motivational, do I need the same motivational music under every single reel?
Yeah.
No! Stop it! So, anyway, I don't know. The thing, it sucked me in though. The thing about the Masters guy.
Did they have the spooky music? They certainly didn't have the motivating music behind it.
They had like the sad. It was kind of like, honestly, it was kind of like a combination of sad and spooky.
Okay. Yeah.
At the same time.
It's pretty tragic.
By the way, I did tease something and I totally got off it's hard for y'all to believe. The Jerry West documentary.
Oh, yeah, documentary. Okay.
Man, I'm telling you right now, first of all, I had no idea that Jerry West went through it the way he... It's made me... honestly, it's made me feel better about myself, to be perfectly frank. And I don't mean that in like any kind of disparaging way towards Jerry West, but it's like, man, if Jerry West can go through this, then...
You want to talk about a genuine hate for your rival? Jerry West and the Celtics.
His son told a story about how when his son was 11 years old in 1985, Jerry West was taking him, the Lakers and the Celtics are playing in the championship in the finals, and he goes to walk into the Boston Garden, and he said, I saw my dad get like visibly shaken, and he looks at me and says, I can't go in this building. And they turned around and walked out. But Jerry went through it, man. I'll tell you what. God bless. You know what? You know what to take away from that is? Hug your children. Hug your children today. They put his dead brother's body. He died in Korea, the Korean War. Shout out to all our Korean War veterans out there. My grandpa was a Korean War veteran.
Ditto.
A lot. I tell you what, that was a lot worse conflict than people realize.
Mm-hmm.
That said, his brother dies in Korea. They bring the body back. They have it delivered to the house, and they bring it in the house and put it next to the Christmas tree. The dead body in the casket next to the Christmas tree. I mean, morbid, disturbed, confusing, vexing. I don't know what word you use to describe. Let's bring our son's dead body into the house and put it next to the tree.
Now, everybody that knows me knows that I am definitely one to go a little overboard at times with the Christmas decorations. That's a new one for me. I'm more of a garland guy than I am a casket guy. I'll say that.
I don't know what to say.
Chrissy Freud. You saw this story?
Sigmund's kid.
So she is was an NFL reporter for USA Today.
Oh, I know. Okay. I know. Yeah.
We talked a little bit about this last week. Shout out to Alliance Hyundai. And, the whole, Rossini thing. And I was like, okay, yeah, there could be, there are friends, people that are reporters that cover the league, they become friendly with it. I don't know if that necessarily means, but when we were talking about the pictures, like the interlocking fingers thing, that looked into it. Also, and you brought up a great point, who doesn't take pictures? If there are people
where's the friends?
Yeah, the 6 people that were also there.
Where's the friends?
Yeah, where are they?
Because all you got to do is say, hey, man, hook a sister up. Can you go ahead and send that picture out of us drinking margs by the pool?
So
we haven't seen that picture
Chrissy
yet.
Freud got fired from the USA Today because she went on the Twitter X and just destroyed Diana Rossini's resignation.
Yeah, she did.
And she said her post doesn't stem from any sort of, quote, vendetta against Diana and wasn't actively waiting for the perfect moment to call her out, just that she felt she could finally say something without being the only one. And I tell you what, that resignation, to me, read loud and clear, just being stubborn and I am not going to.
Defiant till the end.
No doubt. Well, what she had tweeted out, Chrissy Freud, I'm sure you were told to submit this or that you'd get fired instead. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. We know who you really are and what you've been up to for years. It does so much detriment to women in sports who have done things the right way. So she's talking about this, but there was a quote tweet of...
Well, what?
Yep, tweet.
Oh!
It's on the brain, I guess. I'm talking all this proclivity. So, in which she was... Somebody had mentioned in not terribly vulgar terms, but a little bit on
it sounded like
Sean McVay. Like Sean McVay, somebody tweeted out saying that, look, there was a girl fight in a bar fighting over the D for Sean McVay. And this Chrissy Freud quote tweeted and said, oh, and in a Chili's parking lot as well. I was like, wow.
All they wanted was some baby back ribs and a little skillet queso and a little Diana Rossini. Now, in fairness to Diana Rossini, who allegedly saved somebody and their dog from a car accident just the other day. What a comeback by her. Shout out to Jacob Ray. Quick comeback, dude. I mean, look, you're banging Vrabel one week and you're saving old people out of cars the next. I mean, what can't this woman do?
Seriously.
That said, the old girl you were just talking about, what's the old saying? Those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Right.
Well, apparently she's been banging football players too. Did you see that?
No.
Somebody
Okay.
goes on a rant on her Twitter page in the comments about, so you're not going to talk about the fact that you were married to she's like married to JT Daniels or something like that, and she's like, who apparently she covered as a reporter. And then she's like, well, we got together after, I quit my job or whatever, something like that. And then like 3 more accusations came up. So, maybe, just maybe, if you're going to, look, I think the more we start to see about our girl Diana Russini, and I didn't need other female reporters to express their disdain for her. I mean, again, I heard the way she talked about her husband, which kind of lets you think like, okay.
Speaking of reels,
tough nut to crack.
There's a lot of reels out there that literally had a highlight of, back to back of her over the years talking about her husband. Not great. Not great. Not a good look. You know what a good look is? Draft coverage here on 105.3 The Fan, and our very own Zach Wolchuk, who will join us next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework.
and Brian actually just did a new episode of Love of the Star yesterday, so you can check that out wherever you get your podcasts or on 1053thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
I mean, there's no better draft coverage, and you can find it everywhere on demand here. I thought it was funny. I was listening to you guys this week, and I know it became too much fanfare on, I don't know if it was G-Bag of the day, but certainly that discussion you guys had, Sean and RJ played it the next day, where with Sonny Styles and Broadus. And we had been talking about him for a while, really ever since the Combine. And I am one of those that looks at it differently than I guess most, as to where you need to have a great defense, and what the Cowboys desperately need is to have a great middle part of your defense. And I know that middle linebacker, much like running back was, a couple of years ago, well, for a while, was a very undervalued position. But the biggest impact that I think could be made for the Cowboys on defense would be to get Sonny Styles. That doesn't mean that I think Broadus is wrong in his assessment. Is this more about how the NFL looks at and scouts and those just look at the position more than it is about the player?
Yeah, I think yes. I mean, positional value, I think you're still going to end up seeing offensive tackles get pushed up the board, even though there's not your consensus surefire left tackle prospect that we've seen in previous drafts, like a Joe Alt out of Notre Dame who ended up going to the Chargers. So I do think because it's a linebacker, and the same thing with Caleb Downs. Like, to me, Caleb Downs is the best player in the draft. There is a possibility maybe both of those guys, or at least one of those guys, is available at 12. So I think it is more so the linebacker. I do understand, and having talked with Brian and Vauch, I think there's others that might feel the same way. Like, when you watch Sonny Styles, there are areas in his game when it comes to taking some better angles, fighting through the trash, being able to, scrape and get off blocks and disengage when the linemen are able to climb to the second level. You got to keep in mind with him, he's a converted safety. He's only played the position for 2 years. And to me, you saw him get better every single week at Ohio State. I mean, if you watch the game versus Texas week 1, and then you turn on the tape in the Big Ten championship against Indiana, it's a totally different player. And in my opinion, I'm going to bet on this player that is ascending and has all the talent in the world and is incredibly smart and is a freak athlete. So I totally disagree with where Brian's got him, but Brian's, certainly maybe right about the player. I got him as my 7th best player in the draft. I'd love it if he slid to 12. I'd be in on moving up to go and get him. I don't care about the positional value thing. This is just one of those drafts where teams are going to reach to try and take your traditional positional value picks of the left tackle and so on, like Caden Proctor from Bama, Monroe Freeling from Georgia, Blake Miller from Clemson. Those guys aren't top 15 players, but they might go top 15 because teams want their left tackles. Sonny Styles, to me, is a guy that I think has the potential to be an all-pro and a top 5 linebacker really quick in the league. I love him, but I understand some of the warts that Brian threw out for him.
I know how you feel about Caleb Downs as well. And if you're the talk about moving up, regardless of where they get taken and if the Cowboys move up or they're sitting at 12, whom's going to make the defense better? Sonny Styles at linebacker or Caleb Downs at safety, and why?
Ooh, I'd still say Caleb Downs. And the reason is I think Caleb Downs can just do everything for you. I mean, I think both definitely are going to fill massive weaknesses, right? Like the Cowboys linebackers, can you line up and play a game today? I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. You're going to be starting Justin Barron and Shamar James. I know Shamar James, that's your guy, Fred, okay? And I respect it. That's the green dot right there. But to me, Shamar James, I mean, that's your starter, we need to upgrade that position. I still think it's Downs, because Downs not only can play down in the box and essentially be as good as a linebacker, but then he can play single high, he can play two high, he can play your nickel. He's just a jack of all trades. The dude's just one of the best football players personally I've ever gotten to scout, doing the 4 years of the draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan, but just in general, just as a fan of football. I mean, he's up there amongst the best safety prospects that we've seen in the last 25 years. I think he deserves to be talked about in the same sentences as a Sean Taylor, as an Eric Berry, as an Earl Thomas, The dude's an absolute superstar, and I get that he doesn't have maybe the size requisite that you want. He's not Nick Emenwari from a physical status. But, guys, that doesn't matter at safety.
Yeah.
Think of some of the best safeties in the league. A lot of them are smaller. I mean, Bob Sanders, let's throw it back to the 06 Colts winning the Super Bowl. Antoine Winfield Jr., Buda Baker, Tyrann Mathieu. Like, these guys aren't the biggest dudes, but they're
Mike Brown back in the day, yeah.
Amen. So Caleb Downs can just do everything for you, so I'd lean him, but both of them would be massive upgrades for the Cowboys defense.
You got any thoughts on Shamar by chance?
You want to throw some Shamar James slander like that, I got to jump in and, protect my guy there. But no, I'm with you on that. I mean, look, I think Shamar James is going to be a vital depth piece. But, and look, for as much as we talk about defense, and look, I'm with you, though. I mean, I would love to see, Blake and I did an exercise last night, if you were to come away with Caleb Downs and Jacob Rodriguez. Well, first of all, if that happened, I don't know that, I mean, Zach Wolchuk may impregnate himself if that were to happen, if the Cowboys were to come away with that. And I'm okay with Jacob Rodriguez going at 20. Look, for a draft that we all agree, and we've read enough, and I certainly haven't done near the work that you've done on it, but from everything we've talked about, whether listen to you,
Greg Cosell loves Rodriguez.
Well, not just that, but it's like, look, from 20 to 40, like, you might be getting the same guy in a lot of cases, right? So, I mean, if you're going to take him at 30, so what? Take him at 20, we'll do a redraft in 5 years, and if the guy's the guy that we all think he is, then no one's going to care. That said, why are we seeing this Jordan Tyson at 12? And if for some reason, let's just pretend for the sake of this argument that the Cowboys did draft Jordan Tyson at 12, what the hell would that mean? I would think less about the Jordan Tyson move, and to me it would say more about what's going on with George Pickens.
I think you're 100% right. I think that would signal, you know what, we're going to have a badass wide receiver quartet, because I believe in Ryan Flournoy. I'm a big Ryan Flournoy fan, so I don't know if like quartet's the right word. Like, what's the foursome type of thing that I need to throw out?
I'd be a quartet. I'd be a quartet.
Okay, quartet. I nailed it. Thank you, Fred. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Here's the thing about Jordan Tyson, guys. I am scared to death of him. Jordan Tyson, he probably is going to end up being Justin Jefferson, because I'm fading Jordan Tyson. I would not draft him at 12. I think he's going to be a hurt guy. I watched Jordan Tyson, and there was something in my gut that just screamed, like, stay away, stay away.
And that's saying something in that gut. That's saying something.
It sure is, Fred. It sure is. He is a really good player, bro. I mean, he's a local kid. He played at JP2, Frisco Independence. Then he finished with Chad Morris at Allen. So I'm rooting for him. I mean, his brother's playing basketball for the Cleveland Cavaliers. He's a big-time player on third down and in the fourth quarter. There's a lot to love about his game. There's just something about I want him to be more aggressive instead of waiting on the football to come to him sometimes. And then it's just the injury issues. And the soft tissue stuff, I just wonder, is that going to linger throughout his career? And I don't think the Cowboys can afford to draft a potential hurt guy. And as much as Jordan Tyson, I think, could end up being an absolute stud, there's just something about him that scared me to death of him, and I would avoid him. But if they took him at 12, I'd be a massive Jordan Tyson fan. He's going to come in and be an absolute star. Him and CeeDee Lamb, they're going to crush it. But you would have the best 4 wide receiver set in all of football if they were to do that. Let's just hope Jordan Tyson can play more than 12 games a year for you.
Zach Wolchuk joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, I think that there is going to be an incredible amount of chaos, probably starting with the number 3 pick. Now, the Cowboys could definitely be a part of that, but let's just say it is that, and they are not a part of it, and they are choosing at 12. Best case scenario, from what you feel like, and maybe you feel like Caleb Downs will be there at 12, but considering all the things that could be there, what would your gut tell you if the Cowboys do not move up, but a lot of other teams do? What is going to land in their lap?
I'm going to say that they'll be able to get Downs or Styles at 12.
Not Reuben Bain.
Reuben Bain Jr. could possibly be there, and I'd love it if they took him. I wonder if the arm length is something that does scare them off at 12. I'm not sure. I've heard so many mixed things. Yeah, I've heard so many mixed things that they would not take Reuben Bain Jr. at 12. But then also, I mean, if they get wiped out, he's the best defensive player there. Maybe they have another conversation about it. The more that I'm looking at this and Jordan Tyson having a successful workout to teams, Vegas is taking Mendoza, you know that. I think Arizona could go offense if they don't take an edge or if they move back. Tennessee, between Arizona, Tennessee, and the Giants, one of them are going to take Jeremiah Love, right? I think Cleveland's taking a receiver if they stay at 6 or an offensive tackle. Washington would love Carnell Tate or Jordan Tyson. I think New Orleans would love one of those 3 receivers. Let's throw in Mekhi Lemon. Kansas City, Fred, could end up taking a wide receiver or Kenyon Sadiq. So all of a sudden,
don't tease me with that. Don't tease me with that.
6 or 7 teams that are drafting in the top 12 that could go offense, which means one of these guys, I get the Cowboys thinking we're going to have one of them fall to us and we don't need to move up. Honestly, Fred, Kansas City from 9 to 3 kind of makes some sense to me. Like, if they want to get aggressive and they want to say, you know what, let's go get David Bailey or Arvell Reese, let's do this thing. Or let's say we want to go get the best offensive lineman in the draft and Francis Malinois. Let's be aggressive and go up to 3. I think you're going to get 2 offensive tackles. You're going to get 3 wide receivers, and then you're going to get the runner and the quarterback. So what is that, 7 offensive players at least going before the Cowboys pick? So the likelihood is that they do get one of these defenders, whether it's Mansour Delane, Caleb Downs, or Sonny Styles. And I'll include Ruben Bain Jr. in there. I just don't know if they take him at number 12. So I think best case scenario is Downs. He's my number 1 player. I'd love that. But I'd be happy with any of those guys.
I'll get you out of here with this one. Who's the player that you think is going to really surprise us being taken earlier than expected in this upcoming draft?
Caden Proctor, the Alabama offensive tackle. I think these tackles are just going to go much higher. I mean, I think the 2 tackles for sure that are going to go in the first 10 to me and their top 10 players are Malinois and Fano from Utah. But I think that you're going to get Caden Proctor from Bama, Monroe Freeling from Georgia, Blake Miller from Clemson. I think all these guys could end up going in the top 20 picks. And Malachi Lawrence is my guy from UCF. I love him. I'd consider him at 20. There's 3 players I'd consider at 20 that I think others thought that I was crazy, and then now they're starting to move up a little bit. And it's Jacob Rodriguez from Tech, Chris Johnson from San Diego State, the corner, and then my guy Malachi Lawrence from UCF. I think Lawrence is going to end up sneaking into the first round. To me, he's the best edge rusher after the top guys, Reese, Bailey, Bain Jr., and Mesidor.
You guys have been must listen. Great stuff. Keep it up, buddy.
Appreciate it, fellas. Enjoy. Have a great rest of the show.
All right. Thank you, man. That's Zach Wolchuk. You'll find him everywhere. And he, as I'm looking right here.
Out of the year, too.
Yeah. I don't see him on this list. I should have asked him which one. These Pluckers locations, your draft coverage right here on 105.3.
No, because I want to say him and Broadus are going to be doing
they're going to be doing it.
Cowboys coverage.
Okay, so they'll be here. So Sean Sharif and Jake Riepma in Mesquite. Eric Chiafalo will be at the Pluckers in Grapevine. Christy Scales in Plano. Gavin Dawson in Addison. Just as I thought, Lucius with Alec Medford will be in Arlington's Pluckers. Corey Majors in Allen. Kevin Hagelin in Dallas. Fort Worth Alliance, as you mentioned earlier, will be RJ Choppy. And my man here on my left, Fred Davis, with his cohort on weeknights here, Fan After Dark. Blake Elliott will be at the City View location in Fort Worth.
Let's go.
Fatty's on the phone.
Fatties unite!
817. 87, no.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not really sure what number you're getting ready to give
877.
out. I'm not familiar with an 817 area code.
877-881-1053.
See what happens.
1053. That is the number. Tolo's on the telephone. Next on The Fan.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in
9 back-to-back earns. #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
All right. Welcome back in. It's a little bit of, it's a little bit country, it's a little bit rock and roll, it's a little bit hip hop, it's a little bit folk, it's a little bit talk radio. The one, the only, Will Chambers, Fred Davis.
I don't do enough Common Table. We went there last night for a minute. Speaking of hip hop, Common Table. Up at the Star, they have one down at Uptown. They got a hip hop brunch on Sunday.
Oh, you strike me as a hip hop brunch kind of guy.
Oh yeah, I mean 90s hip hop.
I mean,
that's our wheelhouse
right there.
I mean, that's
our wheelhouse right there. So look, it's a Saturday morning. It's not supposed to get up more than like 60 degrees today. I was going to have rain throughout. Scattered showers, I think is what the folks call it, throughout the course of the day. Let us know where you're at in the DFW, and is raindrops falling on your head? 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
Traffic and weather on the 6s.
It will be on the 6s. Watch your 6 when you're out there driving around. And this is a Fred PSA, and if you've heard me on these airwaves, you know where I'm about to go with this. Stop driving slow in the fast lane, okay? Just stop doing it. Get your ass over into the middle lane, all right? I'm looking at you, little old ladies. Stop it. And I don't want to hear, well, I'm too scared to be in the middle lane. Then get off the road.
Yeah.
Then get off the road. Stop holding up traffic. More accidents are caused from people driving too slow than it is from people driving too fast.
Tell your nearest old lady, not exactly our demo.
Okay? If you're an old lady and you're listening to the show, 877-881-1053, 877-881. Old lady shout-outs in the final hour, okay? Old lady shout-outs in the final hour. All right, let's go to the hotline. Let's go out to the hotline. 877-881-1053. It's time for little fatties on the phone, Tolos on the telephone, whatever it is you want to call it. Mr. Nasty Time, who's got quite the adversarial relationship with Blake Elliott here as of late. So, Mr. Nasty Time.
I figured you guys would get along great.
Well, me and Mr. Nasty Time do, but him and Blake.
No, I mean he and Blake.
Oh, I just like getting under Blake's skin. That's all it is.
Okay.
They go after Fred with the Jayhawks.
Yeah.
I'm not going after Blake Elliott. It's all good.
What's going on this Saturday afternoon, bro?
And I just left getting some hoops in at the gym. Got a good pump after that.
Okay.
Driving home, this white guy radio. You guys are killing.
Your Cricket Wireless just crept up, and we just didn't catch anything you just said. Something about
Seriously,
white guy radio, and then the Cricket
Ryan
Wireless
Reynolds
stepped
and
in.
Mitt was just over your left shoulder.
I said, I just left getting some hoops in. Got a good pump.
Okay.
Driving home in this rain, and the white guy radio's a whole vibe on the ride home right now.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely is. Absolutely. In fact, somebody texted in a black gentleman, because that's what he said he was. He said, you guys are unapologetically white. And I'm not sure how to take that. What does that mean?
Take it with a grain of salt. That's the way you take it.
That's it. That's how you do take it with a grain of salt. What's on the agenda for the rest of the day, Mr. Nasty Time?
Gonna go home, cook something up to eat, hang out with the family.
Okay.
All of the day. Watch some playoff basketball at the end of the night for sure.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, we got a couple calls. Who is your finals prediction?
Celtics and out the West. I mean, I guess the Rockets. You know what I mean? They look pretty good.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Wow.
I like it.
That's a hot take right
is.
there. Celtics and Rockets. Holy Toledo.
5
Mr.
seed.
Nasty Time. Be safe
Not
out
in
there, my
roughshod.
friend. Stay dry. Let's go out to Patty the Fatty. Patty in Arlington. What's good, my friend?
Oh, raindrops are indeed falling on my head.
All right.
No, I'm excited. I'm excited for this game, man.
Which one? There's a lot of games.
Game. You
Stars.
know the Stars game.
Stars bars.
Come on, you
Stars
know.
bar. Well, I mean, look, in fairness, we did start off the show today by saying if you're a sports fan, it's a big day for you today. Because you've got baseball, you've got hockey, and you've got playoff basketball going on. So there's a lot of sports going on today.
Yeah, it's a good time of year.
It's a great time of year. Outside of football season and March Madness, maybe the third best time of year?
Yeah.
I think it's fair.
I mean, I'll power rank them later.
Give me a all right. So you got and of course, if you're a real ball knower and you're a real fan of the station and the show, and we know a lot of you are, you would have heard our boy Gavin Spittle dropping stars bars earlier in the show today. Patty the Fatty, tell me your prediction, not just for today's game, but for the series as a whole.
Okay, so I think it's gonna go 6. Okay. Today is going to be a 2-1 win. Tomorrow, not sure. Or not tomorrow, 2 days from now.
Monday.
Monday.
I'm calling the game 1 win, huh? I like it. Going to get against the trend.
We're at home. We're at home, and, we just beat them last week.
Yeah, right. Damn right we did.
So.
All right, give me your overall prediction, though. Is this team winning a Stanley Cup, yay or nay?
That is yet to be determined. That's going to be decided on.
Patty, I need you to put your on the table, okay? I mean, look, there is no half stepping in. I mean, you sound like a WNBA GM right now. I'm exhausted. I can't really get into it. Yay or nay? This team wins a Stanley Cup.
Yes.
That's all I need to hear, bro. That's all we need to hear from you, okay?
Now I got to go get batteries from my car keys.
If you don't speak it into existence, Patty the Fatty, how's it going to happen? You know what I'm saying?
That's 100%. If you don't put it in the universe, then it's never going to happen.
Avi, Patty the Fatty, go get them batteries and go Stars today.
All right, see you guys.
There you have it, Patty the Fatty over there in Arlington.
Patty.
Let's go out to Chris with
dancing
a C
in between the raindrops
in Garland.
Hey guys, and yes, the rain is definitely falling on my head.
Love to hear it.
Right. So I got a scenario for you for the draft, and then I'll get into the Stars.
Okay.
We know that the Ravens need a wide receiver. So let's say we offer George Pickens to the Ravens for their number 14 pick and a conditional second round in 2027. Then we take that first round pick, number 14, the conditional second rounder, and our 14 in our first round pick for next year, offer it to either the Raiders for Crosby or the Browns for Myles Garrett. Then we can go after and sign possibly Lattimore as a cornerback and Stephon
You can keep
Diggs.
Lattimore. You can keep Lattimore. You can keep Lattimore. Look, that dude's been. Look, Lattimore. Your knees are probably in better shape than Lattimore's. Okay.
Chris is out here making moves, though.
Surgeries on my knees. My knees are shot.
Oh, there you go. So that's maybe you and Lattimore are kindred spirits in that sense. Then and look, so you want Marshawn Lattimore with them creaky ass knees? You want Stephon Diggs? I don't know if it is, though. I don't know if it is because, look, man, I mean, the number one ability is what? Availability. And
but if we can use the draft capital to get either Crosby or Myles Garrett, I'd say it's worth it.
Look, I don't disagree with you. I don't want Max Crosby.
I don't know how you can. One, I want to say, Chris, I appreciate you out here working. I mean, that is doing some.
I mean,
he's out making moves. But I don't know how in the world you can build a team around Myles Garrett and Dak Prescott. That's just too much money.
You also got to look at it. You still have your number 12 pick. You'll have your number 20, so you can get Sonny Styles with 12. Then you have your free option at 20, and then you go from there.
I tell you what, you are the presumptive king. I'll tell you what, Chris, you need to start calling into the show more often. You've got some wild, crazy takes.
I gotta over the cap this thing.
I think it might be the sort of acer from last night.
I was gonna say, man, you're feeling some type of way today. You know, somebody accused me of taking an edible already today, and I was like, look, I'm weed free in 2026. I wasn't an edible guy to begin with, but those are some wild takes you got going. I mean, by your rationale, we've got Stephon Diggs. We've got Myles Garrett. We've got creaky knee Marshawn Lattimore, and we've traded away George Pickens.
And in return, we get Myles Garrett or Max Crosby. Plus, we have Sonny Styles at 12.
Well, you've got Sonny Styles falling to 12. I don't think Sonny Styles is falling to 12. I really, really don't. I would rather have Caleb Downs at 12. Given my druthers,
either one of those would be great.
Yeah, I'll take Caleb Downs over at 12 than I would Sonny Styles. but that's just me.
So let's get into the Stars real quick because I'm on my way to work.
There you go. Man, please tell me you're not operating heavy machinery.
No, not right now. I do say that the Stars, it goes 7. Just the way that they play in the playoffs the past couple of years, they go 7. I don't see a team winning back-to-back games this series. I think it's going to come down. They're swapping 1-1. I do see them winning the Stanley Cup. Against a surprise team from the East, the Pittsburgh Penguins, in 5.
Ooh, Chris, I'll tell you what. Now, see, your Stars takes I can live with. Your Stars takes I can live with. Your Cowboys takes are wild. But look, my man.
Hey, eat another edible and have some cerveza. You'll be on my level.
I do not. I do neither. I don't do any of those anymore. So I just give crazy sports takes.
Do you do them any less?
No, I don't do any. I don't. I haven't drank in 10 years. I haven't had a drink of alcohol in 10 years. So
I'm sober 20 years. I'll do the cerveza every once in a while, but.
Wait a minute. You just said. Wait, hold on, a second. Chris. Hold on. Did you say you've been sober for 20 years?
I have been sober from the drugs for 20 years.
Okay. All right. Okay, I got you. I was
gonna say, alcohol's another story.
Well, that's a whole. Some might say those are drugs, but we digress. Chris, get to work safely. Have a productive day. Call us next week on Fatties on the Phone. All right, take us home, Ruben in Dallas. What's up, Ruben?
What's up, guys? I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Days like this, I wish that raindrops would fall, so that's what's happening. And what I will say about the Stars game, they're going to win today, but I believe, and it may be wishful thinking, they're going to do a gentleman's sweep because this isn't last year. This isn't the previous year. This is the year they're going to go get the damn cup.
I love it.
I love it, dude. Look at that. That's how you take us home right there. That is how you end a Fatties on the Phone.
Way to go,
in
Rube.
Dallas.
Way to go. Good
All right.
stuff. Man, you want to talk about some weird weather out there.
I love it, dude.
Just cold and rainy. Did you see the who was playing the Dodgers and the Rockies yesterday at Coors Field? Where there was snow all over the they were out there with snow machines, snowplow, whatever they were doing.
Yeah.
And then played the game out there on my feed right now because you got spring games going on.
It's all over the place.
Commonwealth Stadium in Lexington is completely covered in snow. Like, what is happening here in this this April 18th? What we got going on?
Well, we got it's 57 degrees.
Yeah.
Feels like 46 here off of 75 and 635. For
By the way,
scoring at home.
You're gaining 26 mil per year average APY if you just traded the 12 pick for Myles Garrett. Not to mention all the other gymnastics you got to do. I don't know. That just, man, you got CeeDee Lamb, Pickens, if depending on how signing that tag. Dak and Myles Garrett, I don't know how you're going to do it. I don't know.
Tell you what, some of y'all need to get a sense of humor. Some of y'all need, real quick, from the 512, Fred will yell at old ladies for their driving habits, but then at the same time promote and defend the Rashee Rice T-shirts. Pretty trashy there, Fred. Pretty trashy there. Well, look.
No, we're doing old lady shout-outs.
Guess what they both have in common? Neither one of them can drive. All right? That much we do know. And I'll tell you what, if you're an old lady and you got a T-shirt that you want to promote, hey, I'll wear an old lady T-shirt.
Let's go.
877-881-1053. If you're an old woman with a T-shirt, I want to wear it.
Old lady shout-outs all next hour. The news at noon. That's next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality
and Mariners. The Rangers a 5-0 winner last night, continuing their domination of last year's ALCS participant, the Seattle Mariners. Tonight, Nathan Eovaldi on the hill, 6:15 first pitch. But today is all about Stars game number 1, Fredo.
Stars Bars.
4:30 on ESPN as they host the Minnesota Wild.
By the way, to all my wrestling gurus and goons and nerds out there, looking at you, Alec Medford and Kevin Hagelin. Apparently, WrestleMania.
Oh, yeah.
Is on tonight.
That's right. WrestleMania, is it 2 nights? It used to be like all pay-per-views.
Sunday, right?
They were all on Sundays, but I think they turned into 2 nights.
It's a 2-night affair.
I don't know if that still is.
I don't know. Are you a wrestling guy, Jet? You don't strike me as one.
No, total blind spot for me.
Tell you what a great description.
Yeah.
It is also, not only am I going blind, but wrestling is a blind spot for me.
I'm going deaf.
What?
Colorado Avalanche are your favorites to win everything at plus 300. Right behind them, Carolina and Tampa Bay at plus 475 and plus 500. Then you will find the Dallas Stars, who are with the Vegas Golden Knights at 10-1. So the 4th favorite, according to DraftKings odds in the Stanley Cup
the
playoffs.
Stars?
Yeah.
10-1, right?
10-1.
From the 254.
That's a value pick.
Yes, it's 2 nights now. Even SummerSlam is 2 nights. LMFAO. What is that funny?
SummerSlam. I tell you what, greatest SummerSlam ever. Go. It's got to be Ultimate Warrior Hulk Hogan, right? The Mega Powers.
I mean, if you say so. Bro, look, I'll be honest with you. I watched WCW wrestling at the end of the 90s for about 2 seasons.
Oh, I was heavy. I was into it growing up.
Yeah.
Went away and then came back big time during the Attitude Era in the WWE, which was also the Monday Night Wars with WCW. Watch both.
I got into it for the hottest of hot minutes. I mean, like you said, the NWO was, Big Papa Pump. Obviously, Kevin Nash was our boy's name. Scott Hall.
Big Sexy.
Big, and then, but I couldn't, I don't know. I'm just not a wrestling guy.
God, it was.
I enjoy the crap. I enjoy the smack talk. I mean, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's fun.
I mean, that was when The Rock emerged, right around that time, and then it really exploded first. I mean, it was WWE making their comeback with Steve Austin. When he had that promo of Austin 316 says, "I just whooped your ass."
Yeah.
That just exploded, and then
that's the bottom
not
line.
long after that, it was. And I believe my timeline's correct with this, that when the NWO came into existence to fight that off with Eric
Bischoff. What a time to be alive, guys.
Seriously.
Huh? Well, you weren't.
Oh, yeah.
So you weren't alive. So you have no idea what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, I still know a good Randy Orton or John Cena.
This predates all of that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Now, Brad was alive for that time, but was Brad much of a wrestling guy?
No, I don't think he really travels
90s.
outside the major 4 sports. Yeah, I know.
Rick probably was huge into it.
Oh, yeah.
Rick Nelson.
Rick was all about it.
Now, Rick Nelson, he'll talk some wrestling with you.
NBA playoffs beginning in earnest, I guess, with the first round outside the play-in games, because last night you saw a whooping by the Orlando Magic, taking out the Charlotte Hornets, and then the Suns getting past the Warriors. More on the Warriors, the Dubs, in a second. Emmanuel quickly is going to miss the game that's tipping off, or has just tipped off, between for Cleveland. Or, I'm sorry, for Toronto taking on Cleveland. That is the first matchup today. And then you're going to have T-Wolves and Nuggets at 2:30, Knicks and Hawks at 5, and all those, by the way, on Prime Video. ABC will have the coverage tonight. The nightcap of the Lakers and the Rockets. Somebody texted in earlier that I've got like this hate boner for Luka. And I was like, wait a minute. I said the Lakers are going to get gentlemanly swept.
Wow. I'm today years old hearing that terminology.
You didn't see that text earlier?
No,
yeah. I said they're going to get gentlemanly swept because they don't have Luka. I was like, but be that as it may. You mentioned this in a break. Boy, it feels like there's momentum going towards Steve Kerr stepping down as Warriors head coach.
Well, from him talking about it, and then apparently he said last night that all these NBA jobs have an expiration date on them. I mean, if you're Steve
the way he
Kerr,
said it there was like, I don't know, they may want to move in a different direction.
Well, if you're Steve Kerr, and let's see, I want to say Steve Kerr's like 65. Let me see here real quick. Maybe he's younger than that. But Steve Kerr so Steve Kerr's 60 years old. You figure Steph Curry has, a year, maybe two of prime Steph. I mean, I say prime, but I mean of really, really good Steph Curry left. If you're Steve Kerr, do you want to be a part of that? Do you want to be a part of this rebuilding process? Because you don't really have anybody young on that team that you're building around.
Right.
So it would make sense to me if you. I've said for a couple of years now, if I'm the Warriors, I'm trading Steph Curry.
Yeah, I just don't know. See, what do you get in return?
Somebody to give you a first-round pick. The NBA is stupid enough. Somebody would get. Now, again, what is that? Is it a mid-first round lay? I mean, you never know, but try to get a couple pieces out of it. And
I still think you can, coach, well into your 70s. I mean, we've seen guys. I
know. Well, but just do you? I mean, look, Steve Kerr's probably made how much money though? You could go and he'd get a TV job like yesterday.
Oh, my God. Would he ever? Well, I mean, that's what got him. I mean, he went from TV to GM to coach.
Yeah.
He was terrific on television. He'd be better than a lot of what we've already got out there.
So, I mean, if you're Steve Kerr, you've got all kinds of opportunities. Do you really want the grind of being an NBA coach? Especially on a team that you're going to have to rebuild for the next 2 or 3 seasons. You're not a championship contender.
Can I give you something that I was absolutely blown away by? And I looked this up during the break. The Oklahoma City Thunder, are the favorites to win the NBA Finals. They're at plus 110. Whom do you believe is right behind them? You know what? I don't even want to do this. It's the Spurs. How crazy is that? They're at plus 500, the Celtics at plus 550, and then you've got the Nuggets after them. But the Spurs, who have yet to...
Oh, Steve Kerr's done, by the way. You didn't see this from the NBA?
No.
He got caught on a hot mic at the end of the game last night telling Steph Curry and Draymond Green, I don't know what's going to happen next, but I love you guys.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like... So
that's how I end most of my dates. I don't know what's going to happen, ladies. I don't know what's going to happen next. But I loved you. I'm out!
All right.
I'm
out! Drive fast. Take chances. Man.
Is that a Rashid Rice shirt you're wearing? Oh, I don't know what's going to happen next.
I thought my takes were pretty hot on the Spurs making it to the finals, but apparently...
No, they're not.
Yeah.
I've got the Spurs and the Celtics. That's my finals pick.
Yeah, all right.
So, no, it's not a hot take.
Houston Texans and Will Anderson reach a 3-year, $150 million extension.
That's a hot take.
$134 million in guaranteed money, making him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
That's absurd. I'm with you. There's going to have to be
market
a correction.
Yeah, I mean, look,
you can't function like this. I mean, we keep saying that, but as our colleague, the three-time would like to say, it's your turn, and we're starting to see that in the edge rusher category, and it's not like the salary cap doesn't keep increasing.
Right, he has been on this since day one of the understanding of how much. I mean, we're talking 3 years ago where CA was like, there's going to be so much more money to deal with. But that being said, it's still,
Is it sustainable?
I don't
know.
Yeah. With the top players that are on I'm just trying to think, who are the top paid guys? Just in general, you've got Dak Prescott, obviously, still, number one. Joe Burrow, Bengals. Josh Allen, Bills. Jordan Love, Packers. All right, I just mentioned 4 playoff teams. Did I screw up a name there?
No, I just glanced at the text messages. Whoever's hate boner is wild.
living rent free.
It's wild. I've never heard that phrase before, and I don't know that I ever want to hear that phrase again. That is such.
I got to go back hours. To see exactly. I may even have that wrong. I'll have to go back. Oh, now you can't even do that. Anyway. I'm having a lot of technical issues here today on the message train.
By the way, 817, I'm on playback, so behind. But props to the producer, a.k.a. Jet Nelson, for holding it down while y'all were late.
Oh, yeah.
This guy's about 2 hours behind.
Yeah, no doubt. That was.
How long, what was it, about 30 seconds, give or take?
Maybe a minute, yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Well, I had no read. So, no read, and so I was just like, Jet Nelson here on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, man, we're getting emails later. Literally just walked down there to get coffee. How long was that break?
It was a good 4.5 minutes.
Not long enough.
4.5?
We normally get about 5.5 minutes, so shorter to comparison.
Yeah, because sometimes those come in. Like, I remember doing a show once where I can't remember who was producing. This may have been back so far where Peyton Russell was producing. He's like, man, we literally have like 2.5 and 3 minute breaks today. And I was just like, oh my. Those coming and going.
That's a
coming and going.
That's a throwback, man, to when you have breaks. That's more like summertime breaks.
Yeah, well, and it was summertime.
Yeah,
no doubt.
It's baseball season, though, boys.
Yep.
Let's go.
All right.
Go.
What we're hearing, the latest on the draft and how much we don't care about it. That's next year on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan.
The extra savings every time you check out. Save even more with Price Cut. H-E-B, another reason why here, everything's better.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I'd like to put something forward, and I'll put myself in the Fan After Dark. Let's just do it, White Guy Radio / Fan After Dark Text Hall of Fame. I think we need to start putting some of those together.
You know what? That's a fantastic idea. That is a fantastic idea.
Because I know. There are times, and I'll be in the car, and then I'll get home and forget, where I want to pull up the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text while you guys are on the air just to see what's coming in.
You know, we do get some good text messages, I will say. Love the fatties, love the folks that have embraced the show. Got a text from Reggie at Atula yesterday. I mentioned that. So no, it's if had you told me 2 years ago when I started here at 105.3 The Fan that
God, it's been 2 years.
It'll be 2 years in June that your boy's been here on 105.3 The Fan, and time flies when you're having fun. But I will say it's the best 2 year stretch of my radio career here at 105.3 The Fan, just because. And what's the best way? Now, granted, I was a lot wilder back in my early days of doing radio, so with a little bit of age, a little bit of wisdom, but radio fans in Dallas are just, what's the best way to put this without alienating a fan base, but we'll go ahead and do it anyway. I just feel like radio listeners in Dallas are just better educated in the sense of radio, of how radio works. Mm-hmm. Okay? Like you, and I guess what I mean by that is this, is that you guys have had really, really good radio, whether it's been the Ticket back in the day and the Fan in the last 10, 15 years, to where you know what good radio is when you hear it. Whereas in Houston, I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah.
Now, I'd say there's not good radio in Houston, but
I think about it a lot. Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you, Jed Nelson. We're going to have Jake Riepma and Brendan Baxter coming up, crossing in a little bit here at 1240. But, yeah, because I've listened to sports talk radio in New York. Not a fan. It's a different. Yeah, it's a totally different thing, and it ain't my speed.
Yeah.
It's nothing but, a bunch of hosts leaning on, like, not even giving really content, just leaning on callers. Or just a lot of shouting at each other. And that's kind of an East Coast thing, because you get that in Philadelphia as well. Boston, yes, but Boston's, of all of them, I think they're the best as far as radio markets there.
Oh, no, you'll get into some, my boy Ted Johnson, who does the afternoon show on WEEI. I mean, I think, because I want to say it's a 3 or 4 man booth over there. And, they get into some deep sports conversation, so which I certainly appreciate. I mean, I think there's a place for, and look, I'm not. You're not going to hear 4 hours of sports talk from Fred Davis. I do like to mix things in because I think it gives you a little levity, and I think sometimes you'll have a topic that you just never know what it's going to be. Sports boner being one of them that it will take off,
or hate boner,
whichever one you're more inclined to
up for discuss. Nomination. Up for the Hall.
Pun intended.
Well, like I said, going into the break, what we're hearing latest on the draft and why we don't care about it, it's not that we don't care about the draft. We do. As we were talking about earlier, we can see so much chaos like after the first 2 picks, because I don't think there's anybody out there, I haven't heard anybody believing that the Raiders or the Jets are moving off their pick at 1 and 2. And then it starts.
They've taken calls, but that's about it.
I mean, Cardinals, Titans, Giants. I could see two of the three definitely moving, but I've heard talk on even the Titans, exploring the possibility. So if that's the case, we don't know who's going to be moving up. The Cowboys could be a part of that, but it could be other teams. And then what are they going for up there? What type of player? That changes everything down to 12. And because you don't have, it isn't a star-studded draft, this is why you have teams that may be willing to move back, because there isn't these, guys that, oh my God, an incredible, like a Hall of Fame type player at number 4.
Well, plus you
don't even know it won.
And teams don't want to give up first rounders next year.
Yeah.
That's the other problem you're running into is teams that, we all have heard that next year's draft is going to be very, very top heavy, and you're going to have a lot of good talent coming out in the first round next year. So, do you want to forfeit a pick next year so you can move up this year on a group that I think we all agree is going to be good, but to your point, I don't know that anybody's just like lighting up people's world on fire for who's available out there. So, time will tell. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw next to no movement in the first round. Right? I could see a world where you're going to see more movement
that would
in
stun
the back half of the second round. Or excuse me, I could see a situation where in the first 12 to 15 picks, you don't see a lot of movement because the asking prices are going to be too high.
Okay. All right. I see it more now that you say it that way.
And then you're going to see 15 through 20, 30, where it's like, okay, now we're not moving off first-round picks anymore. We're moving off second, thirds, and fourths. Then I could see where you're going to start seeing a lot more movement.
It's interesting because I have been hearing David Bailey is likely to go number 2. And the analysis of I've seen it both with Arvell Reese and Bailey, and a lot of praise, and then some just like one over the other. But the consensus, I believed, was Bailey at 2. ESPN's got a draft day predictor, and they have, you can choose a player. I chose Arvell Reese. All right. The chances that Arvell Reese, percentage-wise, is taken at number 2 is at 60%. At 3 is 35%. So their, predictor has it go that way. And I was like, okay.
Poly market?
What's that?
What's the old poly market saying?
I have not. Let me.
How do you feel about putting money on minor leaguers? Where are you at on that?
Oh, like the futures?
Yes. Remember Fantex from like a decade plus ago?
Yeah.
With Arian Foster and Vernon Davis that never took off?
Yeah. Is Robinhood doing stuff like that?
No. So here's the deal. We had a guy on the other night, Rob Connolly, runs a company called Finlete, Finlete. And essentially, because I want to say there's 2 Rangers, Santos, and I can't think of who the other one was, that where you can put money on them now. They've got a certain amount of shares available, I think like 100,000 or something like that. And you are buying into what their future contracts may look like. So if they sign a big fat deal someday, you're going to get paid for it.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
No. I think that is a really bad slippery slope of.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now,
anytime that when you're betting, we've seen it now. There's even commercials talking about, trolls that go after players because they bet prop bets, on a player and they didn't reach it. So they're, reaching out to them on Twitter. It's despicable. So if you're doing stuff like that with minor league baseball, that's just.
Now Rob's thing was, and in fairness, because Blake gave me a hard time saying, you kind of went in on this guy. And I said, well, it just didn't, I'm with you. I said, it just didn't feel right to me. Now, texted back and forth with the guys afterwards, and I said, look, man, I'm sorry if I came across, like I had something out for you. I didn't. I said, but I just, because I asked the dude, I said, how do we know that this thing's on the up and up? And I said, it just feels like you're taking advantage of these guys. And he said, look, we're giving them money up front. And, the contracts are in English and Spanish, so they know what they're getting into, and that's, you've got a bunch of minor leaguers who aren't getting paid much. So this is a chance for them to get money up front at the cost of their deals in the long run, which, okay. I mean, it's backed by the SEC, so it's not like they're running some fly-by-night operation. So I told, again, and I said, look, it just doesn't feel right to what you just said, but from a, athlete's perspective, if you're willing to say, hey, look, I'm willing to take money now at a cost down the line, down the road, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly don't have an issue at all with any type of player that, taking out insurance policies on limbs.
You're mortgaging your future that, hey, I'm going to get paid, I'm going to get a big deal, but he said it's like 1-3% of your future earnings.
Ooh. Yeah, yikes.
That's what I do. Hey, preaching the choir, son. Preaching the choir.
That's gangster. That is some gangsta ass, man. I don't know about that. All right. So with all these players that we talked about, the worst case scenario, I may have just done it on the NFL draft simulator. Because I was just going through, I was like, ESPN's got one, pick your team, Cowboys, okay, 11 selections taken before you. Caleb Downs, gone. Giants. Reuben Bain Jr., gone. Browns. Sonny Styles, gone. Saints. Monsieur Delane, gone. Bengals. So your Malagoa, the tackle from Miami, is your highest ranked player right there. Then Mekhi Lemon from USC, wide receiver. Kenyon Sadiq from Oregon. Loaned from Penn State, the guard, and then the quarter, Jermod McCoy. So that I'm thinking about that as well. Now, Akeem Mesidor is there, and I know that there are a lot of people. I think Wooly Bully is high on him. Maybe wrong on that. I'm pretty sure just going off.
I think he's been a Mesidor guy. Yeah. Let's put it this way. I don't think he's been as down on Akeem Mesidor as other people have been. I think he's presented the fact that, look, the guy's quality. If Akeem Mesidor was 22 or 23 years old, he'd be a top 10 pick. I think Akeem Mesidor's biggest. I think the biggest knock 25? On him is homeboy's 25 years old.
Yeah.
Which seems like it's, which is dog years for a rookie in college. But, look, you want 8 years out of him, right? Hey, you took, now granted at 12, that's a pretty, you'd like to think it, you didn't draft Tyler Booker thinking we're only going to get 8 years out of him. At that guard spot, you'd like to think you're going to get 10 to 12 years. But, hey, stranger things. What'd you get out of Zach Martin? 10 years? 11?
Yeah, ish.
Something like that?
I think that's kind of, it's not best case scenario, but look, the NFL, it's rough. If you've got
now, is Carnell Tate in this draft that you've got here at 12? Is Carnell Tate available?
Hold on,
or has he already been taken?
Scroll back up. Carnell Tate was taken number 7 by the Commanders, which is where I believe he will go. I think one of the teams.
I don't disagree.
That if there's no way if Tate is there at 7, the Commanders don't go there. What you said earlier about where they are with that wide receiver room.
They've got to get a wide receiver. No, by the way, good. Your quarterback needs somebody. You have to build around your quarterback. And if you feel better about your offensive line, whether you do, you got to, to me, if you're the Commanders, you got to help your quarterback out. So you either got to take a lineman or a wide receiver to give him to somebody to throw to.
Okay, so I'm going to look this up real quick on the fly for linebacker and Jacob Rodriguez. This is on the draft day predictor, and it's, as you'd imagine, all over the board. But the highest percentage, which is at about 4% chance that he will go at 59. And it's a 1% chance he goes at 38.
Who's this?
Not Jacob Rodriguez. So they don't even have it to where there's a percent chance that he goes in the first round. I find that to be interesting. Just throwing that out there. Look, they don't even talk about how they do this predictor. It just is coming from ESPN. So, take it for what it's worth. I will also take for what it's worth the opinions of Brendan Baxter and Jake Riepma. How about we do that next?
Let's do it.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in Texas, making therapy far more accessible for people who have previously thought.
Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight, they got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Maybe the greatest athlete in the world right now. What we were discussing in the break.
Take right there. That's a hot take right there. Man.
Will Chambers, Fred Davis, White Guy Radio.
But still.
One final time. Great thanks to Jed Nelson. Again, great work behind the glass. And our thanks to the Wooly Bully and Gavin Spittle for joining us earlier, as we are now joined by Jake Riepma and Brennan Baxter, who will take over from us. It's Jake Riepma, the time Dallas Stars, donning the White Stars cap today.
Playoff time. I don't think
so. You got to hit the on button. Oh, it is. On your mic, though. Yep, there you go. Turn on all the mics. Let's do surround radio.
Playoff time. Let's go.
Yeah. You're ready.
The
house good.
Yeah, thank you. I've got I've got a couple of reasons why you should bet the house on the Stars to win the Stanley Cup.
Oh!
Is that a tease, or do we get that?
To win the Stanley, to not just the series, the whole
at 10-1
kit and caboodle. For the whole enchilada, for the whole kit and caboodle, for the whole marbles.
And let me preface your answer that I've worked in the times that I've worked with Jake. His betting stuff has been on it. On it.
I had that is how I think that's how we became friends, and I don't want to over-assume, but I think that helped establish some credibility for me.
Let's not go too far.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I just gave you like 5 winning picks for March Madness, and then you're hitting me up the next day.
Yeah, that's right. It was during March Madness. I mean, they were like parlays that were just hitting day after day for weeks. It was good stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, that's like when, one of those really bad three-point shooters makes a 3 at the beginning of the game, and then they just keep shooting, and they're actually hurting the team. Now I just keep making more and more bets that lose, right. And then inevitably the Chief always wins. The house always wins.
Oh.
It'll turn.
So what's the give us a little tease then? I mean, give me something on this. Why the Stars are going to win the whole thing?
All right, there are two components that I'm really diving into. One has nothing to do with on the ice play,
okay,
and the other that's more of the camaraderie, the chemistry of it all.
Okay,
and my hint for that is just think country music. Now, my second reason they can actually win, there's some real data there. Take that for data. 6 of these 7 teams have gone on to win a Stanley Cup in this particular era that they're in when the Stars accomplished this following regular season. Did you follow that?
I do.
So the Stars did something this season that 7 other teams have done, and 6 of them have gone on to win a Stanley Cup.
I mean, that's as good a tease as I've ever heard right there.
Thank you.
When are you going to pay that off?
Hey. Well, we'll come right out of the gates with Stars hockey, and then we do have a Let's Talk Hockey segment, and we're going to be joined live from the American Airlines Center, since obviously I can't be there. We're going to have Savannah Humoller, who's great Stars insider, Stars insider, tons of content there. So then I also have a Jake break loaded with controversy, an Uber driver controversy.
Okay.
I busted an Uber driver. I had to.
For?
Oh, that's going to be in the Jake break, in the discussion.
Bricks a blow, or?
No. Trying to pull.
Well, that would just be hating.
Yeah. No.
Talk about hate boner.
I've been through. Jeez,
I can't anymore with it.
Goodness.
I just can't.
Is that what happens when you do radio with Fred?
No,
that was a text.
That was a text.
Oh, good.
Text.
I mentioned earlier that I think that the Rockets are going to gentlemanly sweep the Lakers because they don't have Luka. Somebody's like, Will's got this big hate boner for Luka now. It's strange. And I was like, huh? On the terminology and the whole context.
Wild. I've heard some crazy stuff on the text. That takes it to another level.
Well, given the fact that it's the Rockets, you would say you have a red rocket on for the Houston Rockets.
I think that fits.
I do feel like the NBA playoffs are just lacking a little steam with the match.
Blake is having such FOMO right now if he's not listening.
Are you guys excited? Like, is any part of you excited for the NBA playoffs?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I am.
Let me see.
I mean, NBA playoffs are. I mean, look, you're going to get good basketball, all right? First round could be a little wonky.
Right, that's what I'm
saying. Some of those play-ins were actually pretty entertaining.
I mean, I thought the play-ins were great. I mean, look, Charlotte, everybody, and last night was interesting just from the standpoint of the teams that you thought coming off of a big win 2 nights ago, especially with the way the other teams. I mean, look, the Suns looked awful the other night. The Magic, I mean, hell, every tweet I saw had Jamal Mosley getting fired, and they go out and boat race Charlotte, who was the darling of all darlings from 2 nights ago. So, I mean, look, NBA playoffs usually are pretty damn good anyway.
Yeah, I think that I'm excited for what I think we'll see in the conference semifinals. I mean, I'm interested in Nuggets Timberwolves, but the Timberwolves have been disappointing. I am interested in Knicks Hawks to a degree, because maybe could Atlanta do something? And then the old rivalry that really isn't one now, Celtics 76ers. Outside of that, I think it's, just going to, hopefully they're quick trips to round 2.
I have an NBA question that I need everybody's help with because I'm in it every day and I'm very biased.
Is this the question for me?
No. That's totally different. We got tons of time. So I come to Crosstalk just ready to go because I'm excited to be able to, converse with a couple of radio professionals here. But my question on the NBA, I admittedly think national media is always this way for my Detroit Pistons, but they are so they gotta be the most slept on, disrespected number 1 seed of all time.
No,
since the 2004 Detroit Pistons, gentleman swept.
No, the Atlanta Hawks from maybe 5 years ago,
but that was well deserved.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Jeff Teague, Al Horford Atlanta Hawks? Like that LeBron just smoked?
They were a number 1 seed, and they got absolutely smoked. So, yes, I know where you're coming from, and I don't disagree.
Which I don't care. It's just interesting.
The problem is they don't have a number 2 scorer.
Everybody says that. Jalen Duren's one of the most efficient scorers in the National Basketball Association.
I have no idea who that human is. That's the problem.
Well, then you just told on yourself.
I love Jalen Duren.
Yeah. No,
I'm a big Jalen Duren guy.
That's the point I'm making. Nobody outside of those that watch the association a lot really know who that player is.
But that kind of proves my point that the Pistons are slept on because all it takes is to look at a box score and see he's scoring at about 20 a game, double-double a game, and a very efficient. He's one of the best shooters in the NBA percentage-wise.
I think it's hard, though, because now at the NBA, I saw recently they came out with that report that the viewership
biggest in 24 years.
It's like, nobody's watching the NBA, but somehow, some way, they're getting the best numbers.
But I feel like it's very niche fans. Like, you might be a casual viewer you might watch one Pistons game all year if it's like on ESPN or TNT on a random night. But you're not going to sit there and get League Pass and watch the Pistons just because they're the number 1 team in the league.
Well, not to mention, too, the problem with the Pistons this year was that they didn't put them on national TV enough, right?
That's true, too.
You didn't get a lot of Pistons basketball. I mean, look, J.B. Bickerstaff, what he's done in the last 2 or 3 years with that Pistons team is nothing short of incredible.
I thought they had the Knicks last year. I mean, they're an exciting team.
Yeah, they were exciting.
And we don't have to make this Pistons radio, but just NBA playoffs. If a team had 14 wins 2 years ago and then made the playoffs as an 8 seed and then made the playoffs as the number 1 seed in the East and was the number 1 seed for the entirety of the season, outside a I'd say small market, but outside a team like Detroit, that's going to get more discussion from a national perspective than what the Pistons have gotten. 14 wins. That's historically bad.
And no one's picking them to beat Boston in the playoffs this year.
Now that I don't think is that crazy, though.
Yeah, I don't think it's crazy, but they're just not getting respect.
I've got Detroit going to the Eastern Conference Finals.
And losing to Boston?
Yeah, which look, man, Boston's just on another.
I'm hoping to see that Cavs-Pistons matchup in round 2. See, that's when
Cleveland, though, every year it seems like when they have a good team outside of the LeBron era, it's this could be the year they make it to the East Finals.
No,
or
exactly.
Every year they seem to lose in the first
pressure.
round or second round. Like what does it take for them to even break through to the East Finals?
Well, I mean, you have to go out and you have to get your assassin. You have to go out and get your playoff stud. So they got Harden.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about Jaden
wait, who's your
James
NBA
Harden.
team, Fred?
I don't really have one.
Okay.
I don't really have one. All right. That's the beauty of growing up in Kansas is that I'm a Jayhawk and a Chiefs fan, and then
you're a root for radio guy.
I'm a mercenary. I'm a mercenary when it comes to my NBA fandom. Wherever I'm at, that's who I'm a fan of. All right. When I was in New England station up there, I was a Boston fan. Although the Rockets were kind of hard to get into.
Yeah.
Not going to lie.
When were you in Houston? Like, when were you rooting
12 years. I mean, I was there from 2012 to 2024.
Okay, so you had the Chris Paul, James, you had the potential finals.
There was just something about that Rock. There's something about the Rockets. They're I don't know. That's an interesting group. Maybe it's been a lot easier for me to get into the Mavericks because I've always been a Jason Kidd fan from when I was a kid, and I told anybody that would listen that, you know what, yes, it sucks losing Luka, but Cooper Flagg is going to be that guy, and I've been saying that from day one. So, hey, I'll take my victory lap.
You should.
But no, and plus I don't know. There's something about the Mavericks. It's just I don't know. Maybe it's because I like blue.
Kansas.
I love blue. I'm a blue guy. Yeah. What can I say? But no, I think. Look, I think when it comes to real quick the Rockets and the Lakers, that series would have been so much better had we had Luka for the entire series. I read something up. I don't think he's coming back for this series. I think that hamstring, look, he can get whatever freakish thing he's doing over in Europe. I don't think it's going to be enough. I think that hamstring's a lot worse, and I think they kind of kept it alive, the whole, hey, he's going to Europe, to add maybe a little bit to y'all's point, because this could be a 5-1 thing.
Do we see any vintage LeBron? You think Lakers could win? Tonight, you said gentleman's sweep. You get one vintage LeBron game that gets a win?
I think you'll get two.
Tonight or, whenever game 2 is.
I think you'll get 2 or 3. I mean, who else? Who else is going to score?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, he has to go. You know what I'm saying? You have to get vintage LeBron.
Yeah, his son. He's ready.
Bronny.
Well,
Bronny's ready. It's his moment.
Hey.
Been slept on.
Time will tell. I mean, look, we can get our boy Laravia. Maybe he'll give you 10 or 15.
The NBA did accept the exception or whatever the ruling was for Luka and Cade to be eligible for All NBA. That was big.
Which look,
it should have. Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, come on, man. You got a homeboy with a collapsed lung, for God's sakes. You had the birth of your child. Like, let's go ahead and let's give him a little love on that. I'd like to see, just from a local standpoint, you want to see Cade Cunningham ball out. I've been a Cade guy since Oklahoma State. I'm a huge fan of his game. I'll tell you what, if Cade needs to average about 30 to 35 a game over this series.
You know what the Pistons' record was without Cade? And I know it's regular season, so it doesn't matter.
Well, hell, they go like 6-2 down the stretch when he was out?
8-2 when he was out.
Yeah. So no. I mean, look, Detroit.
But they didn't. They had some good wins on there. Lakers twice, I think, and there's another Western Conference team that. But anyways, I digress.
No, I'm just saying, I think I'm just talking about from a getting him out in the ethos conversation, right? I mean, basketball
I see. Yeah,
fans,
I totally agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the NBA kind of does this weird thing where, because they don't. I mean, look, I like Jalen Duren, but the problem with he's not a bankable you know what I'm saying? So with a Cade Cunningham perspective, it's like, look, if he can give you 30 to 35, and then we're because it's a highlight league, right? The NBA is.
Yeah.
Okay? So if Cade can go out there, do his thing, and suddenly it's like, all right, we can start getting behind. And I'll tell you what else you need. Of course, obviously it's not going to be from Chauncey Billups, but if we can get some other Detroit Pistons out there loving up.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Yeah. You need the Rip Hamiltons, the Rasheed Wallaces. People can tune into Locked On Pistons.
Isaiah Thomas.
With me and Lindsey Hunter. Do you guys remember Lindsey Hunter?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's who we do the show with. Great show.
What's he up to these days?
Locked On Pistons with Jay Creema. He does a couple other shows. He's coaching in the area. His sons are all in the AAU circuit, and he's got a good life.
Lindsey Hunter. What a callback.
That guy could D you
up. I was going to say, Lindsey Hunter was a
he's
dog.
Higher length of the court.
He was a part of those championship teams with Billups and Rip.
Yeah. Three-point shooter before being a three-point shooter was a thing back in those days. Shout out to Lindsey Hunter.
You want to shoot your shot before we...
You're a golfer.
Yeah.
Most egregious golf purchase you've made. It can be course, it can be clubs, it can be apparel. I think I've got a new one.
Okay.
This guy's a scratch, by the way.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I would feel very
kind of nonchalant.
I would feel comfortable. I would feel comfortable us two versus anybody here in a two-man scramble.
Really?
Yes.
I'll take Choppy. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Oh wow!
Is Choppy scratch?
Funny you ask. No, Choppy. I talk to him about this all the time. Did you guys hear what he said to me when I told him I played Preston Trail? He went off like for 10 minutes about how much he hates me for playing Preston Trail because he didn't get to play.
But we've got it set up. Will and Choppy versus me and Dave.
He said he's been a scratch, obviously, just doesn't play enough now where he's closer to a 2-3 single digit. What are you?
6'9".
Oh. Well, I don't know. Carry us, brother. Carry us. Here's what I'll say about
what was the purchase, though?
Shaft on my driver broke. I got fitted at, no free plugs, but I got fitted. And he's like, here's top, here's next, here's bottom. I think you're at this level. And obviously he was selling me on a driver shaft, and I spent a decent amount of money on it.
How much?
$560.
Well, that's pretty much, you're pretty much getting the new driver. That's half of what
that makes it a $700 driver. Yeah. If you bought the, head to. Damn. I've got really good shafts, and they were $250.
But here's my thought process is it's an investment. I'm going to be using it. Now I got to just play more golf. And
that's how I talk myself into it, too.
Right. And I mean, I'm on air at Odyssey Dallas, so I can obviously afford it.
Yeah, no question.
They pay us the big bucks. Okay, anybody on the fan text, I'm kidding. Like, I hope that was the sarcasm came through there.
Set of PXGs.
Okay.
That I don't have anymore.
What happened to them? Do you sell them?
Yeah. I got talked to. They're great clubs.
Do you have golf clubs? Because I'm feeling really good if you don't have clubs that we could...
I got some Titleist T150s that I absolutely love. I was always a Titleist guy. I didn't get the correct PXGs. I got talked into the blade/cavity, and
fair enough. Their logo just bugs me. I see their logo and it looks like Microsoft Word, and it bothers me, and I just can't get past that.
More of what Jake can't get past coming up as they take over at 1 o'clock with Brendan. That's next year on the Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan. Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Good afternoon, DFW. Here we go. Welcome one, welcome all. It is Fan University, your college football fix right here on a Saturday afternoon. Jake Reitmo alongside Brennan Baxter. Fired up to be with you. Khaki Kev is on the ones and twos, and we are with you until Texas Rangers baseball at 5:30. Brennan Baxter, how the heck are you? The heated rivalry is back. Let us know where you're listening, how you're listening, 877-881-1053. But Baxter, your excitement when I showed up to that pre-show production meeting was off the charts, and I appreciate that. Made me feel good.
I've missed you. I've missed being on air. It's been a week too long. Kevin and I had a great show last Saturday, though.
Let's go!
He did a good job filling it, but it just wasn't as quite as heated.
I would say it was our best show ever.
Best show ever. Kevin and I's best show ever for sure, but it just wasn't as heated as it could have been. Kevin's a little more tame, Jake. I think it doesn't get as sweaty in the studio when you're not here.
That pre-show production meeting got sweaty. The crosstalk got sweaty between you and I. Here I am just challenging other members of the station to a 2-on-2, two-man scramble best ball. I like to feel the guys sweating. Yes, there it is. Yes, we like to feel the guys sweating here on Fan University, your college football fix. We say hello, and I woke up this morning feeling like it was Christmas morning, a national holiday, Brendan Baxter, because you want to know why?
Opening playoff hockey.
Yeah,
is that right?
Dallas Stars.
You were made to be on radio on a day like today.
I appreciate that.
Stars.
That's what I'm talking about, Khaki Kev. And the only bummer with the announcement of the start time for today's Stars Minnesota Wild game being at 4:30, we're still going to be on the air for it, which is okay. Can't be there physically. We'll obviously have it tuned in and dialed up. We'll bring you all the updates and everything like that. And I'll be at Game 2 Monday night. I'll be at the American Airlines Center for that. But we are going to check in with Savannah Humoller, who is at the American Airlines Center. So we'll get boots on the ground. And from the 214, fellas, just tuning in, there's going to be a little hockey talk, right? The most consistent team in the DF Dub deserves some airtime. To that, I say, hell yeah, there's going to be some hockey talk. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, man. I mean, 4:30 Central Time, Dallas, Minnesota. I was at the game last week.
Whoa!
Last Thursday.
Yes, you were.
5-4 win for the Stars. And the physicality of that game, it felt like it was Game 7.
Why were you able to see the physicality so well? Where were you sitting, Brennan Baxter?
I was sitting right on the glass last Thursday.
Yeah.
Whoa! I was
ice level, baby.
I was ice level.
Let me ask you this: does it still get kind of steamy with the coolness and the cold temperatures?
It gets very steamy down there, and
You watch the stretching?
I'm watching it all.
You have to.
I was watching everything during the break. I did not leave my seat. It was awesome. I'm not the biggest hockey guy. I'm much more of a football guy, and I've had the pleasure of being on the field for some certain football games, covering different games up close. I will be honest with you, that experience was my first time sitting ice level, the most fun and intense sporting event I think I've ever been to.
It's amazing. And while the hockey talk has been asked for on the fan text line at 877-881-1053, which we appreciate. So send in your Dallas Stars thoughts as well. And I got to give a shout out to where was it? Right here. More excited for this show about hockey talk than any other show, which we appreciate. So that being said, the Dallas Stars, I mean, you talk about a team entering the postseason on a heater. 7 straight wins. Now the playoff format, that's
well documented.
Is what it is.
Sucks.
It is. It does. But I also feel like there's so much to be said about the momentum entering this series. And listen, I'm not going to give any credit to the playoff format because it's dumb. It is stupid. It is unjust. It is everything. It is broken. It is everything else. But you can't make any mistake about this rivalry in the first round.
No, and how they've done it too. 4 goals, 6 goals, 5 goals, 4 goals. You know, a part of this, like the offense is playing phenomenal hockey. They're starting to defend a little bit better too. And think about back to that game against the Wild. You kind of came in and you had lost 3 of 4 coming into that game. And then you have that game, you're down, you find a way to win. It just seemed like it jump-started this team to we're ready for this. We are ready to take over. At that time, you were only a point ahead of them. You finished the season 8 points ahead of Minnesota. So you separated yourself as the second best team in the league, and hopefully that shows during this series.
No doubt about it. I did see a funny tweet about how long the Stars and Wild have known they were going to play each other, because the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference, for that matter, a lot of the playoff matchups in terms of seeding, who was playing who, that was decided in the final game. No, I'm saying recently. Whereas the Stars and the Wild knew forever that they were going to play each other, and that allowed I think this is what the kids say, that allowed the content creators to cook, because they knew who they're going to be playing, so they could spend ample time dialing up some hype videos. And the hardworking one and only Khaki Kev has this gem dialed up for us right now. Get hype for Stars Wild with this.
On March 10th, 58-year-old millionaire Norm Green announced he was taking his team to Dallas to pursue a better economic climate.
Sad situation. We need hockey.
Good luck to the North Stars.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime in Dallas.
That's number 50 on the year for Mike Modano.
Let's go.
You know, that final call from when they won the Cup in 99, Gary Thorne was one of the voices of my childhood. I mean, that is the NHL playoff, the intro that would be on ESPN, that broadcast crew, Bill Clement as well, was such a golden era of hockey. And the Stars winning the Cup that year in 99, it just makes the hair in the back of my neck stand up, because it's playoff hockey. There's nothing like it.
We actually got into this debate last week towards the end of the show, about your favorite playoffs across the four major sports. And NFL, I think, was a consensus one, but hockey... Nope. What'd you say?
Remember, mine was baseball. I do.
Yours was baseball. But I think I said that outside of the NFL, you get so much more excitement in hockey. And a lot of these diehard teams, especially up north, and then here in Dallas as well, too, the energy in the building, there's nothing like it. And I just can't wait to see Dallas go up 1-0 this afternoon.
Brendan, we can't say that out loud, because then those who make decisions for the playoff bracket, they're going to stick with what they've already got. We got to say it sucks, so that way they change it.
No. We made that very, very clear.
They know that the bracket sucks. And this is gaining. I had not really saw much of this like a year or 2 years ago. I feel like more of the national attention has been around like how messed up this system is.
Yes, because it was adapted, and someone can double check on the fan text line. It was adapted, I want to say 2012, 2013. I was in college when this format was adapted, and it does lend itself, and you put yourself at the mercy of how each divisional battle plays out. And there's been times where it does lend itself to some really good opening round matchups, and it plays out, but it also opens itself up to being susceptible to what happened this year, where on the Western Conference side of things, you have 2 versus 3, winner playing 1 in the second round. Obviously, well, assuming the Avs win, but you get the idea. Very silly opening round matchups. And then on the Eastern Conference side, you have the 2 worst teams playing each other, 7 versus 8, because of the way it played out in the respective divisions versus the wild card. So it's just a really unfortunate set of circumstances that really amplified how broken the format is this year.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the more I think about it too with the series with Minnesota, after watching it last week, I think the physicality could wear on the Stars the deeper they go into the playoffs. But at the same time, it feels like if you just get through Minnesota and you get through Colorado, the cup is there for the taking. It's going to be really, I know you're still going to have to win 2 more series, but it's just going to feel like, all right, the hard part's over.
No doubt.
Just go take care of business.
I do want to pay off my one tease. I had 2 major teases coming into this show on Crosstalk of why I believe the Dallas Stars can win the Stanley Cup this year. And I'll go with my real data point one in this opening segment. We're going to talk more Dallas Stars, obviously at 3:20 with Savannah Humoller live from the AAC, and then we'll also have a Let's Talk Hockey segment at 4:20, which I'll reveal my other reason. But the data points: the Stars won a 50th regular season game for the third straight year in the regular season. So 3 straight 50-win seasons. In NHL history, only 7 teams have ever done that in a 3-year period. Within those 7 teams, in that 3-year period, 6 of those 7 teams have won a Stanley Cup at least once. The Stars are in that 3-year period. They have not won a Stanley Cup yet. If they win it this year, they'll join the likes of 6 of the other 7 teams. If they don't, they'll be one of just 8 teams.
So who's the team that didn't?
Carolina Hurricanes. Bummer. Major bummer. There was some team. The Blackhawks had a run there with Patrick Kane. The Detroit Red Wings obviously had a run, 97, 98 back-to-back. But their best stretch was actually 02 through 06, and they won it. Or no, I'm sorry, 05 through 08, and they won it in that last year in 08.
In 08.
Yeah. Almost won in 09 back-to-back, but Sidney Crosby in Game 7 stole it from. But
Pittsburgh legend.
Yeah. The Boston Bruins had a run in the 70s as well. So, point being, the data is on the Dallas Stars side.
It's time.
It is time.
You're due. You weren't in Dallas at this time, but in 2011 when the Mavs got into the playoffs and kind of made that run, you had this sense, this feeling of like, in fact, the T-shirt said it's time. Like it felt like, okay, this is your moment. If you're going to get one, this is the year to get it done. And you still had to beat arguably one of the toughest stretches there in the NBA playoffs. I feel that way. I had that hunch with the Stars this year where it just kind of feels like you're going to get over the hump. It feels like it's time. Maybe it's just a biased fan, but at the same time, I'm really excited about this postseason.
100%. Goalie, first-year head coach. You got Miro Heiskanen playing today. We'll get more into the injury stuff when we talk to Savannah Humoller at 3:20. But it wasn't the only game going on. Last night, we had a little Texas Rangers baseball.
Here's the pitch. Young swings and lines one down the left field line. That's a base hit. That scores Berger. JJ on his way to second base. He has his 3rd double of the night. And the Rangers have a 5-0 lead.
That's right, 5-0 winners over the Seattle Mariners, going in for a 2nd consecutive win in Seattle, which is saying a lot because that has just been a disastrous place for the Texas Rangers to play baseball. I think they call it's T-Mobile Park. It used to be Safeco, T-Mobile now, but it's been a while. So seeing an opening series victory, huge. Jacob deGrom, the 4 scoreless innings. 4 was a little bit eye-popping when you look at the box score, but at the same time, you'll take a shutout win any day.
Any day, and this is the 2nd time you've shut out Seattle. You're now 4-0 against them this year after sweeping them at home. And that was that series where you didn't even score more than 3 runs. They only scored, 3 runs all series, and you shut them out again yesterday. Yeah. So good sign early on. The fact that you're beating the defending champs the way you are to start the year, you're getting multiple series against them early, and you're taking care of them so far.
No doubt. A little leadoff home run for Brandon Nimmo. You love to see that. We'll get more into Rangers. Of course, we'll have our crosstalk with Jared Sandler at the end of the program leading into Rangers pregame right here on your home for the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. So you will not want to miss that. But coming up next, did you guys know the NFL draft? It is right around the corner. Could the Cowboys be changing who they're looking in? Let's talk some Dallas Cowboys draft next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on.
registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Programming update on Fan University 105.3 The Fan. We're also on the Fan Cam. Make sure you're checking that out as well. Jake Rietma alongside Brendan Baxter. There's the wave. I like that. Saying hello.
Wave to the people on YouTube. Say
That's
hello.
Right. The YouTube, the Fan Cam. I know my grandmother watches all the way back in Michigan on the Fan Cam. So, Grandma, if you are watching, MJ, love you, missed you. And usually she'll give me a hard time like, you're talking so much about Dallas sports again. And I'll say, Grandma, that's what the Tolos want. We here to please the Tolos. 877-881-1053. Programming update. We're going to talk with Savannah Humoller at 2:40 because, she does a lot of the stuff with the pregame as well. So her people called my people. We made a little arrangement there. So we're just going to flip-flop. The Jake take will now be at 3:20.
Okay.
And we'll talk with Savannah at 2:40.
You've got one of the best agents in the biz, too. So.
Yeah, hardest working one. I mean, I've got my Loan Shark agent, I've got my Locked On agent, and I've got my 105.3 The Fan agent.
Yeah, 3 separate agents, and arguably the 105.3 The Fan agent has the toughest job.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. 877-881-1053. That's the number to get in touch with the show, like the 214 did. As a Stars fan headed to the game right now, but a little bit of me is wanting them to lose today.
No.
When we lose game 1, we have a better chance of winning. I understand the last it's been 7 years since the Stars have won a game 1 in the opening round of the playoffs, and they've made 3 straight Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, well, I guess that's if you're looking at the last 3 years, but I feel like on a pure percentage perspective, losing game 1 gives you a less chance of winning this year.
But hey, if you're superstitious, I understand. I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious.
And what's great is the 214, he's going to the game.
That's what I was going to say. You're superstitious.
Like you want to go to the game and watch us lose? Like you're spending your money?
If I'm spending my money, I want a damn win.
Right. I want to see a lot of goals, too. Come on,
214, get a win.
Yeah, we got to be better than that. But huge programming update as well. And I think everybody knows about this, but I'll go ahead and say it. This is your home for the Dallas Cowboys draft coverage. And what a job all 3 shows, Sean and RJ in the morning, KNC Masterpiece in the midday, and of course G-Bag Nation in the afternoon have done covering the draft. And of course every other additional platform that's out there. If you're not getting draft content, that's just on you because it is out there. But our 105.3 The Fan draft parties, the schedule was announced and released by none other than Mr. Sean Sharif. So I've got it here. On Thursday, these are your draft party locations. Shout out to Pluckers for sponsoring all the draft coverage in Fort Worth, City View. That's going to be Fred Davis and Blake Elliott. That's the one you put on your calendar right there, Fort Worth, City View. Fort Worth Alliance is going to be RJ Choppy. In Dallas, you got Kevin Hagelin. Going to want to hit that one up. In Allen, you got Corey Majors. In Arlington, Lucius Alexander and Alec Medford. Which, by the way, Medford, that's my guy. I am here Monday through Thursday in the mornings, and usually about the time I'm leaving is when Medford's arriving, but you can always tell he just got that good pump in the morning. And, obviously my heated rivalry is reserved for you, but it doesn't mean I can't notice.
Yeah, I'm getting a little jealous here.
Good-looking guy after a hard workout.
I had a good pump this morning.
Notice another
I can
man's
tell.
pump.
Yeah, I can tell.
Can you tell?
Yeah. Yeah, which we'll get into that as well because the crash diet pre-wedding is going really well.
You look good, man.
I appreciate that. Although as I'm diving
as
into
you're diving into Jimmy John's
Italian sandwich, it's cheat day. It's a cheat day. All right, where were we? We've got Gavin Dawson in Addison. Christy Scales is going to be in Plano. In Grapevine, you got Eric Chiafalo. In Mesquite, you have Sean Sharif. And by request only, not actually by the bosses, not actually getting paid to be there, but I'm going to go hang out with Sean.
You are going to go
in Mesquite. Yes,
that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
I'll make sure to come see you guys.
Yeah, please. That was where I wanted to go with this next. Brendan Baxter, of these draft parties on 105.3 The Fan, I need you to rank 1, 2, and 3. And I don't want to, I don't want to be presumptive and assume that Sean and I would be your number one stop there in Mesquite. Although in Rockwall, that's not the biggest hike, right?
No, Rockwall's not the biggest hike. My number one is going to be Corey and Allen, because Corey just followed me on Twitter.
Oh, look at that!
And so I'm gonna show Corey some love.
Yeah, no, Corey always is showing love to Fan University.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna show Corey love. I think Corey and Allen's number one. I'll go RJ Choppy too, because I just found out he's a scratch golfer and would love to talk some golf shop with RJ. Then you, just to be unbiased, I'll go you and Sean.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I will give you a few tips of the trade that I've learned the hard way with RJ Choppy that he has said on these airwaves. I've never hated a man so much in reference to me. So I've found a way, and it was coming from a loving place. I'm just choosing to believe that. But don't tell him all the golf courses that you've played at, because that evokes jealousy. It evokes rage. I told him I played at Preston Trail, and after he punched me in the face and I recovered, he then went on a 10-minute rampage about how much he hates me and that he wished harm on me.
So before, we're about to get to the Cowboys in a second, but before that, can you tell me how you got on Preston Trail? Are you allowed to share that information? Because that is a pretty prestigious golf club here in Dallas. It's tough to get on there.
Yeah, well, Sean and RJ said it wasn't from a Tolo based on some of my fan text interactions, which they would be correct in that assumption. But it was friend of a friend of another friend. Now, it is, in the loan shark world, we have our ways.
Yeah, the real estate world. Right. You can find your way on
meeting
almost
with some
anything.
clients.
Yeah,
it's
a little bit of that stuff we were talking about in the pre-show meeting.
It's tough being a loan shark, man.
Correct.
In
but
Dallas,
this was
Fort Worth, obviously.
Right. This was all internal, so we actually weren't meeting with clients. It was just, we got some VPs that are members, and it's kind of hard to believe for a lot of our listeners, but I actually get along with people pretty well. People like me.
Really?
Yeah. I was a first
It's taken me 5 or 6 months.
Yeah, exactly.
We're turning the corner.
I'm kind of fun to play golf with, I think.
You are. Speaking from experience, we've played a couple rounds together. You are a lot of fun to play with.
Heated rivalry. All right, the Dallas Cowboys were one of 17 teams to attend a private workout for Arizona State Sun Devil wide receiver Jordan Tyson. And as I would say Arizona State's biggest show on record. Fan University. We're the show on record for Arizona State.
You are a big Sun Devil fan. Like, if you had to adopt another team, I feel like it would be ASU. And Kenny Dillingham. He's your man crush.
He is. He's my spirit animal on top of that. You never have a day you're not thankful to be on this earth. Kenny Dillingham embodies that.
He does. Jordan Tyson, though, to get into this a little bit, I would not like this.
No.
I don't trust Jordan Tyson at all.
Really?
The injury history a year ago was a little concerning. He was in and out of a lot of ball games. It seemed like he got up for the Texas Tech game there in October just to essentially have Arizona State play their Super Bowl that day, and then the season was cooked after that. So I don't know. Like, I get it. You want to, if you've got one of the best players available potentially, and don't get me wrong, he's got a lot of talent. Again, we talked about this too, like receiver. You don't need to look there.
It would certainly spell, in all likelihood, the end for, at least in the Dallas Cowboys uniforms. Yeah, George Pickens. I got to be careful how I say that. I'm not, it wouldn't be the end of George Pickens. It would be the end as a Cowboy. In
sure. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But that being said, I would also add that Jordan Tyson, I think, embodies that new fancy toy that teams will fall in love with come draft time, because and by all indications in the workout he looked healthy, and that's what he had to prove, is that he's healthy and explosive.
And he's got the measurables, he's got the hands, he's very explosive, certainly. I just, for Dallas's sake, and I know Jerry, it just seems like they love this shiny toy. They want to go after it. I just don't think that would be the most wise decision there too.
We will see. Where do you want the Cowboys to go in round one? Defense, right? Aren't we all there?
I'm liking the rumors that I've heard the last couple of days about the trade up with Cleveland. I think if you can accumulate another pick, look, like, this draft is not as deep as years past. And so if you can trade with Cleveland, get that second pick at 39 overall as well too, like, what's the difference between 20 and 39 in this draft?
Right.
Who knows? Like, if you feel really good about a player in that top 50 range, you could get at 39 and then get Sonny Styles. I wouldn't trade up for Caleb Downs.
That's where I wanted to go next. I have Downs as one of the top players.
In my mind, like, trading up to 6 for a safety, it just seems like a lot.
Yeah, it's not a positional impact. It's not a position of impact in which you make an all-in move like that to trade up to get.
And you have some leverage with the 2 first-round picks, and so you can definitely move around if you want to, but I feel like if you're going to move to number 6, and that's just the most rumored trade we're seeing right now, it could change. Like, you can move up to 3, 4 maybe, potentially. I don't know. But if that is it to get Sonny Styles, I like that more. If you're going to trade up for Downs at 6, I'm not sure I would want to do that.
I have Downs as one of the best players
I think he is
NFL
probably one of the overall
draft.
best players in the draft. I think in terms of the safest bet you can make. Yeah, in terms of the safest bet, I think you could probably make outside of, I guess, Mendoza or David Bailey potentially. I think Caleb Downs is one of the...
Am I losing my co-host right now?
I think he's just... I don't know why you're giving me those eyes. Like, I think he's one of the best players in the draft.
He has the NFL pedigree with his brother. He has so much talent that I am convinced he got bored at Ohio State. He was so talented.
Can we talk about that too for a second? Like, you've got Arvell Reese, Caleb Downs, and Sonny Styles, probably all 3 going in the top 7 of the draft.
And offensively, they got a ton of weapons.
It's crazy.
Which is
like, imagine if Jeremiah Smith was coming out this year.
Oh my gosh! Exactly. And who's the receiver? Tate.
Carnell Tate is probably coming out.
Which we're Fan University, your college football fix on a Saturday afternoon. Which, by the way, a lot of spring games in action. You had Michigan. Kyle Whittingham's first spring game as the head coach of Michigan. Khaki Kev's giving me the hook 'em. That's right, big Longhorn guy over here. But the Ryan Day discussion, I got absolutely burnt 2 years ago when they won the national championship because they lost to Michigan the final game of the regular season, and I crucified him. I said he's cooked. He let his team fight on the field with Michigan, and then they rattle off one of the most impressive postseason runs. So now this year I'm all in on Ryan Day and Ohio State. They got all the best players, and they lose to Miami.
It is kind of crazy looking at this draft board going like, how did this team lose a game? And how did Miami beat them? But, college football, especially on the offensive side of the ball, you
throw the record books out when you get to the college football playoffs, brother.
You got to throw it out. But, super impressive what Ryan Day's done there. And I think what program a player comes from is also very important. And so, like, when you're in these team meetings and you're in these player interviews and you're looking at, like, who did you play for?
It's the farm system.
If you played,
for the NFL.
Exactly. If you played for Ryan Day, Nick Saban back in the day, they're prepared to play in the NFL. And that is a big component too, which is why I would feel safe moving up for a guy like Sonny Styles.
100%. From the 469, I demand more Dallas Stars. Dallas Stars! Those are the kind of texts we love on the fan text at 877-801-1053. Yes, let's talk more hockey.
Are we just going to skip every other segment and just go Stars?
Honestly, I could. You got Brady Tkachuk on the television right now. I love Brady Tkachuk. A lot of people like to hate him. They like to make fun of what he looks like physically, which is really mean, and he's an enforcer. We are going to have some Ottawa Senators action in...
I'm ready.
Oh, perfect. It's our next segment, Sights and Sounds. I didn't even mean to do that. My goodness.
Professional radio star.
That's right. When you put together a thorough rundown like I did, and to each their own, every show, you got the infamous Sean and RJ email, Fan After Dark's known for just not following the break times. I think KNC Masterpiece is known for Kevin being very detailed. G-Bag Nation, they got the group of 5. They've got a lot of contributors there. At Fan University, one thing you can bet your life on, we will have a thorough rundown.
And we'll push the boundaries.
Oh, absolutely. And the rivalry will heat up.
It'll heat up throughout the show, too. It just gets hotter and hotter here on Fan U.
My grandma's calling me, so that means...
Should we put her on?
No. I gave Grandma the shout-out that she listens and watches on the fan cam, but Grandma, you can't be...
Wave it, Grandma?
You can't be calling me during the show. I can't
Maybe she
answer.
knew that you were supposed to get out at 36. She was like, oh, yeah, I can call now.
Yeah, exactly. He should be breaking by now. All right, Sights and Sounds. Best audio of the week is next on 105.3 The Fan.
You follow here, Tolos, and I am a proud Certa Pro.
hanging out. Brennan Baxter.
Signing some autographs?
Yo, no. Just getting down with the people. Let's talk hockey. I always loved when they had they set up a little, not rink, but street hockey essentially, or floor hockey, since it's not, kids aren't on rollerblades or anything. But I would always want to play with the kids before the game. I'm walking in there to cover the game. I'm like, man, I want to be playing hockey with those kids in Victory Plaza right there. I was talking to the middle school. Yes, correct. Thank you for that drop. Listen, I'm a big kid, and playing, there's nothing more fun than playing sports.
And one of my favorite memories of you so far, it's been a brief 9 months knowing you, but when it had the ice.
It has been steamy.
It has been very steamy. But the icicle storm, you were out there skating, playing hockey by yourself there in Victory Park.
That's right. I got the boots. I actually bought, we're going to talk about egregious purchases. I tend to do that a lot, but it always relates to sports equipment. But I just went all in. It bought the entire, not just skates, equipment,
You've got it all.
Helmet, hockey stick, played in a couple men's games, got circles skated around me. I hadn't played competitively in 14 years. I did the math. 14 years since I played travel hockey.
And you've got all of this sitting in your apartment?
Yes. Yep. I actually probably need to get a storage unit because I live in a very small little studio apartment, and the hockey equipment takes up a significant amount of room. But while we're talking hockey, the Ottawa Senators and Carolina Hurricanes are getting set to drop the puck in the Eastern Conference. It's sights and sounds. Kevin Walker hit us with that intro.
You're spoiled. You're spoiled. If they tired of winning, they can send me on their way because that's all we've done is win.
I will run myself through a window. If I hear one more Big Ten coach, blame it on the freaking travel.
If you have people who are on TikTok all day, right, they're probably not used to playing a competitive moment and having to be your best.
If I was a fan, I'd be mad at me too.
They're now the new face of Ozeki.
What do you think?
You tell me.
Yeah, you can't let that go.
Oh, yeah, that's the Fan University Sights and Sounds intro. We're going to have to update that to include some hockey content.
We got to get into hockey now.
I do think this time of year we can really move in for the hockey show on record for the weekends. I don't want to, I know people get very sensitive about their turf. I'm not coming for anybody's turf. I'm just saying you got two guys here that will talk hockey all weekend.
And outside of maybe our boss Gavin Spittle, I don't know
the hockey hawk himself.
The hockey hawk. I don't know if anyone knows hockey as well as you. And to be fair, you come from hockey country.
I appreciate you saying that. Yes.
So if anyone has the right to talk hockey on this station, it's you.
Appreciate you saying that. That is very kind. I know the hockey hawk himself is not a competition. Spits and Suds, your number one hockey podcast on the Odyssey platform, wherever you get your podcast. If you will learn listening to Spits and Suds. You're going to learn today, kind of thing.
Lots of info there for sure.
But the Ottawa Senators likely are going to get swept by the Carolina Hurricanes because I should know this is some kind of fan group. We've seen this with the San Diego Padres, where when it's playoff time, these groups think that a music video can help the team. I mean, this Ottawa Senators band, whatever it is, this is tough to listen to.
It's been a minute. Two Hurricanes fans go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Guess who's back? Back again. Sens are back. Pesky Sens. They've created a monster, cause nobody thought we'd be good enough to make it back to the dance, did ya? Well, if you want pesky, this is what we'll give you. A little Tim Stew, mix with some shade. So you want the east, I think you're the master, but you know we're younger and we're faster. Better call your mom and call your pastor. You're spiraling like a tropical. Call your pastor. So step on up, we'll bring the heat, cause we need a little controversy. Yeah, we'll make you look worse than the leaves, cause the Sens are bad for Los Stanley.
This is so bad.
Yikes. Yikes.
This one's got to be the worst of all time.
You're right. They are for sure getting swept. That how do you get excited for that there?
It is this is so egregiously offensive on so many levels. I think I have to start with the song choice. That is so insulting to Eminem.
Do you think they played that for the team? Like, do you think the guys have heard that?
I don't know, and this is also mean. This is so mean, but I'm going to say it anyways. Did you I know we're a radio platform and we don't have anybody operating the fan camps. We can't see the video, but did you see the cast of characters comprising this music video?
No.
It's exactly what you would imagine it would be, to be honest with you.
Yes. This is bad.
And I feel bad for the Senators, man, because they're coming in playing some good hockey as well, too, having won 5 of 6. Like, they probably had a lot of momentum riding into the playoffs. They're getting Carolina, and then this comes out, and now your season's going to be over.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean,
there's no shot you're winning a series if you're coming out with this.
And if they do, then we have to expect another one of these. Another imminent parody of.
There's going to be an 8 Mile edition of the Ottawa Senators.
Let's get like 10. Can you play like 10 seconds of it again? It's just so bad. And we're getting some texts on it. Whoever made that Ottawa Senators song should be arrested on principle. I agree with that.
Hurricanes fans go round the outside.
Round the outside.
Guess who's back?
Oh, see, at least with that Carolina Panthers one, it was like funny bad.
It's funny because we talk a lot on the show and play a lot of great sights and sounds of teams that do awesome things with their marketing and media. But for like 9 awesome ones, you do get an absolute dud. And I feel bad for the Ottawa marketing team. Someone's probably getting canned after this.
Yeah, we could talk the entire segment about how bad the Ottawa Senators, but I don't think it was team affiliated. I think this was just like a fringe group. So I don't think
did they repost it though?
I saw Barstool pick it up.
Barstool picked it up?
Right, for all the wrong reasons. Right. I mean, as someone who has had their content picked up by Barstool, I understand the kind of
happens
circus.
Quite frequently.
Yeah, it's just a circus. I'm like, people, talk to my agent, for goodness sakes. All right.
One of the 3.
Yeah. Talk to my 105.3 The Fan agent.
Yes.
Okay. Hopefully everyone knows I am joking around with that. But let's change gears to the National Basketball Association. Golden State Warriors were eliminated last night by the Phoenix Suns for the final spot in the play-in in the Western Conference, and a lot of people speculating might have been Steve Kerr's last, and his post-game presser certainly fueled that narrative.
I don't know what's going to happen. I still love coaching, but I get it. These jobs all have an expiration date. There's a run that happens, and when the run ends, sometimes it's time for new blood and new ideas and all that. And if that's the case, then I will be just nothing but grateful for the most amazing opportunity any person could have to coach this franchise in front of our fans in the Bay, and to coach Steph Curry, to coach Dre, the whole group. So it may still go on. It may not. I don't know at this point. But we all need to step away a little bit and then reconvene.
That doesn't sound like a guy that's coaching.
Yeah, I think he's done. And he probably should be. They've officially hit the end of the run. They had that
all good things come to an end.
Was it 2022 where they had that other title with the Celtics?
Yes.
Where it kind of felt like, okay, we thought it was over when Durant left, and then you got one more out of it. And then the last 4 years, they've been essentially irrelevant. And I think it needs to go. And Draymond Green, too.
Oh, my gosh.
Dude, I mean, what happened yesterday? The guy just can't get out of his own way.
No doubt.
And even with the podcast and all the stuff he's trying to do, he's probably one of the most unlikable athletes I've seen in a long time.
I have some
Odyssey podcast, by the way.
What's that?
Draymond Green.
Oh, I thought you meant, yeah, he absolutely is.
I'm just sick of him. I'm sick of Steve Kerr. I'm sick of the war. I want that old NBA. I want Curry gone. I want LeBron gone.
Let's move on.
I want Durant gone. Like, get rid of.
You drank some Haterade this morning. This afternoon. I like it.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, and there's a text here from the 817. Kerr is a loser, and I don't disagree with some of the. This is where it gets dicey, but some of the takes, some of the conversation points.
Political.
Yes. He makes it so much more than what it is about basketball. And a lot of coaches do that. But I go back, and this is where my anecdotal historical context will come in. In 2018, when I was in the Medill School of Journalism at Northwestern University, very cool. The Golden State Warriors, when playing the Chicago Bulls, came to our classroom. Steve Kerr was there, his PR people, and he was the nicest guy. He talked to every single student. He talked, because at that time he wasn't that far removed from the broadcasting industry. He had been calling games on Turner Sports and was so engaging, so personal. I was like, man, that guy's awesome.
I think my favorite job Steve Kerr had was when he was a commentator for TNT.
Yeah, color commentator is really good.
Loved Dirk.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, he was really good. But in the last several years, it has been such a glowing example of when things run their course and you stick around too long, it can get sour. It can get real. And Draymond's a perfect example. He gets tossed in the last game,
and then he's egging on the fans in Phoenix. Like he gets ejected, which is typical Draymond Green, and then he's egging the fans on. And you're right. It's hard. I think whatever side, whether you're not political, whether you're on the left, whether you're on the right, when someone gets to a podium and tells you how you should think about an individual or
Bingo.
a party,
Ding, ding, ding.
and all you are is a athlete or a head coach, that doesn't make you an expert in any sort of field outside of what you're doing.
Right.
That turns a lot of people off.
Yes.
It turns me off, regardless of the person. I don't care what side of the party you're on.
Yes, you can be vocal in your beliefs. That's everyone's God-given right. But the campaigning the persuading, it's like just leave me alone.
Popovich did it.
Yes,
Kerr did it. In the NBA, it's interesting. In the NFL, you don't hear a lot of coaches do that. Goodell's pretty. Wait, you're coaching football. You represent the league. Adam Silver doesn't run that tight a ship, and so a lot of these guys can, which is fine, have their own opinion. But you're not going to win everyone over. And I think Kerr tried to do that for a while, and it just got a little obnoxious.
100%. A lot of texts coming in at 877-881-1053. We're going to have a Sights and Sounds Part 2 because Khaki Kev worked too hard to chop up all the audio. But the two hits we went with, the Ottawa Senators theme song, that's a banger for all the wrong reasons. And then the Steve Kerr stuff is very, very interesting. So let's keep it rolling. We're going to change gears and do an NFL rumor segment. We've got the latest on Diana Rossini. Is she actually a hero? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you.
Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Go low, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah. Welcome in. Hour number 2 of Fan University. Jake Rietma alongside Brennan Baxter, your college football fix on Saturday, April 18th. Tons of spring college football going on. I don't know if that viral video of the Oklahoma Sooners tripping.
Oh, gosh.
Was that
man.
real?
That was real.
I'm always nervous to trust a...
That was 100% real.
...video that's tweeted out by a rival school, but that was pretty bad. They're running through the smoke. They trip. And you can't have a lead guy trip on a team entrance because it's just like a car accident. It's gonna
pile up.
Exactly. And the smoke's going, so the visibility is down. That's a tough look for the Sooners.
Yeah, I saw it. It might have been Busting with the Boys or someone, but it was like good start to the season for OU. It can only go up from here. And quite literally, I guess it can. I mean, that's pretty rough. I'm glad I didn't hear of anyone getting injured.
Right. It's always going to be funny, but it's hilarious as long as nobody gets injured.
Yes.
Because then I feel a little bit guilty if, so-and-so's out for the season. What happened? Well, they tripped because there was too much smoke on the entrance.
But even if they got hurt in April, they'd be fine by September, right? I mean, unless you tore an ACL or something.
He's Brennan Baxter. I'm Jake Rietma. Khaki Kev is on the ones and twos. If you missed anything from the first hour, it was a lot of hockey talk. Let's talk hockey. Dallas Stars. That is the theme of today's Fan University. Stars and Wild dropping the puck at 4:30. Savannah Humoller will join us at 2:40, which is coming right up in 40 minutes. So looking forward to that for Boots on the Ground from the American Airlines Center and tons of hockey talk throughout. But every now and then, Brennan Baxter, we get some of the best texts at 877-881-1053. And this one confirming my tease from the 817. I can't say the first word of that text.
Gardening tool.
Thank you, Khaki Kev. Because my tease is all of a sudden, is Diana Rossini a hero? And this text said, gardening tool to hero. I'm intrigued. So let's go right there. Brennan Baxter, are you intrigued?
I'm very intrigued by this. Diana's...
It's been in the news a little bit.
Her stock is rising after this.
Is it? Here's what happened. Diana Rossini, who's been the subject of a very, very... I'm trying to figure out how to say this. Widely covered affair with...
I think that's fair, yeah.
Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel.
Rumored. Allegedly.
Which
affair.
Vrabel's now being invested by the NFL.
I saw that
Investigated.
as well.
I don't know why I said invested.
That's okay. The NFL
alleged.
is invested in finding what happened between the two of them. And I'll just give you a little summary. If you don't know by now, you've been living under a rock. Photos surfaced. Diana Rossini, alleged affair with Mike Vrabel, head coach of the New England Patriots. It's impacted a lot of different things throughout the NFL. But the New York Post comes out with the story. Diana Rossini apparently saved a man and his dog from a very, very vicious car accident. And Diana Rossini is a hero now, folks. She pulled the man, an elderly man, and his dog from a crash that she observed in New Jersey. And the report went on to say that Diana Rossini saw it happen. A 17-year-old in a Honda Civic turned into Cedar Hill Avenue, collided with a Jeep. TMZ obtained video of the crash. Eyewitnesses saw a tall man lift Diana Rossini onto the Jeep, where she was allegedly able to open the door and save the guy and the dog. She's a hero, Brennan Baxter.
So two things can be true at once. Okay, you can be a gardening tool at times, certainly. But you can also be a hero, okay? And that's fine.
I mean, this is an ultimate...
This is the ultimate redemption story.
Yes, 180.
And it's a complete 180, and whoever she hired, whoever this man is, whoever this actor is, wherever she found him, bravo to him, too. Because She was on a call with I think that's called a crisis strategy team on how to resolve this issue. And could you imagine that phone call where they go, what if you saved an old dude and his dog?
Hold on. I want to dissect something a little further. You said someone lifted her? They said a tall man lifted her?
According to the Page 6 report.
Interesting.
Was reportedly with, quote, a tall man who lifted her onto the Jeep.
So we're thinking,
where she was allegedly able to open the door.
So we're thinking tall, strong.
Yeah, from the 817, the tall man was Mike Vrabel.
He's 6'4".
Vrabel is?
Yes.
No, they wouldn't be together.
No, there's because there would be pictures of Vrabel and all this too.
Let me go on with more. The Patch report. Oh no, here we go. The insider explained she and the other guy pulled the driver and his dog out of the Jeep. Okay. The Patch report didn't mention anything about passers-by pulling the elderly man and the dog from the car, but it did say he was taken to be evaluated at a local hospital after complaining about head and shoulder pain. Okay, I'm just reading on at this point. But Diana Rossini is a hero.
Yeah, good for Diana. Look, everyone is going to have a moment in their life where something bad's going to happen to them. And adversity, we talk about it in sports all the time. It's how you respond to adversity. And the legend will grow. And this is Diana Rossini just responding to a bad situation in her life and changing her situation.
That's
for the
right.
better.
She took matters into her own hands. It's a good lesson. It's a good lesson. If you get caught cheating, if you get caught acting like a gardener hoe, there's never a day you can't turn things around by saving somebody out of a crashed vehicle.
And if from the 817, obviously we are being very sarcastic here. I hope that's realized. I think people.
Oh, stop turning y'all off. Stop giving a woman who cheated on her husband credit. See the news or radio covering, I'm out cheating on my wife. I don't know. It's all broken up. Yes, Diana Rossini is not a hero, guy. We're kidding around.
We're totally kidding.
It's probably a lot of fun at parties.
Yeah, tough scene there. No, look, I don't actually think, in all seriousness, I don't really think this was staged by any mean. Like, she just happened to probably be in that situation at the time. And it doesn't, because she's doing something completely wrong, obviously, doesn't mean that she's inhumane. I think anyone that sees a car turned over on its side might be trying their best to go save the situation. I would hope Jake would do the same thing. I would do the same thing.
I absolutely would. Unless it was somebody I didn't like. Yeah. All right. Who at the station would you save in a crash vehicle? Who would you not?
Ooh.
I'm kidding.
So,
unless you wanted to go down there.
The fact, though, that this story did come out this quickly, it does have some conspiratorial themes around it, right? Like, we kind of live in that age now where conspiracies are a big deal. This is so quickly after the PR stunt. If someone told me this was a PR stunt, I wouldn't completely dismiss it. I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
Stranger things have happened.
Do you feel like this could have been like a legitimate setup?
Legitimate setup? Yeah, I wouldn't put past anything from Diana Rossini, who was on the phone with the crisis management strategy.
If the crisis management strategy team is saying, what if we put you in a situation to make you a hero? Like, during desperate times in life when you've got to try to turn things around, you do crazy things.
Oh, absolutely.
It wouldn't totally shock me if this was an actual suggestion. Maybe it was down the street. Maybe like they saw it and was like, run to your house. Like, run outside your house and go save this guy.
Yeah, that would be absolutely wild.
Or at least someone tip off a news outlet that Diana Rossini was there.
She's driving around looking for people getting in wrecks, trying to help people out.
Wouldn't totally surprise me.
Unbelievable. Okay. We'll follow up on that, but the other development, and Kev, I think you mentioned this, Mike Vrabel now being investigated for the old conduct detrimental. You've got Rossini and Vrabel were basically coordinating what their response was going to be to this, and it's almost for sure proven that it was a private investigator. And we all believe that it was Rossini's husband that hired the private investigator. The other element that came out to this story, on Easter Sunday, someone from the New York Times personally visited Rossini's home saying, hey, this story is coming out. If you can provide something to stop it, a la photos, text messages, ride exchange, something that could prove that you were on a girls'
Just giving her chance to tell her side of the story.
Right, and she couldn't.
Well, because she and Vrabel had, like, it's clear.
Yes.
You can't, and that's why you can't dispute what you're seeing. Like, it's not AI, it's not fake. The pictures are there. There's no one else around you guys. There's no coming out and trying to defend this.
Interlocking fingers says
Interlocking fingers, like, you just cannot defend the pictures. There's no story that could justify why you were doing that with Mike Vrabel.
Now, more of the fallout on this. NFL reporter Chrissy Freud was fired over her comments, essentially slamming Diana Russini because she did not hold back what she said about Diana Russini and was then fired by USA Today. And I think it goes to speak to how dangerous this entire situation is to comment on, which is kind of odd.
Well, and we saw that where a lot of the national media attention didn't go to it right away. I did see an interesting discussion with Colin Cowherd on his podcast. I saw a clip of him on X, and he was talking about how in the business there's a difference between ethics and morality, and that he doesn't speak on morality issues. Like what he said, that what Diana Russini did is an ethics issue as a reporter, potentially having an affair with a coach. But what Mike Vrabel did is just a moral issue. That was his opinion. And it kind of made me think, well, like, so what are the issues, like, really at play here, like, when it comes to reporters and, like, their role with a head coach or a team member? Like, if Vrabel was having this affair with, like, a New England Patriots reporter, is that an ethics issue? You know, I think there's just a lot of blurry lines here, because I had thought of it just as kind of one big, not good story, but there's so many different parts at play here on both sides, on a Vrabel side, on a Russini side, that make it a little complicated.
The tweet that Chrissy Freud, NFL reporter, was fired for was quote tweeting Diana Russini's submitted letter of resignation to The Athletic, and Chrissy Freud said, "I'm sure you were told to submit this or that you'd get fired instead. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. We know who you really are and what you've been up to for years."
Wow.
It does so much detriment to women in sports who have done things the right way.
And she got fired for that.
She got fired for that.
Wow.
I think that's over the line.
That's over the line. USA Today?
Yes. And Chrissy Freud doubled down on it and said, "I meant what I said." And she was a freelance reporter for USA Today.
So she's obviously referencing that Diana Russini has a reputation.
Correct.
Which is something that has been alleged in the past with all of this coming up now.
Sean McVay, who's the Mets player, David Wright. There's a lot of rumors out there.
Wow.
The internet doesn't forget.
Yeah, and I do feel for that reporter at USA Today, too, because now maybe saying I hope the door isn't, maybe it was the way she worded the tweet, but regardless, if Diana Russini has this reputation and it's putting a bad light on genuine women reporters who are doing it the right way, trying to make it in their respective field, that can be really frustrating. Like, I imagine that's really hard, because now there's going to be this perception that there's multiple people like Diana Russini out there that are doing that to get a leg up in this industry.
It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Other NFL stories that caught my eye from the past week that was, did you see the Jackson Smith-Njigba report that apparently his entire time at Ohio State, he was wearing size 12 cleats. He is now wearing a size 10 cleat.
10 and a half.
10 and a half. Half inch does, or 6 inches is a big difference. Yes.
Matters.
It absolutely matters. But the Seattle Seahawks apparently use some kind of, well, I mean, I think Foot Locker and other shoe stores have been using the little measuring tool for years to know what size shoes you use. But apparently this new technology that the Seahawks are using, body scans to customize gear for each player, and it's paying off. They attribute this custom gear for improving player safety, preventing injuries, and obviously Jackson Smith-Njigba had a lot of injury history with Ohio State, the pulled hamstring, and if you're wearing shoes that are the wrong size, that can contribute to that.
Yeah, I mean, a whole 12 is like 10, 12 and 10 and a half. That's a big difference. That's not like, oh, I'm a half off.
I've heard guys go like a half size over to give their foot room, but
with, like,
that's
with
crazy.
Ankle tape and stuff like that. But that is insane. Hey, it's okay though, because he still was like the best receiver in the NFL this last year. It didn't ruin his career by any means, but
I just don't know how you miss.
Mishap.
You miss fitting your, and some of that's got to be on him.
But I was going to say, would he be wearing?
He's got to be able to say, "Hey, this shoe feels a little bit too big.
It doesn't fit." If the boot fits, I just feel like that's also on JSN.
Yes.
Can I offer an alternative perspective on this?
Of course you can.
So, of course, I saw this because of my sneaker obsession and all things shoes related.
Right. Kev.
I think, and I have no proof behind this, but I think once you become a professional athlete, especially an NFL player, these guys ink deals with all these different brands, Adidas, Nike, Under Armour, so on and so forth. I think that, yes, they might have a rough estimate of like, hey, he wears a 10.5. I think these guys actually go and get their foot measured and get cleats or maybe whatever it is that they use on the field performance-wise measured to their feet. I could be wrong, but I feel like that might also be part of it. Maybe it's a 10.5, but also maybe it's like, hey, we're measuring his foot to the exact amount, and that is exactly what he needs. Like maybe there's a little bit more science behind it than what a college player could get.
I don't disagree. That is
just an alternative perspective.
No, that is absolutely very, very insightful information. I'm laughing at the 877-881-1053 fan text line. Legs up to get a leg up in the industry. Nice, Brennan. That was from Adam in Arlington.
Adam, come on, Adam. I was being genuine there.
Did you? I missed that.
Yeah. I missed it too.
No, you said her legs were up to get a leg up in the industry.
Did I say that?
According to Adam,
I don't remember him saying that.
I don't remember saying that.
Nice. Well, it is the biggest news since the last Subaru closeout sale. We've got a lesbian takeover that is coming up next at 2:20. Fair or foul, and the latest lesbian power couple is no more. That's next. Fan University 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate.
0098. That's 469-890-0098.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a lesbian takeover. Big news in and around the area of women's basketball. A power couple breaking up, but before we get into that, I want to give some shout-outs here at 877-881-1053. That's the number to get in touch with Fan University. My name's Jake Remo. We got Brendan Baxter and Khaki Kev with you until 5:30 for more Texas Rangers baseball. They look to continue their dominance over the Seattle Mariners. And that's right, I did not stutter. The Rangers have beat the Mariners in all 4 games this season so far, and that includes a game at T-Mobile Park, Brendan Baxter.
Yes, huge win in Seattle, and let's go get 2 more.
Let's go get 2 more.
Start 6-0 against the defending division champ.
Let's go.
Seattle to start the year.
We'll talk to Jared Sandler about that. I got to ask him about those Mariners City Connects that they wore last night. I think most City Connects, especially the first round, just missed. I love uniforms. I love talking about uniforms, but most of them miss.
They do. I thought the ones from the previous ones the Rangers had were ugly with like the dark pants.
I liked the spirit and the reasoning behind it, but I just hate a baseball uniform that's not the same top as.
Oh, really?
Color. Yeah.
Okay.
It just reminds me of softball, like men's softball too much.
Okay, so you like if it's white on white.
Yes.
Like gray on gray. That's more of
It's different. Actually, let me say it this way. I'd rather the pant either be gray or white.
Okay. I wanted the pant to be cream and the jersey to be black for specifics for the Rangers City Connect a couple of years ago.
Okay, but the ones this year, what do you guys think? The Tejas ones?
I like the red.
I hate the red. Okay. I like it. It's just not the red that I wanted.
Yeah, I was going to say I like the red because the old Rangers red they used to wear. I really liked the red jersey. But
that's not the same.
It's not the same red. So,
and I don't want to wear anything that looks or associates with those damn Sooners, and that's how I feel.
Those damn Sooners!
It's tough for Khaki Kev.
It's literally crimson and cream. That's how it looks, is crimson and cream. Now, apparently they look different in person. I'll probably get a hat, not the jersey, because they're $200 freaking.
Freaking A! $200?
Also, did y'all see that...
You're a producer at Odyssey.
Did y'all see that Fanatics just randomly dropped all black jerseys for all MLB teams? Just out of nowhere?
I try to stay away from Fanatics. It's been so bad on so many levels. If I can go... I'm with you, Khaki Kev. I think the hat is the move.
Plus the stitching on the hat, I like it.
Yes.
Plus I'm a hat guy.
You are a hat guy and a shoe guy.
I like the Tejas idea. I just don't like the color.
I just wish it was a different shade of red.
I liked the commercial, or not even the commercial, but the promotion for wherever you're from and you're in Texas, this is your team. It really spoke to me. Because, I won't name names, Bobby Belt, like to remind me that I'm not from Texas, so I'm not one of us, And I feel like that promotion really leaned into all for one, this is our team, and welcomed outsiders like myself.
And we want to welcome you.
Thank you.
It takes a while to be a Texan, though.
Yeah.
I'm not claiming to be a Texan. I'm claiming to love and care about the teams in the market I'm working in.
And that's fine. Just some people want to rush into being Texans, and to those people, it takes a while.
2 years at the Fan. This is my anniversary.
You got a lot of work to do.
Yeah. We hate you, Rima. Get out of here. 2 years. 2 years I've been working. 2 years. Haven't gotten fired yet. It's been close. All right. 877-881-1053. This from the 214. Thanks for all y'all do. Keep it coming. Tolo Chris from Blue Ridge, Texas. Shout out to you, Tolo Chris. We appreciate that. Now, it's a big time in sports. It's a big time for the Dallas Wings. Number 1 overall pick, AZ Fudd. We know one thing. She's got the strength to be able to rip her own jersey. We saw that in the Final Four.
Yep.
She's got the ability to create off the bounce. She also, unfortunately, was not allotted the opportunity to speak for herself. She doesn't have the ability to speak for herself, thanks to Dallas Wings PR. Did you see what happened?
I did see what happened.
Paige.
So are we playing the audio?
We will eventually, but I thought you'd give me more than yes, I saw what happened.
I saw what
This is a lesbian takeover, Brennan Baxter.
It is. I saw what happened, and I think this was a very poor move by the Dallas Wings.
It absolutely was.
Because you have the right to ask the question as a reporter. It's fair journalism. You just drafted the girlfriend of Paige Buchers, and why not ask how that affects the team? Or like how excited you are to play with your partner or whatever that is. And I thought the fact that they kept that question out of the conversation was a very poor journalism move.
Kevin Sherrington of the Dallas Morning News was at the introduction press conference of AZ Fudd, number 1 overall pick, who is publicly dating Paige Buchers, former number 1 overall pick, also playing for the Dallas Wings. Now connect the dots. They are teammates. Here is Kevin Sherrington's question.
Paige announced last year on TikTok that y'all were a couple, and I'm wondering if that is still the case, and if so, if y'all have talked to any other couples in the league about how they negotiate that dynamic as pro teammates.
I understand why you have to ask that question, but we're going to respectfully decline from commenting on our players' personal lives. Go to the next question.
Weak.
That's so weak.
Might I add, that was a very well-asked, professional way to ask that question.
And there was a lot of fallout from this. And the majority of the fallout I've seen has been in support of the journalist, Kevin Sherrington, the support of the question, because, again, he checks those boxes. He asks the question respectfully. It is a story. They're public with their relationship. It impacts the team. Fans want to know the answer to this question. All of those are reasons to ask the question in an appropriate manner. And by the Dallas Wings PR staff stepping in here, you make this such a bigger story than if you were to just let AZ herself answer it.
Yeah, because no one probably would have talked about this had she just answered the question outside of the people that already knew about it. Like, it wouldn't have really gotten to my feed, right? If there wasn't, oh my gosh, they refuse, AZ to answer the question.
PR 101.
It's PR 101.
They added lighter fluid to a tiny little fire that didn't even, it was about, it would have gone out with one little answer.
And I'm trying to ask, I'm trying to think, if you were, I'm trying to, if this was a male sport situation, if this happened in the NBA, and I feel like it would be a big deal.
It'd be front page news.
It'd be front page news.
Absolutely. We can all get into that hypothetical world. And let's call it what it is. If an NBA player was taken number 1 overall, and the following year, their boyfriend was taken number 1 overall, who they're public about, of course that question's being asked. Of course it is.
Right. And if they're public on TikTok and look, these players now too, they're influencers in a sense. I think AZ Fudd's got close to 1,790,000 followers on Instagram.
Great point.
They're not just basketball players. They have social media followings.
And this is what the WNBA wanted.
They've
been begging and clamoring for this. Now they got it, and all of a sudden we're gonna step on players' abilities to speak for themselves.
Yeah, and she just kind of stood there very uncomfortable. Too.
Which I do feel bad for AZ, because I think she would have answered it. Yes, I think she would have answered it fine.
Situation. Yeah.
877-881-1053. Did you? And I know this is old news. This happened several days, midweek, whatever it was. So our first time on, we don't get to talk very often. We're weekend warriors, as they put it. And by weekend warriors, it's Saturday after. This from the 469. It's old news that they've been an item. No need to get too personal about that. Former players from the Wings were here last year, and that was never a bugaboo thing to ask. So then now it's different. Sure, it's number one picks, etc., and they were teammates in college.
Exactly. They were teammates, and it's a big deal.
It is absolutely worth asking about as well. That's some of the defense that I've seen for, and I hate to say defense for AZ because it's not her. Let's call it defense of Wings PR. But even if it wasn't, they felt like they needed to step over it and not let her answer. Just from a PR perspective, they do so much more damage by doing that than not.
Yeah, I don't really care about AZ and Paige relationship or whatever. It's not about AZ, and it's not about Paige. Sure, they have a relationship. It's quiet. Whatever. It's the fact that Dallas Wings PR was so quick to shut it down. Yeah. Like, if it's old news to these comments, to these text points, if it's old news and everyone knows they've been dating since UConn,
then all she has to say
all she's got to say is
exactly that. It's old news, and I'm excited to be on the same team as my significant other.
Let the player talk.
Right. Now, I will also add that I think by how aggressively Wings PR shut it down, that feels like it was a premeditated decision. It was discussed and it was talked about. Otherwise, or maybe it's just one person acting on reaction. I guess I don't really know.
But then don't you think that the Wings PR staff should have started the press conference with, hey, here's one thing that we will not be addressing today. Now you can go along with your questions.
I get what you're saying, but I think that has the same effect of we're running from it. It's not if all the texters and all the people in support of these players being, like you said, influencers, ambassadors, all eyeballs on your sport, this is what comes with it. So you just take it in stride and say, yeah, we're dating, and I'm excited to be on the same team as my significant other. It's not going to cause any chemistry issues, and you move on. That's the end of it.
Yeah, two things. One, if you're going to draft the player, you've done your respective research, you know the situation, then you've got to be able to deal with that type of conversation. Like, you're choosing to draft, whether maybe she's the best player, maybe it's going to set, regardless of the relationship, you're choosing to bring her onto the team. They have a relationship. You're going to have to deal with these types of questions. And two, on the WNBA perspective, if you're going to promote social type awareness type thing, and this is a regular thing that happens in your league, teams need to be equipped to better handle questions like this.
Correct.
You're promoting this type of stuff. So
here's one I disagree with the 469 100% here. He said there was an article that made a really good point. This particular media member had a chance to attend the Zoom meeting 2 days before, and that would have been a better time to ask, but he doesn't actually cover the Wings, so he wasn't there. He was just sent for that question. I don't care. Listen, I'm going to use some... I hate doing this because it makes me sound like a total dweeb, which maybe I am, but I'm going to use some Master of Science journalism right here. I have a diploma that says Master of Science in Journalism.
Use it.
If it's a story and it is a press conference, you then, as a journalist, have every right to ask any relating question. It doesn't matter if you weren't at a Zoom call 2 days before. It doesn't matter. The reason you have a press conference open to the media is to ask appropriate questions that fans want to know. That particular media member was doing his job and was shut down. The voice of AZ Fuzz was silenced. All of that are negative outcomes for the Dallas Wings from a PR. I disagree with that wholeheartedly at 877-881-1053.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. You work hard, you go get your Master of Science, you go do all these things to be able to show up and ask players questions.
Right.
Not to be shut down by a PR team. Like, imagine, like, to Kevin's point, I saw when, like, let's say Mike Vrabel, the first time he goes on, they're probably going to say, hey, no, we're not answering any personal questions at the time. Questions will be stuck to football-related questions and discussions, and we'll do that. Like, they didn't do that. So no reporters in there respecting the wishes of the team. They think they have free reign to ask a question they want to ask.
All right, to wrap up this lesbian takeover here, Megan Rapinoe and Sue Bird are separating as a couple. They announced on social media. Did anybody see this one coming? Although I will say they were a power couple, give them a lot of credit. But now, Brennan Baxter, you have to ask, are Paige and AZ the new power couple?
I will be the first to be honest with you that I am not as up to date on my power couples across women's sports as I probably could be.
Can I tell you where the red flags lie in this relationship? They had been engaged for 6 years.
Rapono and
they were actually Rapino.
They were together. They were together for 10
the
years.
Purple hair girl,
the soccer player.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were together for 10 years and were engaged for 6 years.
Hey, as somebody that's been engaged
6 years, money's not the problem.
So we've talked about PR stunts and everything. Do you feel like their relationship was a PR thing?
Dan Dockich did, and that's a guy with reasonable takes and never off the wall or anything. But I don't know. I like you. I'm not that well versed.
I have to be honest. Like I'm just not well versed in women power couples.
No, but hey, we are more versed in it now thanks to Fan University and the lesbian takeover. But we're gonna get back to talking hockey because this is a Dallas Stars themed show leading you up to puck drop at 4:30. We're going to go live from the American Airlines Center where Savannah Humoller, Stars Insider, is standing by. We'll talk to Savannah next on 105.3 The Fan.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp and the leading online...
The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Oh, yeah, I said it at the beginning of the show. This morning felt like Christmas morning. You wake up with a little extra pep in your step because the NHL playoffs begin today. Thank you. Let's talk some hockey. And as promised, in fact, the excitement level, Brendan Baxter, my name's Jake Reitman, by the way, Fan University, on 105.3 The Fan. The excitement level for our next guest was exceeding all hype levels. That we had to move her up. She was scheduled for 3:20.
We couldn't wait.
And her agent and her people, my people, got in touch. We now have Savannah Humoller, the digital host, Victory Plus, doing some content there with the Dallas Stars. Been on these airwaves many times talking hockey. Live from the American Airlines Center. Good afternoon. Savannah, how are you?
Jake, Brendan, how are you guys? I'm so geared up, so excited for today. I know you guys are pumped too. It is finally Stanley Cup playoff time.
Oh, my goodness. And it feels like the Stars and Wild series was just so much different than the rest of the NHL because we've known about this. We've known about this for weeks on end. And, well, I guess I'll say this as well as a content creator yourself. Do you like the long runway leading up to the matchup, or would you rather find out the last night of the regular season who you're playing in the postseason?
I like the fact that the Stars have known who they were going to play for quite some time now. It's been a slow build up over the last few weeks, but being inside the American Airlines Center right now, I can tell you that the intensity inside this building is already there. They're practicing all of their in-game entertainment right now. It's dark inside the building. This place is going to get crazy later today, and I'm so excited to see what they have in store.
Well, and you saw a lot of that, Savannah, last time we played the Wild last week, 8 days ago in the American Airlines Center. It felt like a Game 7 of a playoff game there, too. But one of the big storylines coming to this series is Miro Heiskanen and his availability and his health. What can he give us there? It looks like he is going to be able to play here at 4:30, but do you have any update on Miro?
He did skate yesterday in practice, looked great. He was in a non-contact jersey, but I think the thing that we're going to have to look out for today is more of a game time decision. If he's out there on the ice during warm-ups, how he's feeling, I think it's more of a decision on his end more than anybody else. But what I would expect is maybe an extra defenseman out there during warm-ups just to see in case Miro goes back in and says, hey, guys, I'm not ready for this. But hoping he is playing on the blue line for the Stars today.
Savannah Humoller is with us on 105.3 The Fan, getting you set for Stars and Wild game number 1. And Savannah, one thing we've been joking about kind of all show long, in fact, some of our texters mentioned that they're so superstitious. The fact that the Stars have won the Stars have lost so many game ones in a row that it feels like, hey, if they lose game 1, it's not the end of the world, but at the same time, you don't want to be rooting for that by any means. Have people been discussing just the oddity of the number of consecutive game 1 losses the Stars have had in years past, despite their success? And does it kind of have a strange, superstitious feel to it?
There is that little superstitious feel, but at the same time, I haven't heard much in the building or around the team around the game 1 losses. I think this year they get a clean slate with Glenn Gulletson. You have to give it to him. He's a new coach in here. He's bringing a new energy. This team has a new aura going into this playoff season as opposed to last season. And I think that also is a little bit more of a Pete DeBoer situation when he was here the past 3 seasons. So I think this year, Glenn Gulletson, got to give it to him. Game 1, I'm taking the Stars.
I love that pick there. You got to right the ship at some point, turn the corner there.
Yeah, own it.
But Savannah, the Stars,
yes,
they were such an intriguing team because they played in so many one-goal games, 46. They were 28-18 in those games. But they also blew a lot of leads this season as well, too. And so there's the clutch factor, but there's also the no lead is safe factor. Which one are you a little more concerned about as we now officially kick off the playoffs here in a couple hours, getting into a long series? So much can happen. Do you feel like it's going to be the positive side of, hey, you were 28-18, or are you going to see a 2-0 lead and start to freak out a little bit?
So over the course of the season, they had 22 comeback wins, 9 of those being in the third period. So what I'm looking for is hopefully the Stars being able to take the lead and hold the lead. When they get down, it's definitely a climb back. We've seen this in several postseasons. So if they can just control the lead a little bit more, that will be great. But I think key to that is going to be staying out of the penalty box, just based on the fact that Minnesota does have a great power play. And if the PK doesn't show up for Dallas, I think that could get in the way a little bit. But holding the lead would be ideal for the Dallas Stars.
No doubt about it, Savannah. We appreciate your time here on Fan University on 105.3 The Fan. We know you are very, very busy pregame leading up to it, doing stuff on all the Cross Victory Plus and everything like that. So we won't take up too much more of your time, but I did want to pick your brain on Jake Ottinger. And unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it, I'm sitting in the studio, I'm watching ESPN's pregame coverage before Senators and Hurricanes, and they've got the story of Jake Ottinger and how the postseason ended last year, the fallout with Pete DeBoer. You were in the dressing room for it. I was listening to Pete DeBoer's final post-game press conference as head coach of the Dallas Stars, and it felt like, given the success of the Dallas Stars in the regular season, all that kind of went away, just the noise from that. But here we are now where it's the postseason again. Does that evoke a lot of memories in how it ended? And from your perspective, when you've had the chance to talk to Jake Ottinger, where do you feel he's at as far as a headspace?
When it comes to Jake Ottinger and his headspace, I actually feel like he's been a little bit more clear-headed this season, a lot more open. And when you look at what Glenn Gulletson has done with both Jake Ottinger and Casey DeSmith, he has obviously given the primary games to Jake Ottinger, has that belief in him. He's likely the starter, obviously, in this series. But I would expect to maybe see a little bit of Casey DeSmith get some time on ice, at least in 1 or 2 games of this series, depending on how things kick off. Jake Ottinger, he's playing his home state team, the Minnesota Wild. He wants to go into this. He believes in himself. He has that big idea of wanting to beat the Wild here, and I think he can get the job done. He is the guy for Dallas, and with Glenn Gulletson, I think it gives him a new start and a clean slate in that area.
I love it. I love it. All right, we'll get you out the door on a little series prediction, because we would be remiss if we didn't put you on the spot. I've heard a lot of the conversation around, the experts, the talking heads, feeling like this is a 7-game series. Regardless, we won't, dive into how silly the NHL playoff format worked out to be this year. But where are you at? Series prediction, Stars, Wild, official on the record here, Savannah.
I'm going Stars in 6. I think they'll close it out in Minneapolis. I think that they'll get this first win here in Game 1. If the second game might go to Minnesota. It's going to be a tough battle on both sides. I think one storyline to keep looking out for is Quinn Hughes with this illness, see how he's feeling throughout the series. He's a big difference maker for Minnesota, but I think the Stars can get it done. Look who you have: Wyatt Johnston, Jason Robertson, Mikko Rantanen. Those are your guys. They're going to score for you. Stars in 6.
I love it. I love it. Amazing job, as always, Savannah. I know you're busy pregame. I wish I could be there for this game. Say hello in the press box. But Game 2, I'll be there. Monday night, we'll reconvene then, and I'll probably have way too many chicken tenders between periods.
Love it. Well, we'll see you then. You're here with us in spirit for Game 1.
I appreciate it. There she goes. Savannah Humoller, who's a digital host, does content for Victory Plus and the Dallas Stars. Tremendous in-game host as well. Does some stuff for North Texas. You can find her on a PBA tour. The list goes on. But live and boots on the ground there from the American Airlines Center.
Yeah, man. It's coming up, too. I mean, we're now just an hour and a half away.
I cannot wait. I can almost taste those chicken tenders.
Are they good?
Oh,
how many do you have? Well, over under 12 during your time in the press box.
Oh, like for the season or
no. A single game.
The most I'd ever had. I don't want to be that guy that eats too many, but there's been times where I'm slinging loans all day. I'm working at the Fan in the morning. I'm doing lockdown shows, and there's just no time to eat. And so if I had not eaten an entire day, one time I had 4 chicken tenders.
Are they big? Are they pretty big chicken tenders?
I mean, there's some beef on them.
Yeah, there's some
not
beef.
beef.
Give us some size comparison.
There's some beef on them.
Yeah. They have some girth to them.
Good.
They don't cheat you. They're not like you might be thinking like Dino Nuggets.
I'm thinking like Cane's chicken fingers.
No, bigger than that. Beefier, girthier.
Okay.
And not like the beef, but they're chicken tenders, but they're sized to
girthy,
thicker.
Correct. And then, but I will say, since I've been on my wedding crash diet, I have been so much more disciplined without eating a bunch of chicken tenders, because that was probably the reason I was gaining so much weight.
Yeah, you're just eating the press box like 3 nights a week.
Oh, dude, anybody that's covered a Stars game knows exactly what I'm talking about, because it's not just the chicken tenders. You got the ice cream machine there. It's just calling
There's an
your
ice
name.
cream machine.
Oh, and then there's the ice cream in the freezer. If you go up to the press box, you can get the ice cream sandwiches.
Oh.
You can get the drumsticks. I'm telling you, the first time...
No wonder you're there every game covering the Stars.
100%. And then there's the Pops, and they got pretzel mix. They've got, when you go to a certain pub and there's that spicy nut mix there's pretzel sticks in it. There's the little... pretzel bagel crisp items that are in there.
Yeah.
They got that going as well. So, I mean, if you're talking about a 3-period breakdown, you get your main I usually like to start with an appetizer of the popcorn and the nuts for the first period. First period break, I'm talking 3-4 chicken tenders, following it up with ice cream and dessert. I'm going to have a coffee to wash it all down. And then there's a little bag of, it's a Dallas Stars bag that has tons of candy in it. So I'll do that in the third period.
Wow.
It's a lot of calories.
You've got it down.
I do. But I had to quit that. I know everybody's asked, but I'm down 14 pounds.
You can tell.
No, you can't.
You can tell. No, I mean, I know if you're watching on the fan cam, you can tell in the face.
Thank you.
Listening, I'm telling the Tolos, Jake Riepma is turning a corner.
I'm only going on benders once a week now instead of 4 or 5 times a week. So.
That's good. Yeah, I'm trying to do mine more once a quarter.
Q1, 90 million in volume, and Q1, 90 mil.
It was 94, actually.
Down year.
Yeah, down year.
Khaki Kev, and I know I tease you about this all the time, but I haven't seen many dinners on your Instagram lately. Are you cutting down as well?
No, so what happens when I cook food, it doesn't look as beautiful, it doesn't look as presentable as when my girlfriend does. So when I make dinner, I don't post food. Only when I post food is when she makes dinner, because it looks better.
I see.
So I've been making some dinners as of late.
There you go. That's very 21st century of you.
I'm also just not that big of a poster in general, so
very good.
I do forget at
yes,
times.
That's true. Kev, well, you heard it here first. Kev thinks his girlfriend just belongs in the kitchen making dinner for him.
Tough.
You're not going to make a lot of...
I thought we were in 2026.
That's right, Kev. Seriously, grow up, man. Grow up. All right, we got a Baxter class coming up. Not a master class, because only one of us here has a master's degree. That's me. Baxter class, what's coming up?
College football fix, man.
Oh, your college football fix.
Here on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You...
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Driven, your college football fix. It's Fan University. Jake Rietball alongside Brennan Baxter. Hard to believe we are 2 hours in, but we've got a 4.5-hour show. So plenty of time, plenty still ahead. We've got a Jake take, a Jake break. We've got Would You Watch That? Would You Eat That still? I've got some
And of
doozies.
course, we got Let's Talk Hockey.
Let's talk hockey. But right now, it's time for not a masterclass, but a Baxter class.
Man, Fan University originated being a college football show.
Your college football fix.
That was in perfect unison. And so why not
That's
take
our heated rivalry, folks.
In honor of spring games getting underway,
Yeah.
we've got to go back to our origins and talk college ball for 15 minutes. A lot of people are excited seeing their new teams in action. Now that there's no spring transfer portal window, teams were very comfortable having a spring game because last year teams were like, you're going to come poach my guys.
Exactly.
I'm not putting this on for people to see, but a lot of spring games took place this spring, which is very exciting. Texas Tech, one of those teams, my alma mater.
Of course,
Got to
yes.
start there. But there was a video that surfaced online that really garnered the attention.
This was sick.
This Texas Tech facility continues to open a lot of eyes about what's going down in Lubbock. And have you seen this before? Have you seen this?
I am a nerd for this kind of stuff. I know I joke and people make fun of me and everything, and we'll do it. We had this bit during the fall, like play D2 football, but I was brought up as the son of a college football coach. This kind of stuff is so intriguing to me of how teams are trying to gain an edge. And having played at the D2 level, and I don't say that in bragging at all, like make fun of me, I get it. I wasn't good enough to go D1, but you still have the walkthroughs every Friday. You have the scouting reports that are 50 pages long. You watch so much film. You sign off on your practice logs of all the time you spent. You have a strength and conditioning coach screaming and yelling at you. It was your full-time job for 4 years. It really was. And even though I didn't make it or was at a bigger level, this type of stuff I can appreciate because I think it makes a meaningful difference and is an absolute game changer.
Yeah, so here's cut 11, Texas Tech walkthrough.
All right, so our drill of the day, we're going to work motion adjustments here in our walkthrough room. We're going to run through a few different calls, all right, and we're going to show you how these guys communicate and show you how we use this technology, all right, to our advantage to get active reps in the meeting room. Eyes, Coach Paint. Here we go.
Good communication.
Good work, good talk. Here we go, reset it.
So if you weren't able to obviously see that with on air, Texas Tech has this massive screen with about a 20-yard field that it's behind. And so the players can simulate in real time drills. They can see the drill on the screen. They can see it whether through virtual reality, different types of defensive schemes. And so they actually do a lot of work in there. But it's one of the most state-of-the-art things I've seen in any football facility. And I've had the pleasure of touring this facility, and it is unreal when you're there in person.
It's so cool because you're getting a live rep mentally of what you would do without the physical component of the actual play. But visually speaking, you've got what you would see on the field is being projected onto this massive screen. The communication you're going through is the exact same you'd be going through on the field. And so you're getting as close to an active rep without the physical ailments that come and the dangers of full speed physical reps within a practice. So the value in this, and if more teams don't adopt this, I think they're crazy because I think this is truly a game changer, and especially for defenses.
And for defenses too, and then even offensive scheme, I've seen the guys up there where they'll put the opposing defensive film or them on the screen so it looks like they're almost facing the coverage. Like they'll essentially eliminate the offense from the screen. So when the offense lines up in a play, they're able to see the defensive formation in front of them from the opposing team and get a good idea of, like, this is what they're lined up in, this is what happens when the safety drops down or the linebacker drops in coverage. It really is a fascinating thing that I think a lot more teams should try to put into, and maybe that's why Tech has such a fair advantage in the Big 12.
Yeah, look at that. You knew you were going to mix that in there. Reigning Big 12 champs.
Another team, though, that I wanted to bring up in a spring game storyline, because I think some people in DFW will be following this story a little bit, is Eric Morris and Drew Mestemaker there in Stillwater now.
Our
Oklahoma
close personal
State.
friend.
Close personal friend of the show. Got to interview both of them.
Yeah, that's
Actually,
right.
both of them.
Drew on.
We had Drew on as well. So it was a fantastic fall there. 80-plus new players in Stillwater coming in.
They need it, though. They've been
half of them from UNT.
Half of them from UNT.
Cheeks.
Yeah, got 53 transfers just this cycle alone from the Cowboys coming in, who were 2-10 last year. But Drew Mestemaker turned some head there. You got Caleb Hawkins there as well. Kevin, the guy in the backfield, was doing, and then everything wide out, Wyatt Young. So that trio going into Stillwater, that's one of the key storylines in the Big 12 I'm looking to. Expect them to play much better in 2026. I'm not saying they'll go 8-4, but I could see a 6-6, 7-5.
I think Hawkins is going to put himself on the map big time this year, and I could be completely wrong, but I would not be shocked if he ends up being talked about as like a top 5 back in college football at some point this year. He was so good as a true freshman at UNT.
Yeah, and a lot of the times those guys just don't get the respect they do because they're in a Group of 5 conference, but it doesn't mean that they're not completely cut out and able to play in a conference like the Big 12.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, look at Trinidad Chambliss, for goodness sakes. One of the best quarterbacks in all of college football from the D2 level.
Yeah, for sure. And then the Longhorns, as much as I hate talking about them, I know Khaki Kev's going to love this, but...
Hold on. I got to interrupt there because no more than 2 minutes ago, you claimed North Texas. What the hand signal? What is the North Texas hand signal?
It's very simple, Jake. It's very, very simple.
All right.
I was born with burnt orange in my system. In my blood is burnt orange. I was born a Longhorn. But I was not born with Longhorn money. So I went to the University of North Texas, and I have the right to support both.
Okay. All right.
I have a bachelor's degree from UNT, but my love and my fandom relies. You won't see me more worked up for any team than I am for the burnt orange.
Okay. The conviction in your voice is you sold me on that one. I just wanted to address that.
Well,
so
of course.
thank you.
I think good news for Texas, where I was going to bring up, is Will Muschamp is back.
Let's go.
As their defensive coordinator, and they're with Colin Simmons leading the bunch with the Longhorns. That's a storyline to look for in their spring game, which I believe is going on right now. I think, is it right now, Kev? I think it's this Saturday
it is
afternoon
right
or this
now,
night. Yeah, but... And then obviously you've got Hollywood Smothers from North Carolina State transferring him along with Cam Coleman, the highly touted wide receiver. But the question's going to be around Arch Manning once again, Jake. I know we'll be talking a lot of Arch Manning August into September before the season, but people are excited about Arch. A new level of excitement, and more of a confident excitement for Arch Manning in 2026.
Oh, absolutely. Especially, listen, you don't put a ton of stock into I guess we used to call them, outside of the... and it's just the college football playoff now, but the main bowl games, if you will. And so it's hard to put a ton into the Cheez-It Bowl, but you turn on the highlights of that game, there's plenty to be excited about for Arch Manning. The speed he showed against a good Michigan defense. Michigan had their shortcomings. They had a coach that was, involved with an assistant and everything else, but they had some athletes on defense, and Arch outran them all game long.
And I don't want it to shy away from how excited I am as a Texas fan, and probably college football fans in general that aren't A&M and Sooners fans are probably excited to see the evolution and the next step of Arch Manning. But, man, I am so excited for this wide receiver core from Texas because last year, Arch was throwing decent. Like, towards the end of the year, Arch was really getting into the groove, but we had a massive dropping problem. Cam Coleman, that signing, I was fired up. And what I've seen so far, that wide receiver core is what I'm most excited about going into the new year for Texas.
Yeah, Cam Coleman was essentially hiding at Auburn for 2 years, but the guy is one of the best in the business.
Said he wasn't hard to believe, actually.
Exciting for him.
Oh,
but
I'm thinking of Keon Coleman from the
Buffalo Bills?
Yeah, I know he was in the news recently, but I think he was being thrown under the bus by his owner.
That absolutely did happen there with Keon in Buffalo. But you brought up Michigan. New head coach Kyle Whittingham.
Baby!
Comes over from Utah. Their spring game going on. And Bryce Underwood, another highly touted quarterback who was started as a true freshman, his true sophomore campaign this year. He showed flashes last year. He completed 60% of his passes with only 11 touchdowns all year.
Yeah, they babied him so significantly throughout the course of the season that you really don't know what he can be. You see the flashes in the highlights in practice and things of that nature. He was such a highly touted prospect. Number 1 overall prospect, was going to LSU. They flipped him to Michigan. He's from the Detroit area, local kid. You would think that he can utilize this sophomore season to really boom and grow into his own.
Yeah, and that game against Ohio State now, like last year, it just felt like they're going to be they're on totally different levels. We've talked about it with Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese and Caleb Downs and company there at Ohio State. This year, it feels like Michigan. There's a lot of confidence with Kyle Whittingham coming in. And this is why I love the spring game storyline so much, because you kind of forget all that's happened now in the modern day of college football with players transferring and coaches leaving. The Sharon Moore incident there at Michigan. It's going to be a big year for the Big Blue there.
No, absolutely, especially when you consider this run the Big Ten's been on, with Michigan winning a national championship, Ohio State winning a national championship, and then Indiana, your defending national champions. It's been a Big Ten takeover, not quite as significant as our lesbian takeover from an hour ago.
Not quite.
On Fan University, but of the same magnitude, for sure.
So I wanted to get to this story, too, because this was big news in the world of college football coming out on Thursday. The Division Oversight Committee recommended moving up week 1 to the week typically reserved for week 0. Did you see this? And this would start not this year, but in the fall of 2027. The proposal would standardize schedules and eliminate the patchwork of waivers. So the season has been 14 weeks with 2 bye weeks and a 12-game schedule. This would open up a Thursday. So the season would essentially start a week earlier. Do you like this move?
I don't mind it. I think ultimately this type of move can contribute to the end game that I want. And the end game I want is to eliminate that massive gap between the first weekend in December, when the conference championships are, and the first college football playoff game. So if you recall, there's 4 weeks of nothingness.
Which is
for a
horrible
lot of teams.
for the sport. You forget about it.
Unless you're playing in a conference championship. But teams that, remind you, only 2 teams from each conference playing a conference championship. So that first weekend of December is really kind of a throwaway weekend if you're not in a conference championship. And then if you're a team that makes the college football playoffs that doesn't play in the conference championship weekend, you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs for weeks on end.
Yeah, I completely agree. And what this would do is it would start week 0, which is it'd be like the opening on a Thursday. The last regular season games would be the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So still kind of in a similar window, but it would allow for an exclusive window still for the Army-Navy game there in early December, which we talked about on the show over the winter, that you got to keep that as a standalone game. It's an American tradition. You can't mess with the Army-Navy.
You sure can't. And we'll get everybody fired up here. I know the president was very emotional and outspoken about the importance of that, and I happen to agree with that stance that Army-Navy is an institution. It needs to have its standalone weekend in college football, 100%.
Now, the problem with this schedule, though, is, to your point, it wouldn't change the playoff. Right now, so that season 2027, the national championship game in 2028 in January is on the 24th of January. The national championship game.
That's a disaster.
The CFP, the conferences, and the networks would still have to find a way to rework their schedule to fit this into a New Year's Eve type national championship game. So we would still have a 5-6 week break regardless of the schedule moving up, which I think is probably the biggest deal.
Yes. Yep. 100%. And at least you can be optimistic. Feels like things, the wheels of change are in motion. We saw it with the improvements made in the transfer portal and blocking the second part of the transfer portal and everything, timeline-wise, and making more sense. Things are happening. Now it's just a matter of getting to the finish line of where the sport needs to get to.
100%. And then final story for college football here on your College Football Fix.
Your College Football
Fan University is James Franklin got canned by Penn State. We had a week there where like 6 straight coaches got fired within a 6-week period.
Oh, my gosh.
You remember James Franklin, the former head coach of Penn State?
Yes.
Now at Virginia Tech. He left. It was now reported that he left $40 million on the table to join Virginia Tech. So he could have essentially tried to get a $40 million buy. He had $49 million coming his way, but he chose to accept just $9 when he signed on the dotted line in Blacksburg? Would you have left $40 million on the table after getting fired?
So essentially, this is $40 million to do nothing or $9 million to work.
Yes. Here was his quote. He said, in a quote, "You go through that deal and you're thinking, I don't want to let them off the hook financially. That's something that you're struggling with, but it wasn't about me penalizing Penn State. At that point, it was about what do I need to do for my family and for myself just to move on."
That makes sense. I'm glad you added that context, because what I was going to say is the price, if you're just looking at it transactionally on paper, of course, the buyout and not working makes way more sense. But one thing you can't quantify and you can't measure is the personal impact it would have on you, your family. And if this is what you need to turn the page and move on, you're still being compensated handsomely. You're still making generational wealth. You're still in a position to put your family in the best place to succeed, and you can do it while coaching, then sure, go for it.
$40 million is still $40 million.
There's 40 million reasons I could get over it.
I could get over it.
Sadness and whatever else.
Yeah, no one's obviously feeling sad for James Franklin with the amount of money that he does have, to your point. But I did think it was interesting that he kind of talked just about let bygones be bygones. I've moved on to Virginia Tech, and I'll leave that on the table.
Very good. Yeah, I also think just the James Franklin legacy is very complicated at Penn State, because few coaches, if you do the whole if this coach will bring you this and the years and years of sustained success in the regular season, I would say 90% of fan bases, that would be an improvement of where their team's at. But because they got stuck in that position of never being able to win the biggest games and never get to the promised land, that's just how the common fan perceives him and his legacy.
Yeah, well, there you go, man. There's your college football fix.
I feel more fixed on college football.
I can't wait for August.
Let's go. It's right around the corner. He's Brennan Baxter. I am Jake Rima. It's Fan University, from the master class to Jake's Takes. That's next. I cannot believe we are still talking about this. That's next on Jake's Takes, 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ.
Financing, fast turnaround. Don't see what you want? Call me. We get inventory daily and can find it or build it. Visit EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And it is time for the most electrifying man in DFW.
Jake Rietma. He's the only hope. He's the only injection that we could count on.
He's a tree. Bobby's wrong. He's a tree.
It's not some walk-on scrub, Yost. The boy's a player. He's a star.
Someone said football, so I come running. What's going on, everybody?
Oh, yeah, what's going on? Jake's Takes. It is time. As the intro indicates, someone said football, so I came running. What's going on, everybody? Jake Rietma alongside Brendan Baxter. We got Khaki Kev in the Pimp Cup as well with you until 5:30. It is a radio-only kind of day for Texas Rangers baseball. They're on Fox, so we will have the radio call. That's why you turn it on, leave it on. You'll always have Texas Rangers baseball on these airwaves. We'll visit with Jared Sandler at 5 leading up to first pitch and see if the Rangers can continue to dominate and own the Seattle Mariners. But Jake's Takes, when I saw this headline, I thought it was a joke. I thought there's no way, and maybe it is. Maybe I got. That's always a possibility with these because the internet, AI. I mean, I saw the clip of Broadus rapping in the studio. I thought that was real. And
you thought that was real? It literally says DAS instead of dad. Come on, Jake.
No, I did know that one was.
Okay,
I was being a little facetious, but there are plenty that I fall for. So if I'm falling for this, please let me know. But a story in Yahoo Sports, the Association on American Indian Affairs saw the recently released Washington Commanders uniforms and helmet. The helmet logo has a spear going through the W, which, by the way, I liked the uniforms. They're a good-looking uniform. But the black helmet with the burgundy and yellow stripes down the middle, the W and the spear in between the W, the Association of American Indian Affairs called the Commanders logo update, quote, disappointing and inappropriate, adding, we are not your mascot. That's per USA Today. And this is in reference to the new alternate W logo, which features a spear interwoven through the W, a powerful joining of past and present. Brendan Baxter.
I guess I'm a little confused here because I remember a couple years ago when they made this move, like one of the tribes, Native American tribes, were frustrated they weren't called the Redskins, like they wanted the honor of still having the team name.
Whoa. You can't say that, Brendan. Calm down.
Yeah, you can.
You can absolutely
say the Redskins. That's who they are.
The W word Redskins. Yes, correct.
Right? So, like, I believe that was they were frustrated. So is this the same group?
That is a good question. I don't have the answer to it. I will say on the conversation component of it all, it feels like, and 877-881-1053, that's the beauty of the Jake Takes. Text in, share your opinion as well. We're just talking opinions here. I'm not qualified to speak on the Association on American Indian Affairs. Let's just call that what it is. And maybe I'm not capable of comprehending, but here's what I can tell you. Other tribes, it's different upon each one. Florida State Seminoles, good. Central Michigan Chippewas, the Chippewa tribe, 20 minutes from where I'm from. They see it as an honor.
The Chiefs.
Kansas City Chiefs, Atlanta Braves. I don't know where the lines exist and the distinctions happen from disappointing and offensive versus honorable.
And now this says a Native American group, so it might not be the same organization, obviously. But also, too, this is just a spear, right, going through the W.
That's another part.
The Chiefs logo is the head of a spear.
Correct. Chicago Blackhawks have the actual face of, and it's one of the more iconic logos, especially in all of hockey, with them being an original 16.
The what's the word I'm looking for? Cancel culture of sports.
The outcry. The
outcry over sports teams' names when they've existed for years. Like, and honestly, the Redskins was one of the most popular, I felt like, helmets. Like, I look forward to seeing it on Thanksgiving Day, as you know, here in Dallas. Like, It just was iconic. I thought they're an iconic NFL franchise. I hate this.
I'm with you because you would think like if there was ever an effort to fuse the past legacy with the present team, because they've accepted the name change, they've accepted the logo change, they just want a little bit of a historical throwback and tie-in with the spear. And the spear does not feel offensive in any means. I don't think a spear is native to the Native Americans. Like there's lots of people that use the spear, right? And I don't see how that's viewed as offensive.
Yeah, and I'm reading some of the comments on, and who knows, but it also doesn't look like this group is run by Native Americans.
There's a lot of controversy. That's why we brought it up on Jake's Takes.
Would you be surprised by that statement? I can't believe from the 2142. The actual story and is the guy who created the Redskins logo. His family was very upset and said the decision to change diminished his legacy. So I did remember hearing that a lot of people were upset, even within that community, that they had changed the name. It felt like hey, we're like the Braves, we're like the Chiefs. It was like an honoring to the tribe themselves.
Right, because the North Dakota one's another one that I know was changed from the Native American name to something completely different. They're now the Hawks when they were the Fighting Sioux.
How about the Cleveland Guardians? Can't forget that.
Correct.
Exactly. It's like, I just feel like it's just so weak.
It is. It is. And the other part that I'm just, when you're taught in debate class to, diminish the potential arguments before they can even happen, people are going to say, oh, two white guys talking about this, they have no idea. That's all fine and dandy. That's fair. But I think we can also point to the drastic overreach to try to change something that didn't need to be changed. The Cleveland Indians is a great example. If you're upset with the logo, say it's insulting, it's offensive, everything else, change the logo.
Yeah, it's just
change the team name.
It's just a way to complain. Someone wants to find a way to complain about everything, and also, you're not going to appease everybody. Like, not 100% of an ethnic group, tribe, religion, race. Someone's going to find something to complain about all the time. I hate the fact that you succumb to like the cancel culture mentality with some of these great iconic franchises.
Right. And they're going to do that. They're going to find a reason to complain because they know it's going to land them on Jake's Takes.
Yes. And to your point, just seeing some of the pictures of the tribe members here, or the people that were complaining, you were complaining about white men complaining. Well, white women were the ones.
Yeah.
So, if they can do it, we can do it.
That's right. That's right. So offended. But we'll move on to the second part of Jake's Takes here. We talked a little NBA earlier in the program. NBA playoffs start today. Commissioner, fearless leader Adam Silver made some comments that I think are certainly noteworthy as it relates to the potential future of the NBA in Europe.
Basketball is the number 2 sport in Europe, but from a commercial standpoint, generates about 1% of the revenue.
Second to soccer, I assume?
Second to soccer, yeah. But from a commercial standpoint, is minuscule. And so the marketplace sees a big opportunity in basketball. I mean, we've already talked about, of course, Luka, whether it's, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's Canadian, he's not European, but, the number of international players we have now, Giannis, Wemby, some of our very best players, sure. Jokic, I could keep going on. But so about 15% of our league now is made up of European players. If anybody was watching the NCAA championship, there've been a huge increase in the last few years, largely because of NIL payments. They can make more now playing in college than they could in Europe. Right. It's pretty straightforward. So there's no doubt that there's amazing amount of top-notch basketball being played in Europe and great development of players. So we're in this process right now, so this would be a stand-alone league.
I hate that.
I hate it, and he's right in the sense that the league has become heavily European in terms of the top talent. And Jokic, Giannis, Luka hasn't won an MVP yet, but those guys have won MVPs. Wembanyama's on his way to winning an MVP. Shai's Canadian. I feel like that's part of the problem with the league right now, is that there isn't a Michael Jordan or a modern LeBron, like a prime LeBron, that's carrying the league. It's a lot of these guys that we don't really resonate with, like as an American league,
And I agree. In my tiny little brain, this is where anybody listening can maybe help help inform me why this is the way that it is type of thing, where I can totally acknowledge and everybody can see with their own eyes. Of course, there's really good European players, and they are currently thriving in the NBA. They're winning MVPs. But I don't get the correlation to then saying, okay, let's go have teams in Europe then, other than to appease these players. Like it's not like any of these European players are leaving the NBA because there's no European teams.
So then if you create an NBA league, like if you create the pinnacle of the sport in Europe, why would a Jokic or a Luka not just stay closer to home and play for $50 million? A lot of it's money.
Right, because you're setting up potential problems for your league.
Right. And this is why he sucks. Like Adam Silver.
I love it. The bread and banter. This is why he sucks.
Adam Silver, to me, has completely tarnished what the NBA was. Physicality, tough. He's taken way too many opinions from players. He's tried to make it all about this player era movement and them controlling the narrative. I just hate that. Like, I think the NFL, to an extent, I get why you go play in Brazil. I get why you go play in Munich. I don't love it. I think it's an American sport. We as the fans consume it. We essentially pay a lot of the league dollar in marketing, and we want to see the games here. Moving the NBA, how are you going to do that? Like, you can send the Knicks to go play 8 games in Europe? Like, I don't get, and even a standalone league. Like, how do you create that? They've got FIBA. They've got leagues in Spain.
I don't know the advantage of it, right?
I don't see why you would do this. If Luka Doncic he played for Barcelona prior to coming over as a teenager. If he could make $50-60 million a year playing in a dominant European league, I think someone like him would consider that.
Can I play devil's advocate for Adam Silver? What if he wants to do this because he wants TV viewership back? We've talked about how the NBA is a social media consumed sport in America. Well, what if that's not the case?
He just touted the fact that NBA viewership was as high as it's ever been
on social media, probably.
But I still like that. I don't disagree with that, but I still don't make the connection in. If we do this, this being teams internationally, then the result's going to be more TV viewership. Just
because maybe his thought, and this is just the
right. You're playing devil's advocate.
Right. Maybe his thought process is and over in Europe, they're more likely to sit down and watch the entirety of a game or watch their favorite player from their hometown or whatever,
right,
on the TV rather than how we feel. Right? Like, if we had a guy that was from DFW playing for our team, we'd be watching that game through and through. Maybe he's thinking that sort of same theory.
No, that's a good point. And obviously there's some stock in it, and there's some level of validity to it. The NFL's trying to continue to capitalize on the international market, albeit not have a team over there. I mean, maybe Jacksonville eventually. What team are they? The Jacksonville Jaguars?
The Jaguars.
Jaguars. Not the Jaguars, though.
Definitely not the Jaguars.
That's for sure.
You could get kicked off radio for saying that.
It can get heated. Speaking of heated rivalry, we've got some breaking Dallas Stars news. That is next. We're going to talk some more hockey right here on Fan University 105.3 The Fan.
You follow here, Tolos, and I am a proud Certa Pro.
place for Rangers coverage right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Wyatt Johnston, who's had a career season, can end the season with a win. Johnston on Ellis. He scores!
Oh, baby, it is almost time. Let's talk hockey. Dallas Stars.
Let's talk hockey.
Taking on the Minnesota Wild. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. My name's Jake Rietma. That's Brendan Baxter. Khaki Kev's been in the Pimp Cup all day. A flawless show. Knock on wood. We're getting closer and closer. 5:30. We hand it over to Rangers baseball. Radio-only broadcast. It is your home for the Texas Rangers. That's why you turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan. But the Dallas Stars, I mentioned this in the opening segment, and if you weren't with us, it's worth repeating. That shootout goal from Wyatt Johnston gave the Dallas Stars their 50th win in the regular season. That's now 3 straight years of 50-win regular seasons, Brendan Baxter. Now, hear this stat. 7 other teams have won 3 consecutive years with 50 straight games. 7 other teams. 6 of them have won a Stanley Cup in that time. So now the Dallas Stars need to win a Stanley Cup to become the 7th of 8th.
It's time, man. We talked about it earlier at the beginning of the show where I just kind of feel like there's so much craziness around this team. The one-score games, the blown leads. We talked to Savannah about this as well earlier, that it just kind of feels like in a season like this, there's not pure dominance. There's not... at times you look like you're unbeatable, but then there's times where you look completely like you could just lose to anybody on any given night. And I feel like that bodes well. For some reason, to me, I'm more confident in this team, the fact that they're battle-tested. They went through the stretch, December through January, where it felt like they were losing every single night. They battled through. They've played phenomenal hockey. They're coming in on a big win streak into the postseason, having beat Minnesota 8 days ago at home. I just feel like it's time.
It is time.
I feel like it's time.
Now, that's the data contributing on ice, that sort of thing, 50-win regular season. We get all that. But the other reason I feel very strongly that the Dallas Stars are going to win the Stanley Cup is because they have an anthem. And they have the chemistry that brings a team together. All good championship teams have to have an anthem, and the Dallas Stars have this one. Give it to me, Khaki Kev. I need more. Ella Langley.
I love Ella Langley.
So do the Dallas Stars. This is their song. Keep it going. Keep it going. We got to get to the chorus at least. And the thing is, if you've been to a Stars game, they play this, everybody sings along. Now, here it is.
Sing it, baby.
And judging by the smile that's written on his face, there's nothing I can do. It doesn't take a crystal ball to see. A cowboy always finds a way to leave. Drinking Jack all by myself.
He's choosing Texas, I can tell. All right, cut. Now, the reason this is important, Ella Langley sent the Dallas Stars the Ella's Fellas t-shirts, which got the people going. And when you talk about a way to feel like you've got the mojo working, I think things like this really do make a big difference, Brendan Baxter.
Oh, I think they 100% do. This is such a fun thing, and Ella Langley is obviously one of the top, probably the top woman in country music right now. And the picture of them on the plane with the Ella's Fellas t-shirts and the Stars bump into some Ella Langley. They're going to take this right into a Stanley Cup. And I wonder if Ella Langley will make herself out to a Stars game.
She has to.
She's got to go to play that. This text is sad, man, for multiple reasons. One, I'm wearing a Buffalo Bills hat, but from the 806, a Lubbock guy too. So this is just triple whammy for me. The Dallas Stars are on track to be the 1990s Buffalo Bills of the NHL. Come on, 806. That's not true. That would stink, though. Has there been a worse thing in like a sports franchise than losing 4 straight Super Bowls?
There's
got to be number
You still got the cake on that. Don't worry.
From the 469, if that's our anthem, we're cooked. What? Disagree. From another one from a different 469. I'm not much of a country guy, but that's a badass song. I would agree.
I love Ella Langley.
Choosing Texas, I can tell.
There was like I've seen a ton of videos of like guys like, should I really like this? Like this is a
you should
absolutely like it. Don't be ashamed to like Ella Langley's music.
Y'all know what happened the last time a DFW team had an anthem?
Texas Rangers.
There you go.
World Series. I was going to get to that. Khaki Kev all over it. It's the Creed. Can you take me higher? Now, if you were an amazing, beyond belief producer, you'd have that queued up for us, which we'll get to in a second. But we do want to get to some actual hockey news. It's official. And props to Savannah Hugh Muller from Victory Plus, who we had on earlier, that believed Miro was going to play, and it's official. Miro Heiskanen taken in the ice for the Dallas Stars. Now, yeah, there it is. I will also add that Glenn Goldson said, of course, the Stars will be without Rope Hintz at the beginning portion of the series, but there's still a hope that he could come back and play Rope Hintz later in the series. That's huge.
That's huge. But yeah, Miro playing, Savannah talked about him being on the ice with a non-contact jersey, but good to go. That's huge. The vibes are high right now, man. I don't know. I just feel really good. Maybe it just pregame jitters for less than an hour from Pug Drop.
It's good. I mean, there is the playoff anxiety. It's here.
Yeah. From the 928, Ella Langley and the Ottawa Rap thing are one and the same.
No,
you can't do that.
Forget you 928. Come on. That's insulting. You know what? No, that's so insulting to my people. Eminem, Detroit, 8 Mile. Come on, I used to play basketball on 8 Mile. That is, you can't remake an Eminem song and sound like that. That is so bad.
And man, the Tolos they're really coming in here now. This one's great too from the 469. When it comes to music, I think the world will just be a better place when we can just admit we all love white chick music.
That is true. All right, I got another, as we're breaking down this Stars Wild series, I got another reason it's pretty intriguing. The matchup, and this is from a piece in The Athletic, and I was vocal about this. I really was. When it was Olympic time and the Minnesota Wild general manager, Bill Guerlin, left Jason Robertson off Team USA. Now, I wasn't rooting against Team USA by any means. It was one of the best stories in sports. It was amazing. They win the gold medal. He deserves the credit, sure. But I still think there's a rivalry heading into this series, yes, between the Minnesota Wild and the Dallas Stars, but in additionally, Jason Robertson and Bill Guerlin. There absolutely is some bad blood there for leaving him off of Team USA. And I think there should be.
There should be. That was a huge snub at the time. Robertson was.
But Guerin does deserve credit. I have to say that because they won the gold medal.
They obviously won the gold medal.
Sorry, I jumped in and I was so vocal against it. I am nothing if I don't at least own up to being wrong. And I was wrong. And that's not to say
that's a mature take.
Thank you. That's not to say the Team USA wouldn't have won the gold medal with Jason Robertson on the team, but Guerin deserves to be exonerated because they won the gold medal.
Sure, but it doesn't mean that it can't hurt the fact that Jason Robertson's one of the most prolific scorers.
Look at the numbers
on the American side. The numbers justified it, especially even at the time when they were picking the roster for this team. And I expect him to play with a lot of passion and a lot of fire. And it would be great to see. Imagine like Jason Robertson with the game-winning goal in Game 5 to end the series. Because this series is only going 5.
Oh, look at that! You got Stars in 5.
Wild in 5. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I've got Stars in 5, man. I just feel like there's just so much good energy around this Dallas Stars team coming, and they've been. I look back at when they were really struggling, and if that didn't happen, I don't think I'd be as confident. But I feel the fact that they went through some adversity and then they just got really hot and they've played really good team hockey the last month and a half of the season. I just feel like we're in for a special postseason.
We absolutely are. And tons of texts coming in. So hyped for this game from the 601. Let's go Stars, all caps. And the discourse around the country music is it's hilarious. Because I think just the fact that this Stars team has an anthem, the chemistry, the vibes. I've been in the dressing room plenty this year covering the games at the American Airlines Center, and you absolutely do feel it. And you feel that this team is as connected, and the synergy is there. Now it's all about going out and executing.
Yeah. At this point, there's not much more you can accomplish from this core of a team than getting and winning a Stanley Cup. Like, you got to get there, obviously, but the Western Conference Finals, it's been great to the point of the text about the 90s Bills. Like, you've earned a lot of respect amongst the NHL of being one of the top-tier teams, but you've got to break through. And at some point, you just feel like if you keep knocking, you're going to kick the door down. I just feel like it's got to be now. It's time.
Yeah, and the path, which we've talked about in great length, having to beat, it's 2 versus 3. It's 2 versus 3 in the first round, and then, in all likelihood, the winner is the best team in hockey waiting for you.
And I feel like you talked about this knowing that you were playing the Wild essentially for the better part of the last 2 months. Like, you kind of knew you were.
It was inevitable, and
you
then
didn't know if it was home ice.
Yeah, right.
But like, you knew you were getting the Wild. So you've kind of just been expecting, like, we got to go through Minnesota and Colorado, but the job won't be finished. You've got Vegas and Utah, who've never been, Utah's been around for all 3 years. And then you've got Edmonton and Anaheim on the bottom half of the bracket. You'd feel really comfortable in a matchup against either 4 of those teams in a Western Conference Finals matchup. And then look at the East. When you do get to the Stanley, I mean, Buffalo is a great story that they haven't been to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's a good point.
None of these guys have ever been to the Stanley Cup playoffs that are on Buffalo, or, the team itself. And, I mean, Tampa, Florida's not there this year. So there's just a little bit of uneasiness on the Eastern Conference side as well, too. So you really are looking at probably the 2 biggest teams that you feel like are your obstacle from hoisting the Stanley Cup right in front of you the first 2 rounds.
Absolutely. All right, we'll run through these really quick. I'm glad you said that. Colorado will host the LA Kings, which we don't even get started. The Pacific Division was such a pillow fight. Dallas hosts Minnesota. Vegas and the Utah Mammoth.
Yeah,
first time in franchise history in the postseason. Give them a lot of credit. Vegas, of course, made the coaching change with like 10 games left for Tortorella to come in and coach. You got Edmonton and Anaheim. Again, you said it perfectly. None of those teams in the bottom portion of the Western Conference bracket scare you. On the East, Buffalo, Boston will be a good series. Tampa Bay, Montreal, Carolina, Ottawa, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. A lot of people high on this Penguins team just because they have a championship pedigree, albeit it's been several years, but there's still a lot of those same guys that are taking the ice for
Sidney
the Penguins.
Crosby still performing at a high level.
I'll tell you what, though, I love Tage Thompson for Buffalo. The very first NHL pregame show and postgame show I did, Tage Thompson scored 4 goals in that game, and I thought, that's a badass hockey player, Tage Thompson, massive. And maybe I'll name my first kid Tage. We'll see.
Tage. How do you spell that?
Tage. It's a good question, though. All right, we'll keep it rolling. Appreciate all the texts coming in on the Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, it's time for a little Jake break.
Tolo.
discover a higher standard of luxury on your terms.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm a people person. I absolutely insist on enjoying life, not a workhorse.
He's not some walk-on scrub, Yost. The boy's a player. He's a star. And he busted his butt for you.
Oh, my God. Okay, it's happening. Stay calm.
Everybody stay calm. It's happening. It is happening. It's a Jake break. And shout out to permanent resident of Spieth Island who tweeted me, man, I was having a really nice Saturday, just getting some random stuff done, keeping things chill, heading to the FC Dallas game with my son, and then Jake Riepma decided it would be a good idea to sing not once, but twice on the radio. Thanks a lot, Jake. Permanent resident of Spieth Island, I got you. I got you down.
Jake, you got a good voice, man.
He's from Texas.
You and Ella should do a duet for this.
I wanted you to sing Creed. That's why I didn't pull it.
Can you take me higher? What was the other one we sang? The
8 Mile.
Yeah, the Montreal.
The Montreal.
No, wait, no, that was
Ottawa.
Ottawa Senators.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one was so bad. Oh, my gosh. But, hey, it is Fan University. It's a Jake break. The time of the program, we kick our feet up, take a little break from sports. We need your participation at 877-881-1053. I've got Tales of the Travel, because that's always a staple on the Jake break. But I need your help, and I need your advice. I was involved, Brendan Baxter. I need all the Tolos as well, and Khaki Kev. I was involved in shenanigans, Uber driver shenanigans. They tried me. I wasn't going to let it happen. And I need all the Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, vehicle service people to tell me if this is a real thing. Because I did some research. Here's the situation. Here's what happened. Wedding weekend, Tubac Golf Resort. I'll have my review on the beautiful golf in the mountains in Tucson, Arizona. Incredible. We got second place in the golf outing scramble, 5 under through 5, finished 6 under.
Wow.
Way too much.
Tough start. Tough finish.
Found the cart girl. That was the problem. Found the cart girl. The vibes were high the whole time, though. But we'll get into that in a second. But this was the shenanigans and tomfoolery that was pulled on me and my beautiful fiance in the Tucson airport. So you order, the resort's about 40 minutes from the airport. So it's a hefty Uber drive. It's about $85 Uber drive.
Okay.
Still cheaper than renting a car for the weekend. That was the only time everything else, we only needed the ride to the airport. We're out there where the Uber picks you up. And on my phone, you're matching it with the app. You got the license plate. I see the Uber driver coming. He does not slow down. And we're out there where the passengers get picked up. He speeds past us. I look down at my app, and it says, accepted ride, you're on your way. And he's driving away, and we're still on the sidewalk. So the Uber driver, and I whoa, what's happening kind of thing. This is some serious Uber some controversy, corruption. Because what the Uber driver did was insinuate we accepted the ride and then goes on his way knowing full well that we'll have to cancel the ride, and then he's still he's still paid a percentage of the ride because we canceled and the app thinks we picked it up, that we picked up this Uber ride, but we didn't. He never stopped. And so I have to cancel the ride, and then I'm charged $20.
For the tip?
No, for the ride, because it says accepted ride. So the app thinks I picked up the ride, but I didn't. We never got into the vehicle.
Have you reached out to Uber?
Oh, yeah, first thing right away. I did.
They get you back?
They did. Got the refund. I reported the driver and gave him 0 stars and said exactly what happened. Now, I researched this a little bit. This is a ploy that drivers, it started in Chicago. These drivers will do that because think about it. If they do this 10 times in a night, average between $15 and $20 a time, and they don't get caught for it, that's a good night's pay. And they can then go pick somebody else up, and so you're getting paid
double.
Right, exactly. So fortunately, I was all over it.
Good. You think can Uber suspend the driver? Can they fire him?
Well, I'll tell you what. I've been in a battle with Uber myself. I don't know if I've told you this, but when Uber Share was first invented, I did not know how Uber Share worked. I was in Toronto, Canada. Nice area. Got into a little altercation with the Uber driver because he picked somebody else up and dropped them off at their destination before me. Altercation sounds dramatic. He gave me a 0-star rating. I gave him a 0-star rating. There was a time where my Uber stars were not very... I couldn't order Ubers. Nobody would pick me up. Like, I don't want to pick up this liability of a passenger. So I've had a long history with the Uber customer service line. They know me by name. I had another time, San Francisco. An Uber driver picked me up from, and the party I was with from downtown San Francisco is after a Giants game. It says, 1 a.m, we'd been out at the bars afterwards. The child was in the front seat. 4-year-old child in the front seat of the Uber driver. Can't have it. Called Uber right away. Reported them.
Wow.
Uber deactivates the drivers that are accused of these issues.
But this is the thing, right?
Yeah.
I should check.
I have never heard of this. I haven't had a bad experience.
Yeah, they've got
with an Uber driver.
They've got a whole this is what you should do if this happens kind of deal. Like screenshot everything, report immediately.
Oh, that's what I did. I reported and Tucson's kind of a not remote, but there's not a ton of Uber drivers that would be willing to drive from Tucson to where the Tubac Golf Resort was, about a 35-minute drive into the middle of nowhere. So, especially because we took a late flight in. So I was a little bit worried, but fortunately we got a second driver. Now, the 817, I appreciate this from Tolo Gonzo. Yep, that's a quick scam at the airport. Just call Uber. They'll fix it for you. And they did. I was what's it called? Refunded.
Refunded $20.
Yeah. Which isn't the biggest, obviously, when you go broke, but
it's about the principle.
Thank you, Brennan Baxter. It is about the principle.
I didn't know there was a way to scam around that. Because do you always tip Uber drivers? I forget to do that a lot. When I take, because you don't have to do it right away. It's like, hey, they email you and request to leave a tip. So I thought you had to. I thought
you can skip a tip.
Yeah. So how did you pay? Oh, but it was just like a $20 service fee.
Right. Yeah. Have you ever canceled an Uber? Like outside of the cancellation time period?
I don't think so.
Oh, you get charged. Yeah, you get charged a percentage of your ride.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, this coming in from the 214, you're a gardening tool for reporting the driver with the child. They're trying to make some money to support the child, and obviously they can't afford child care. All right, I guess that's me. Silly me thinking of the child that they shouldn't be out at the bars at 1 a.m. I am a gardening tool. That being said, second part of the Tales of the Travel, Tucson, Arizona, beautiful golf course, and there's something that playing golf in the mountains does to a man's soul. It is so refreshing. It is so liberating. I think that's what heaven consists of. I really do.
I hope so. I want to be able to play golf in heaven.
Do you think you can? I'll ask my mom. I'll ask my dad. That's where they are. In heaven.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a great thing you should do.
All right, second part of the Jake Take. We always knew it would get there. Jake Break. I kind of teased this a little bit, but need the Tolo's help. 877-881-1053. I did something I probably shouldn't have. I made an egregious golf purchase. I bought a new driver's shaft that is above my playing ability as a 16 handicap. I do not need a shaft.
Did you go where I told you to go?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I went to a place in Dallas, did the whole fitting.
Okay.
Top of the line. And you've played golf with me. My game doesn't necessarily yield that, but there's flashes of my game.
There's certainly flashes.
It's the consistency part.
So the egregious purchase is the driver shaft.
Correct.
Okay.
I spent way too much money on a new shaft.
500, 600?
Yes, 560. Which,
560?
if you've seen my shaft prior, you'd know I needed an upgrade in the shaft department. Kevin Walker is giving me number 6.
Yeah, it depends.
Wait, hold on. What does that mean?
Just continue.
Okay.
Well, because I did notice this about your previous shaft too, that it got a little wobbly. Like that's why you hit the big push fade.
Yes. Well, let's call it a power fade.
Power fade. You needed something a little more stern.
Right.
Sturdy.
And I do think the sturdy flex on this shaft will help me in my game moving forward.
Are you going to try to start hitting draws? You think you're going to turn it over a little bit with the new shaft?
My old golf coach used to tell me, hit a draw, do it, just to tell myself I could do it, And with this thicker, more firm shaft, I think I'll be much more equipped to be able to hit a draw.
Yeah, I think so too. From the 214, every piece of golf equipment is notoriously expensive and overly priced. That is fair.
But I think you pay for the equipment.
Golf is very expensive to play, but I do and the expensive and nice equipment that is like your thing. It's what, $2,000 probably from driver to putter.
Right. Yeah, that's what he said. Like
for a good set.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I feel like, dude, if you care about the game, if you want to invest in practicing getting better,
my thing. Like
$560 on a shaft.
I've been so close. Here's the thing. I've shot. My handicap 16. That means I can shoot in the low 80s.
Yeah.
I can very well shoot in the high 90s and everywhere in between. And I just feel like I'm close to getting to that consistent low 8. I'll say this: closer to getting to the low 80s than I am consistently than I am to being in that upper 90s range.
I would agree.
Thank you.
And good equipment does factor into a better golf game. 100%. That's true.
And I need all the advantages I can get for my game. But I accidentally started a debate here, 877-881-1053 on the fan text. That's kind of interesting because this really did happen. This was 4 years ago at a San Francisco Giants game. Great bar scene afterwards. Awesome ballpark. Every baseball fan should go to Oracle Park. It's the one on the bay. You're watching the baseball game.
Top
the ocean's right there.
I want to go to.
It's insane. Incredible stuff. For the wedding. And that's what we're doing on the Wednesday before the wedding. So if you get out there in time, we'll take the boat to the Oracle Park. We're going to go to the game. We're going to bar hop afterwards. It's going to be a blast.
I did not know we were doing this on a Wednesday.
Absolutely. It's going to get crazy.
Oh,
but
brother.
the last time I was there, the Uber driver had a child in the front seat at 1 a.m. in a very, a bar scene. Like, that's just not a place that a child at 3 or 4 years old should be. So I reported it to Uber because you can't have Uber drivers with their children in the passenger
Yeah, that's
seat.
a rule.
Correct. That is against Uber policies. And someone came at me saying it was none of my business to report that, which I disagree. And then the 817 here agrees with me. Child comes first, make money in a different way. You aren't trying hard enough for your kid if you have to resort to taking them to the bar scene. And I get it, the child does not come out when you get picked up, but you're still, like, things can happen at 1 a.m. in a bar scene that are outside of the driver's control, especially the clientele you're picking up at that time and of that scene are not the type of people that should be interacting with a child in the front seat.
Yeah, and that's also tough, too, because if you're getting picked up, bar scene, probably a lot of inebriated folks in the backseat of the car. Words could be said. Commentary could be had amongst friends. It might not be for... You're just putting the passenger in an uncomfortable situation and also the child, I think.
I agree.
That's probably why Uber has the rule.
Right. I don't have kids, though. And I often find out that, my sister-in-law, I joke with her, love my nieces and nephew, just FaceTimed Wes. It was his birthday this Wednesday. Got him a bunch of gifts. It was awesome. Nothing more exciting than seeing a 3-year-old open up a Paw Patrol pop-up book. And I joke all the time, though, like, as an uncle, I love these kids. I'd do anything for these kids, but I'm not their parent.
Right.
It's different. And I couldn't imagine my nieces or nephew in the front seat of an Uber car at 1 a.m. picking up drunk people.
Yeah, and I also, you never know. Maybe it was an emergency. Something happened. I get the Tolo's point, too, on the text about, hey, you got to earn a living, and if you got to have the kid there. But it doesn't mean it can't be uncomfortable.
It is interesting. Now I'm getting the other side.
There's a lot. I mean,
this is a tough one, guys. This is really tough.
Because the parent can't make money. There are other ways to make money. There are absolutely other ways to make money.
There's worse ways to make money as well.
So from the 940, I do Uber and DoorDash. You aren't supposed to have anyone in your car, much less kids.
This is why it's a Jake break. We take a break from sports and we tackle the important issues.
And it was a 4-year. You said it was a 4-year-old.
Listen,
you don't know it.
Right. Yeah. I know we have drops of me saying, I was talking to the high schoolers. I was talking to the middle school. Get in there with the kids. Yeah, that's another one.
The kids.
I love the kids, but I was not, and I remember it well enough to just, it's 1 a.m. You've had some drinks. I was not inebriated. I was not Big 12 championship Jake like we had at Texas
What a
Live.
legendary night.
That was a great time. But I was with it enough to be with the group I was. All right, there's a kid in the front seat, and that just completely changes the mood, and we were just quiet for the entirety of the drive.
Yeah, there's two perspectives here. This is probably one of our best Tolo debates we've seen.
I didn't even mean to.
These texts are coming in like crazy because I understand Uber's safety perspective, the passenger's perspective, and I also do understand the parent's perspective of maybe they don't have a sitter, maybe the other parent or spouse, maybe they're divorced, whatever situation, why they have to have the kid in the car. So... But just don't go ride then. I don't know. I don't know.
I think my stance, because I know y'all did ask, this is really tough. More than likely a single parent in this situation. If the kid's not causing any problems, me personally, I'm not reporting. I'm not, and I don't love it. I don't think it's something that all Uber drivers can do or should do. I understand it's not technically supposed to be allowed, but... From my perspective, I don't want to take away anybody's source of income, however, which way they can get it, if they're not bothering my day. Now, if I got in that car, that kid's causing a riot, made my car trip, like if that was the case, then yeah, I would report. But if they're just sitting idly by, I don't love it, but I'm not going to report it either.
Fair enough. That certainly is fair. Now, and listen, I'm doing circles right now trying to figure out what, because this was 3 years ago. But I'm not going to say it was my place, but I'm also going to say what preventative measures could I have taken for that kid? Something terrible could have happened to that kid very easily. Am I a hero for reporting it and nothing bad happened to that kid? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, the 469 says we can tell neither of you have kids. You're right. You're very much right. We're not speaking from a parent's perspective.
You know what, though? I will argue that I'm advocating for the kid. The kid shouldn't be in the front seat of an Uber picking up drunk people at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'll say it, not the safest city in San Francisco.
Now that's a fact. That is just a statistical fact.
915 Jake versus single parents. I love the kids. I love the kids. I'm a fun uncle.
You're a great uncle, man. It's more, I guess, you're coming from the perspective as the Uber. You're like if you're an Uber driver at 1 a.m. in the spot, like where you got picked up, the city you're in. It's dangerous. Like you're going for the dangerous side.
Yeah, this is the God honest truth, and I'm a hero. No, I'm advocating for the kid. The kid should not be in that situation. And that's kind of where I simplify the argument.
Yeah.
And that parent put the kid in this situation, so I reported the parent to Uber also for breaking the rules of the service I was paying for. Let's not forget that either. I'm a paying customer.
So if this case went to court, I think you'd win.
I think so.
I think you'd lose. But I have a different perspective. Like I grew up with a single, like my mom didn't have obviously my dad was in the picture, but like my mom was a single parent trying to raise me and my brother. Like there was things that we had to do that weren't necessarily by the textbook. So I come from a different perspective too. So it's a tough one. I don't think you'd win though.
This is from the 817. There's not a single person I work with that brings her kids with them to work on a regular basis. Do delivery or something that your kid is not interacting with and can come across random drugs. I guess that's part of it. Rename the segment instead of Jake Break, Karen Break. That's from Jake on and Terrell. That's funny. From the 469, can clearly hear y'all have had the silver spoon your whole lives. That's a little
far. I can guarantee you, 469, that is not true.
That's one you just have to laugh at.
Yeah.
But it's a good one, 9-9. We are well over time here. Good Jake break, and didn't even mean for it to be. I appreciate everybody tuning in, and it got real a little bit on that Jake break.
We might have to continue it, man. I don't know.
We might have to. I had a whole list of some of the longest playoff droughts, and also, would you watch that? Would you eat that? We'll do that next, and maybe we'll see where the show goes. He's Brennan Baxter. I'm Jake Rima on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
What a segment that was. The Jake take / Jake break. The Jake's takes on the Jake
which
breaks
one was it?
Elicited quite the response from all the Tolos, and I appreciate each and every one of them at 877-881-1053. I didn't even mean to get into that. The initial tale of the travel, which is a staple on the Jake break, was an Uber driver tried to pull a fast one on me and my fiance in Tucson, Arizona, caught him in the act, and reported him, which then led me to remind myself of other Uber drivers I have reported. And apparently, if you're just tuning in, if you're just turning it on and leaving it on, apparently I overstepped 3 years ago by reporting an Uber driver in downtown San Francisco that had a child in the front seat after midnight in a bar scene picking up inebriated passengers. I'm the bad guy, Brennan Baxter. I'm the bad guy.
It somehow, and I don't know if I've ever been around a guy.
Looking out for the kids.
You look out for the kids. You defend your friends. You just try to do it the right way. And yet you always get stepped on.
I do.
I've never been around a guy that tries to go about it just with a wholesome heart. And the nice guys finish last mantra.
Right. That's
Jake Reitman, dude. You can't do anything right. And
from the Silver Spoon generation.
Silver Spoon generation.
Unbelievable.
Up in Michigan.
God forbid, though, as a paying customer for Uber, and the person I'm paying to provide the service is fundamentally breaking a rule, God forbid I report them.
And I'm just reading the text coming in. I feel for you, man. Because you just wanted the child to be safe. You felt like the child was at risk.
I did. I really did. That's the thing. All right, here's from the 214. You did not overstep. I'm a parent of 4. Good job calling them out to stick to the rules. This is from the 945. You're a D-bag. Just stop talking about it. No, there's probably a lot of people that would agree with that. Also, shout out Jagon in Terrell. I will, in fact, be with Sean Sharif at the Mesquite location for Pluckers and our draft party. So I'll be there. Looking forward to it. If you want to come out, say hello. And if you're like the 945 and think I'm a D-bag, still come out. Say hello. You can see me in person.
Let them know in person.
Yes.
Stop hiding behind a paywall and come see us in our face and let us know.
I do agree with this one, though, from the 214. To me, this is not so much a child in the car issue, although I don't agree with that. A child shouldn't be in the car at 1 a.m. in a dangerous neighborhood in San Francisco in the bars. Child shouldn't be there.
I actually had this conversation earlier about people texting in and doing things. How many people that text in rude things to you do you feel like would actually say it to your face? I had this question posed to me.
0%.
Yeah.
0. I'll say.
There's always going to be that one.
Yeah, 2 or 3. I just think it's, this is the whole point of radio. I wanted to get into sports talk radio because I look at things through a comedic lens. And I thought sports talk radio was the medium to do that. And it's not always the case. People take it really serious.
They do.
And I had a good friend, well, not a friend, I don't know him in person, but a follower who loves my Stars stuff. I posted something from one of my lockdown shows, and he cussed me out. I was like, bro, I thought we were boys. You love my Stars stuff. And he was like, shut the F up. I was like, bro, I thought we were boys. But that doesn't matter. And I think, again, the busting of the balls that goes on this station, that's why I've hit it off with Sean and RJ from the beginning. And Bobby, they bust my balls. It's funny. Let's laugh. Let's argue. It's sports talk radio. It's not that serious.
Who doesn't love a good ball busting?
Thank you. Exactly. But back to follow up on that text. This is not so much a child in the car issue. It's a safety issue because what if the child is in an accident? Huge lawsuit against Uber waiting to happen. I agree with that. That's why they have the rule. You can't have kids in the car. Whew.
From the 903, you just should have let the driver know you weren't allowed to be that close to kids.
Well, I was talking to high schoolers. I was talking to middle school.
Especially in California.
Oh, my gosh. This is too funny. Oh, man. All right.
Hockey. Hey, the Stars are the puck's about to drop.
Let's talk hockey. The Dallas Stars they're 17 minutes away from dropping the puck. Stars, Minnesota Wild. We had a live boots on the ground report from Savannah Humoller of Victory Plus. You can hear that on the Odyssey Rewind app. The Minnesota Wild, the Dallas Stars. There's also the history of the Dallas Stars taking Minnesota's franchise when the team moved to Dallas in the early 90s, and then Minnesota getting their own team in 2000. A lot of history here, but we've also got the draft season. We haven't really talked a lot of draft here, Brennan Baxter, and nobody loves a good list more than me. So I have put together a list as we lead up to draft season, and of course, Thursday draft parties all across Pluckers. Check my Twitter. Check Sean Sharif's Twitter for who will be at what location. I'll be at Mesquite with Sean Sharif, volunteering my time. I'm going to put it on my resume for volunteering my time. But the biggest draft bust in NFL history. Now, the reason this was brought to my attention, when I say NFL draft bust, who are some people that come to mind?
Jamarcus Russell. Growing up in that era, Jamarcus Russell's probably the number one, I would say, out of LSU.
It's got to be, right?
To Oakland at the time. To me, Josh Rosen, in a way, I know he was the 10th overall pick to the Cardinals, but he had so much hype around him coming out of UCLA. He was a total dud. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think.
He had the hot tub in his room, right?
I think.
I knew they were toast at that point.
But I feel like I'm trying to think of other guys like modern, like the last 15 years.
Taco Charlton,
absolutely.
Taco Charlton would be a bust.
You said the guy I was thinking of, Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah, all time, I think he's got to be the biggest
number
bust
one
of all time.
Well, he made headlines on how he feels now when people bring up the fact that he's an NFL bust. I think this is from the Ross podcast or Raw something or another. But here's Jamarcus Russell when people bring up that he's an NFL bust.
They don't know how to speak to you. They can't say, "What's up, man?" and just be cool. Don't come up to me saying, "Oh, what's up, the biggest budget Jamarcus Russell?" If you say anything, put the big, I'm going to bust in your mouth.
What a wild way to start a conversation.
No, I'm a...
Dude, the
bust
thing is,
in your mouth.
He totally did this to himself, though. Like, I understand the defense, but you were one of the most hyped quarterback prospects ever. You got overweight.
Bust in your mouth.
You didn't. You didn't watch film. Like, you showed you did not care to be an NFL player.
He wasn't cut out to be an NFL player.
I mean, it's well documented that he was an awful,
student of the game. Yes, correct. Like Kyler Murray. They probably had to put something in his contract.
And Call of Duty wasn't a thing in 07 to the extent that it was when Kyler had
Eating
it, right?
Cheez-Its and candy and everything. Because didn't he gain a bunch of weight, too?
Oh, dude, he got significantly overweight.
Can't have it.
Or go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying, that's what brought this up. We're getting some other texts in here at 877-881-1053. Biggest bust. Jamarcus Russell upset that people refer to him as a bust in casual conversation, even though he's the biggest bust there was in the NFL. He'll bust in your mouth. But his words, not mine, other NFL busts according to this list. Number 10, Charles Rogers, wide receiver, Detroit Lions, number 2 overall pick. I can speak to this very, very closely. I was a diehard Detroit Lions fan at this time. Charles Rogers was so good for Michigan State. Turn on some of his highlights. You will be amazed. He had some of the best catches you will ever see. One in the back of the end zone against Notre Dame in his only season with Michigan State. Incredible. But, it didn't. And rest in peace, Charles Rogers. He's no longer with us. But drugs, lots of off-the-field issues that deteriorated his playing. Number 9, Trey Lance. I would agree with that one. He was taken number 3 overall.
And so what qualifies a bust?
I was going to say, that's a good point because it's not Trey Lance's fault that the 49ers traded everything to draft him.
No, but if you're taking the number 3 overall pick, you have a certain...
But he was a wild card. Like, Trey Lance was not coming out like
we were
Jamarcus
all kind of
Russell was.
surprised. We're like, oh, they must really believe in Trey Lance. They kind of convinced us that he was worth it.
I think a lot of people had a top 10 grade on him. 3, yes, and trading up, yes. But I don't think, people had a first-round grade on him. He was massive. He had the championship pedigree, albeit at the 1AA level or FCS level, but he performed well in the combine in his pro day. Big hands, athleticism, great arm strength, everything you look for in a quarterback. He just couldn't put it all together. I think that's the definition of a bust.
Yeah, I guess I tend to think like you're a blue chip prospect. You were a 5-star in high school. You dominated in college. You're an LSU, a Clemson, an Alabama type guy, and you have all of these expectations. Like you're supposed to be the next Joe Montana, Terry Bradshaw, Tom Brady, like top tier guy, and then you don't materialize. Like when I think of a bust, I think of a Jamarcus Russell, like number 2 overall pick, number 1 overall pick. Trey Lance was kind of like a whoa, they took him at 3. You know?
Yeah, but I still think if you're taking that 3rd and you don't perform, you're a bust.
And then how long do we let the bust last, too? Like, that's
a personal question. That's a personal question.
Like Sam Darnold. No, in all seriousness.
Yeah,
like
Sam Darnold.
Like, we would have said, oh, he's a bust, right?
So is the jury still out on Jamarcus Russell?
We're like a year away from calling Bryce Young a bust.
19 years is a lot.
We got to the playoffs. Come on.
And that's it. Okay, so exactly.
But I'm saying a year away. Like, if he hadn't have gone to the playoffs.
Yeah. That's close.
Like, does your career have to end? Like, oh, that guy's not even in the league.
I would say I'm a major bust in the radio business. I mean, you're talking about a guy.
7 years?
7 years, drafted out of Northwestern, great school, had the pedigree, and just hasn't lived up to the expectations. So I would call myself a bust.
Ryan Leaf is a big name coming in along here. That's a good one from the 817. Ryan Leaf had all the expectations. Yes. Like, he was expected to be great. I would consider him that.
We'll keep this list going because we've only mentioned 2. We've also got Would You Watch That, Would You Eat That on the other side of this break. And we're going to talk to Jared Sandler at 5 o'clock. Get you ready for Rangers Mariners. That's all coming up next on Fan University 105.3 The Fan.
Follow here, Tolos, and like you, my home has become my...
your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Thanks for making The Fan DFW's #1 rated sports station so far in 2026. To those of you that TOLO, which means turn it on and leave it on The Fan, you're appreciated.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Jared Sandler set to join us at 5 o'clock on Fan University here, getting you set for Rangers Mariners. Would you watch that? Would you eat that? Moments away, but we've got to finish up biggest bust. Thanks to Jamarcus Russell's bust in your mouth statement. We've got the biggest.
What's he up to these days?
Not playing football. He's a draft
Bust in
bust.
your mouth.
That's what he's up to. Number of draft busts that have been mentioned on the fan text line at 877-881-1053. Appreciate all this. Appreciate it. Really good stuff here. Back in the 90s, the Jets drafted a running back named Blair Thomas. That was a pretty big bust. That's from the 817. And to clarify, my co-host, Brennan Baxter, my name's Jake Rietma. Brennan Baxter, you were not saying Sam Darnold was a bust. You were saying the opposite.
Yeah, I was saying like a guy like Sam that is the #1 pick looks to be like he's on the trajectory of being a bust. So how long do we give guys? Like Sam, what was it, year 6 that he's really started playing good football with Minnesota there? I think he was 2018. So, I mean, is it a 5-year window? Is it a 3-year window? Because a lot of people were calling Sam a bust up until about, 2024 with Minnesota. So,
and then he rewrote the script. Yeah. But I got the ADHD going. I cannot focus because on the TV inside the studio, you got a live look at the American Airlines Center. The laser show is going on. Dallas Stars is being chanted. You got the American flag on the ice as we are getting set for Stars Wild in game #1. Shout out to Kid Muse, the 469. It's Dallas Stars time. Let's go. Cannot wait for that. There it is. Absolutely. Appreciate that. Come on. And then the national anthem was about to be sung. When the national anthem's going, the entire crowd screams, Stars!
Gosh, I love that we're wearing our OG jerseys, too.
No doubt. Those are the best.
Those are the best. And I saw rumors that we might be going back to those next year, but like with the silver, that would not the gold. Is that confirmed?
It's not. I don't know if it's confirmed. I knew it was confirmed that they're wearing the 99s in the playoffs, and they're wearing them tonight, I believe, or this evening. Do you say tonight if it's a 4? Well, of course, it's going to be a 450 puck drop because the way the television coverage works. But when do you say this afternoon's game versus tonight's game? I think 450 would be tonight.
I would say 450 is still the afternoon.
I think 3 o'clock's the cutoff. Anything after 3 o'clock is tonight.
Oh, no, I would say like 5. 4 is late afternoon.
Fair enough.
Anything 4 to 5 is late afternoon. So 469 texted, would you consider Baker a bust? No.
No.
I was just about to bring that up.
No, he's done enough to... A bust to me is someone you get no value out of. Trey Lance, you got nothing out of. Charles Rogers, you got nothing. Let's continue our list here. Keanu Carter, this was before I guess I was born in 92, but this is Cincinnati Bengals, 1995. It's not often you have a draft pick who was so bad that they threw shade on an entire football program, but Keanu Carter is a huge part of the Penn State NFL draft stigma that lasted the better part of 2 decades. Yeah, that one's before me. All right, number 7, Rich Campbell, quarterback, number 6 overall from the Packers, 1981. And here it is, number 6, Ryan Leaf, number 2 overall pick for the Chargers in 1998. That's to me, that number 6 might need to be higher there.
Yeah, and a lot of Ryan Leaf's, I guess, bust value is from the fact that he was in the same draft as Peyton Manning.
Right, bust value. And there was such a debate of who should go one.
Yeah, so he was compared to one of the top 5 quarterbacks of all time, and that makes it tough.
All right, I got this one for you, and this was mentioned on the fan text line at 877-881-1053. Send us yours as well. Tony Mandarich, number 2 overall pick for the Green Bay Packers, 1989. What happens when your entire college resume is fake? This list is littered with missed evaluations, but the Packers truly had no way of knowing that Tony Mandarich was one of the biggest fakes in draft history. He made a career for himself at Michigan State by completely obliterating everyone in his path. It looked like a god playing against mortals, and that was because Mandarich was on an immense amount of steroids for his entire college career. He had to quit his cheating regimen upon entering the NFL draft due to fears of getting caught, and it became immediately apparent that he had almost no skills to play professional football.
It also says the 3 players picked immediately after him. Barry Sanders, legend. Derek Thomas, legend. Deion Sanders.
Wow. And we are underway at the American Airlines Center.
What a transition. I've seen this. Is it, and pronounce, forgive my mispronunciation of this, but is it Achilles?
Achilles. Like your Achilles. Yes. Achilles Smith.
I botched that
That
horribly.
was before. No, I guess not. I remember watching him as a kid.
I was 3.
Yeah,
so.
super athletic. Good final season at quarterback. And he was the best quarterback prospect in '99 behind Tim Couch, who was also another bust. I think, I could be wrong, but I think he played for the Cowboys at some time. I could very well be wrong on that. Someone help me out. Again, I was 3 at the time, but I do remember, I think he played for the Cowboys. From the 254, Taco Charlton. Yep, we've mentioned that one. Number 3, Robert Gallery, offensive tackle, number 2 overall pick by the Raiders in 2004.
Man, the Raiders, that's a tough couple years there.
Number 2, Art Schlichter, quarterback, 4th overall pick to the Baltimore Colts, 1982. And number one, dun dun dun, Jamarcus Russell, number 1 overall pick by the Oakland Raiders in 2007.
Yeah.
Vince Young didn't get mentioned there. I thought Vince Young might get mentioned.
See, now Vince, Vince went to the playoffs with Tennessee one year. So compare Vince, for example, to who was number 2? Art. Here's Art's 4 years. He went deep into addiction, betting on basketball. He was out of the league within 4 years with 3 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, and over 1,000 yards passing on 45% completion. That's a bust.
From the 214, Jagon Intero. Tebow was a bust as well. I don't know, was he? He won a playoff game. He wasn't drafted that high.
Yeah, that's
Wait, when was Tebow drafted? 3rd round?
No. He was a first-round pick. Late, wasn't he 26 or 27?
Oh, I was thinking of...
I think they ended up drafting him...
Oh, yeah, first round. That's my bad.
First round, yeah.
My bad.
See, I wouldn't go as far to say Tebow's a bust. Because late first-round pick, he didn't have that high a grade coming in. The Broncos took a chance. He won a playoff game. If you win a playoff game, I feel like you're not a bust. Matt Leinart, now that could be a bust.
We just need his son to be good for SMU.
Right? Yeah, yeah.
We don't care about Matt Leinart.
Zach Wilson at 2.
Yep.
That he's on bust.
Josh Rosen. Yeah, this list needs some updating for some of the more recent.
That's what I was, and I said Josh
bust
earlier.
in your mouth.
Todd. God, I'm so bad at these names.
Mitch Trubisky? Question mark.
Oh yeah, that needs to be brought up. Good point. The Bears drafted him to be the next Patrick Mahomes.
He's still in the league.
Is he?
Backed up Josh Allen last year.
I think he's still with
he just signed with the Titans.
Okay. Oh, you're right. Or you think I'm thinking Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, with the Steelers.
Right.
Yeah. Also still in the league.
Who wore Myles Garrett's
Now Mason Rudolph's
helmet.
not a bust.
No, nobody expected much from him.
Yeah.
All right. Would you watch that? Would you eat that? My favorite segment, and it's kind of a shame we only have 2 minutes left for Would You Watch That? Would you eat that? So quick, would you watch that? Finally got around to watching The Jailblazers on Netflix. Rasheed Wallace, Damon Stoudemire, Bonzi Wells. Really interesting story. That Blazers team that just fell apart. Rasheed Wallace, one of my all-time favorite athletes. He, of course, was then traded twice, but eventually landed in Detroit, won the 2004 NBA championship with the Detroit Pistons. Damon Stoudemire had lots of drug arrests.
The Mavs played this team, I think, twice in the playoffs in the early 2000s.
Yeah, good team. They had Scottie Pippen, too. Mm-hmm. And that series against the Lakers, that Game 7, they had the big lead, and then the Lakers came back. That was tough to watch. But good watch. I don't normally love the Netflix Untold documentary series. They don't usually do a great job. I thought Swamp Kings was a big disappointment. The Johnny Manziel one was a big disappointment. Malice at the Palace Untold is not worth watching. It is so bad. They only interviewed the Pacers players. It was so
For
bad.
such a great event, too.
Yeah. Can't they interview the other thugs that were involved?
Those guys from Detroit, man.
Yeah. No, but I would put the Jailblazers on. It was interesting, especially because at that time in Portland, you had Rasheed Wallace, Damon Stoudemire, Bonzi Wells. They didn't look like the rest of the people from where they were living. All right. Would you eat that? And this is Dallas Stars, would you eat that edition. Are you ready for this, Brennan Baxter?
I'm ready.
Because I got to tell you, I want to go to the American Airlines Center just for the concession stand. We've got a barbecue boil bucket, retails for $70, feeds 4 people, sold in the Golden Lion Bar and Platinum level, and the bucket includes gloves and a bib. You get the crawfish, you get the corn, barbecue sauce. I would eat this. $70 is steep, though. I'd want to split it with somebody.
It's over $35. That sounds like a good portion of food.
What do you think of the look, though?
I like the look. I like the look, and then you can pair that with that margarita that they're giving away.
Yes, let's go to that one next.
Not giving away, but offering.
Certainly not giving away.
Definitely not giving it away.
The margaritas, and shout out to Abby Jones for putting this on Twitter yesterday. The margarita looks delicious. I think that's what I would go with if I were looking for a drink for Stars, if I'm at a Stars game, because this looks absolutely fantastic, delicious, refreshing. All right, one more from the Dallas Stars from the American Airlines Center. Darren Ravel weighing in. You've got a Dubai chocolate churro dish. This looks amazing. I mean, I could eat every single one of those.
Churros and chocolate, man.
The melty chocolate looks amazing.
It's goated, in my opinion.
All right, this is NBA playoffs. Brennan Baxter, did you see this one from the Detroit Pistons? A full court press sundae, vanilla ice cream topped with red or blue soda sprinkles, and a Pistons topper, all in a shoe dish. The shoe dish is incredible. It's a shoe that you eat the ice cream out of, complete with the Pistons logo on it. The ice cream, the sprinkles, count me in for this one.
We get a lot of ice cream and sprinkles on the Would You Eat That? And I think every time yes.
Ice cream out of any commemorative
Whether
souvenir,
it's a souvenir helmet,
a sneaker. This is an easy yes.
Easy.
It's a must yes. Stars are going to be a man down here less than 5 minutes in. I think it was Myers that picked up the penalty.
He's so tall.
Oh, yeah, he's very tall.
Myers is very tall.
And then you add the skates. He's even taller.
He's like 6'9".
Nice.
I think.
He is big. No score early in this one. We'll continue to keep you abreast on the Dallas Stars and Minnesota Wild. Let's talk with Jared Sandler, Rangers baseball. They look to make it 5 in a row over the Seattle Mariners. How about that? It's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you where...
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of Fan University, and it's an abbreviated hour at that because we got Rangers baseball to get to. Rangers just look to continue to own and dominate the Seattle Mariners. Build off that 5-0 win last night. We've got the Stars in action right now. I said before we were going to break that Tyler Myers picked up a penalty. Not great, not good, because the Wild power play is lethal, and they struck early, and it was easy. A little tic-tac goal action there, Brennan Baxter, and it's 1-0 Minnesota Wild. We welcome on friend of the program, albeit it's sad when we're not in person, but the Texas Rangers are far, far away in Seattle, where, as I mentioned, they are 1-0 so far this season. Jared Sandler joins Fan University. Jared, how are you?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How are you?
Sorry, I was told I was live, I think, as you were saying something, so I didn't hear what you said. But I'm curious, how much college football have you guys talked today?
About 15 minutes.
Yeah, did you pick up on that? It's a funny little... Jared, you love a good bit, right? You love a good bit.
Well, what's the bit? I just heard like the voice guy, like the college football guy. Is it really a college football show? I mean,
so that's a funny question. We are trying to find the answer. We have reached out. We have set up, let's call them meetings to discuss if it's still a college football show or where we're at with that. And we haven't really made that distinction yet, so we're rolling with it because, listen, it's April 18th, and sometimes you need your college football fix, and we're here to provide that on Fan University.
Guy, what did we discuss today about college football that was
Sandler,
relevant?
I am so glad you asked. Have you seen the Texas Tech walk-through film room?
No.
Okay, so it's a giant screen with a full-on walk-through room where their players are taking mental reps with the simulated screen of the play happening, but instead of just a boring typical walkthrough, I mean, you guys probably did walkthroughs at Green Hill, like let's get Sandler the ball in the slot, but now you can actually take mental reps with this giant screen in front of you. I think more valuable for a defensive player to see what the offense is doing type of thing, but they're taking mental reps in a walkthrough form because of this improvement in technology, and if anybody does it right, it's the Texas Tech Red Raiders with all the money they've got poured into that program.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I still take mental reps of a very slow-footed Jake Rietma trying to guard me in the slot and falling down. Well,
that's BS. That footage
I'm running up the sideline.
That footage does not exist.
Cody Campbell wants to pay me a lot of money after watching me play against you.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I'm sure. There's always room for a slow 5'9" white defensive back, just like a speedy 5. What are you? You 5'8", 5'7"?
Yeah, 5'7's probably about right.
Well, we all lie on
with
the
shoes.
roster. Yeah, exactly. With skates. Well, speaking of skates, I know you're also a Dallas Stars guy. Do you buy? We've been talking Stars all show long. Do you buy into the superstition that, hey, the Stars have lost 7 straight game ones in the NHL playoffs, yet have found a way to make 3 consecutive Western Conference finals? Do you buy into the superstition that losing this game one's okay?
Well, losing game one is okay because obviously they have shown that it doesn't guarantee anything. That's not a superstition that I particularly like, though. I mean, I'd love for the Stars to score on this power play here and even it up and win the game and have to win 3 before the Wild win 4 after tonight. So I don't think that it is a superstition that anyone wearing a victory green or I guess black sweater is fired up about. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of bizarre, right? Unfortunately, the thing about that superstition is it hasn't resulted in actually winning a Stanley Cup. So maybe it's a superstition that should go by the wayside.
I like that. And I'm just going to continue to pick your brain on Dallas Stars stuff. Do you like the 99 jerseys they're wearing? I mean, they're not obviously the different color scheme, but the same pattern. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I like them. I still miss the days when hockey teams would wear white at home, and so I really miss the old I miss the old home whites in the same style with the star carved out in the jersey, the sweater. I don't necessarily the mid-90s stars. It's not that big of a thing for me. But the stars, the stars jerseys they started to wear around the the late 90s and into the 2000s, I really miss before they had that stupid constellation alternate. But yeah, no, I like this. This is strong. I'm a fan, but I do miss the old home whites from like the 2000 to 2000 whatever stretch. That to me was that was awesome.
Well, Jared, I'm sure we could talk hockey with you for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
we
Baxter wants to talk baseball. I'm like,
but I mean, I'd love to get into
I don't
a little
know
bit
why. What a loser!
I know, it's tough, man. It's like you're not even covering the Rangers today. I don't know. Off to a great start against Seattle. Was that you okay? Did somebody scream?
No, I thought Robo was about to put one in.
Oh, you must be. Are you ahead of us or behind us? We're on the power play.
Yeah, I can't tell you if I'm ahead or behind you guys, but I don't know. I'm sorry.
I thought
it's tough for me to know.
No, you're good. That was a great sound, though. I thought something might have happened to you. Glad you're okay.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, it gets heated inside this studio, Sandler. So I appreciate you bringing the same energy all the way from Seattle.
I'm trying to think of where I was going with my question. Oh, Rangers 4-0 against Seattle so far to start the year, and then you've got the game tonight. But, Jared, I was looking at the standings across the entire AL and was wondering what you thought about this, because the best team currently, and we're 20 games in, but in the American League, is the Tampa Bay Rays at 11-8. So a lot of the teams are just kind of hovering around 500. The Rangers, 2 games over 500, 11-9. Do you feel like that's a good sign early on for Texas that there isn't like a dominant team, it looks like, this season? I mean, the Blue Jays, who made the World Series a year ago, are sitting at 7-12 to start the year, and there's plenty of time in baseball. But I don't know. It feels to me like, okay, the field seems a little more open this year than maybe there has been in the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's big that Miro's playing tonight, and hopefully he can stay healthy. It'd be awesome to get Rope back on the ice. The Stars' power play this year under Glenn Gulletson has been pretty incredible.
It's been good. Wild penalty kill is good, though.
He's showing off. Jared's
hopefully,
showing off.
No, I mean, yes, I don't know. Obviously, there's not a team on paper like the Dodgers over on the American League side. The Rays are good. I don't think the Rays are particularly scary. I think the Yankees, just on paper, could be a pretty scary group. I also think that the Orioles have I don't want to say boom or bust. I do think that they're going to be a definite playoff contending team, but I think the Orioles have the ability to really be somewhat scary. But other than that, I mean, there's no one in the AL Central that I think is scary. I don't think that the Red Sox, even the Blue Jays, the Blue Jays I think could be good. I still don't think that they're scary. And so I would say this regardless of records, right? The Red Sox could be 19-1 right now, and I'd still say, they're probably going to come back down to earth. They're not incredibly scary. So, but yeah, I mean, I think the Mariners, obviously they're a team on paper that is outstanding, but they've gone off to a slow start. A lot of season left, but when you can bank wins against teams like the Mariners early, then those still count. And the Rangers, I think. A lot of people probably rolled their eyes, understandably so, when I said before the year I thought this is a team that could be pretty good because I know a lot of people felt like, well, they weren't good the last 2 years and they didn't make significant changes. But, my argument was I think they did make some significant changes. I don't think significant changes need to happen in the form of, signing a bunch of, multi-time All-Stars, right? I think they shifted the identity of this lineup, and it's a more competitive group. But, the American League is definitely wide open for sure.
Jared Sandler is with us on Fan University, your college football fix. And a great point here from Adam in Arlington on the text line saying Sandler is in Seattle, which is 2 hours ahead of us, so he should be able to tell us if the Stars won.
Well, that'd be great, except for Seattle's 2 hours behind.
Oh, Adam in Arlington. Yeah, that's a great point.
The Stars game hasn't even started.
Right. Yeah, you're still 2 hours
they're
away.
Not losing 1-0.
And I guess we have an abbreviated segment here, which would make sense. So only time for one more question, Sandler. Our favorite segment on Fan University this time of year. Would you watch that? Would you eat that? The Stars came out with some fantastic playoff concession stand items. But where you are in Seattle and just touring as many, I know you're working hard and you have an elite body you have to stick to and a very strict diet. But your best, would you eat that? Stories or suggestions or recommendations of ballpark food? Are there any good ones in Seattle?
Are there any good ballpark food? Yeah, I mean, if you like fish, they've got some decent, like it's maybe one of the few places I'd actually consider eating a fish product in a ballpark. They've got a new Fairy fried like fish and chips thing. Like,
I did see
like
that.
Yeah, I haven't had it yet. I'm not a big like fried food before a broadcast guy, but I've heard it's good. But they've got some really good pizza here actually. Okay. I forget what the name is, but they've got good pizza, and then they've got like a poke bowl place that is pretty good here in Seattle. Yeah, I don't know. So that's the E. What was the watch part? Eric has something to say. Oh, the clam chowder. Yeah, they got. I'm not a clam chowder guy, but the clam chowder here apparently is really, really good.
Really? Because clam chowder on the East Coast, that's such a big thing. In San Francisco, they like to claim the bread bowls, clam chowder. Eating clam chowder out of a bread bowl is next level. That's elite, but a lot of carbs there, a lot of carbs. And then would you watch that part is just the best thing you've watched on Netflix or whatever streaming service you choose recently for our people?
Well, I'm currently watching DTF St. Louis. That's a zany show with Jason Bateman and David Harbour. I did watch. Were you guys talking about the Untold Jailblazers?
Yeah,
I watched that.
Yeah. I just watched it last night.
Watched that the other day, and then I've been watching a little Love on the Spectrum. That's, what a like pure, genuine show full of love. Yeah,
love is in the air.
Or called Love on the Spectrum. Yeah,
correct. I'll have to check.
Yeah.
What's it on Netflix?
Yeah, Netflix. Yeah, what was the Love is in the air? Was that like, were you trying to like just throw a one-liner in there to make sense?
Yeah, I was just at a wedding last weekend, a wedding before that. I love love. Love wins. And if there's a show about love, I'm in.
Yeah, DTF St. Louis and Love is on the Spectrum, or Love on the Spectrum, about two polar opposite type shows, but highly recommend both.
Looking forward to that. Looking forward to Rangers baseball. Sandler, you're the man. I appreciate you hopping on.
See you guys.
There he goes. Jared Sandler. Radio only tonight.
Hockey enthusiast, obviously.
Oh yeah, that's I've known Jared a long time. The guy knows every sport he knows everything about every sport. But he gets not pigeonholed, but he covers the Rangers. So he
does a great job covering the Rangers. But if he needed to fill in for covering the Dallas Stars, he could
absolutely. And on Fan University, Heated Rivalry, he was picking up what we were putting down.
He'd be great in Heated Rivalry. Sandwich.
He'd be great. Just like the rest of the Tolos, find anything to make fun of me for, and anything I say can and will be used against me. I think that is the same mentality Jared Sandler has.
And that's good. Keeping you accountable, just like the Tolos do, man.
Need it.
Regardless if you're looking out for kids or not.
That's right. I love the kids. One more segment to go. Fan University 105.3, The Fan.
H-E-B is making price cuts across the aisles to help Texans save even...
105.3 The Fan. Jake Riepma alongside Brennan Baxter. Khaki Kev is our producer. And what a flawless show. We are so close to a flawless show as we get set to pass the baton on to the Texas Rangers Radio Network. Radio-only broadcast as the game is on Fox tonight.
National televised, man.
Yes, nationally televised?
Yeah.
Or national television?
Nationally televised.
Correct.
Yes.
You said nationally televised. Wait, no, what did you say? You said something that wasn't right.
Nationally televised, big time.
Nationally television.
That's what I did say. It's been a long show.
It has been a marathon.
We've got 5 minutes to not screw it up. It's been flawless.
Yeah.
Perfect up to this point.
I mean, we've talked it all. We've talked live boots on the ground from the American Airlines Center. Thanks to Savannah Humoller, who joined the show. And the Stars are down 1-0 right now to the Minnesota Wild. 4:07 and counting remaining in the first period. But as Adam in Arlington points out on the fan text line at 877-881-1053, let's get someone on the East Coast to tell us how the Stars are doing. I appreciate that.
An hour
Adam
ahead.
in Arlington. Right. All right. They could look an hour from now.
Midway through the second period.
Yeah, exactly. All right. This show's been a lot of fun.
Do y'all want to know why I was counting earlier, by the way?
Yeah, we are dying to know.
Or did y'all figure it out?
Well, it was when we were talking about my egregious purchase of a new shaft, a $560 shaft to improve the equipment that I have in my bag, the equipment that will help me go lower and score better more consistently, and that is a $560 new shaft.
So 13 is the number. That's how many times y'all have said shaft today.
Well, when you buy a new shaft, it's going to be discussed.
You bought a new one.
A golf shaft, people.
15.
Shaft to my new driver.
16.
Which was an egregious purchase, but I earned it. Which, by the way,
it's going to improve your golf game by, I'm going to say, 7 strokes.
Placebo effect.
When we play next weekend,
yeah, we're playing next
you're going to
weekend.
break 80.
I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be a good time. It's always a good time on Fan University, but we've got a little break from Fan University. Kicked off the airways for the NFL Draft, which is okay. I'm going to be at Pluckers in Mesquite with Sean Sharif on my volunteer time. I'm going to put it on my resume for volunteer time. And we're going to have a draft party at the Pluckers in Mesquite. We'd love to see the Tolos out there.
This is on Saturday.
Thursday. Glad you asked, yeah. The first night of the draft.
Okay.
First night of the draft.
I'm glad because I had it in my calendar because I was coming to see you on Saturday.
I appreciate that. I'll do 3 Locked On shows on Thursday, and then the paid appearance for Sean and the volunteer appearance at Pluckers.
For you.
It's going to be a good time. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, we won't be on next week, and then we've got one show together in like the next month.
It's sad. The ratings. I don't know if this station's going to survive.
Will it last? Is this it?
Something tells me that we will survive.
Is this our last college football fix?
Yeah, we're getting your college football fix. That's correct. College football fix. But how about the Rangers deserve some credit? And I should have talked to Sandler more about this. I got distracted. I got all hot and bothered. And he was making the funny noises when Robo almost scored but didn't. Jacob deGrom only threw 4 innings last night. It was 4 scoreless, but